I tried to form a plan as we approached the city, but in truth I was not sure at all how to proceed. There was no avoiding these filthy little monsters. We were riding towards a battle, and it was little different from the morning on which I'd gone out to kill the wolves, counting upon my rage and my will to carry me through. We had scarcely entered the scattered farmhouses of Montmartre when we heard for a split second their faint murmuring. Noxious as a vapor, it seemed. Gabrielle and I knew we had to drink at once in order to be prepared for them. We stopped at one of the small farms, crept through the orchard to the back door, and found inside the man and wife dozing at an empty hearth. When it was finished, we came out of the house together and into the little kitchen garden, where we stood still for a moment, looking at the pearl-grey sky. No sound of the others. Only the stillness, the clarity of the fresh blood, and the threat of rain as the clouds gathered overhead. I turned and silently bid the gelding to come to me, and gathering the reins I turned to Gabrielle. I see no other way but to go into Paris, I told her, to face these little beasts head-on. And until they show themselves and start the war all over again, there are things that I must do. I have to think about Nicky. I have to talk to Roger. "This isn't the time for that mortal nonsense," she said. The dirt of the church sepulchre still clung to the cloth of her coat and to her blonde hair, and she looked like an angel dragged in the dust. "I won't have them come between me and what I mean to do," I said. She took a deep breath. "Do you want to lead these creatures to your beloved Monsieur Roger?" she asked. That was too dreadful to contemplate. The first few drops of rain were falling, and I felt cold in spite of the blood. In a moment it would be raining hard. "All right," I said. "Nothing can be done until this is finished," I said. I mounted the horse and reached for her hand. "Injury only spurs you on, doesn't it?" she asked. She was studying me. "It would only strengthen you, whatever they did or tried to do." "Now this is what I call mortal nonsense," I said. "Come on." "Lestat," she said soberly. "They put your stable boy in a gentleman's frock coat after they killed him. Did you see the coat? Hadn't you seen it before? That damned red velvet coat." "I have seen it," she said. "I had looked at it for hours at my bedside in Paris. It was Nicolas de l'Enfant's coat." I looked at her for a long moment, but I don't think I saw her at all. The rage building in me was absolutely silent. It will be rage until I have proof that it must be grief, I thought. Then I wasn't thinking. Vaguely I knew she had no notion yet how strong our passions could be, how they could paralyze us. I think I moved my lips, but nothing came out. "I don't think they've killed him, Lestat," she said. Again I tried to speak. I wanted to ask, "Why do you say that?" but I couldn't. I was staring forward into the orchard. "I think he is alive," she said, "and that he is their prisoner. Otherwise they would have left his body there and never bothered with that stable boy." Perhaps not. I had to force my mouth to form the words. The coat was a message. I couldn't stand this any longer. "I'm going after them," I said. "Do you want to return to the tower? If I fail at this—" "I have no intention of leaving you," she said. The rain was falling in earnest by the time we reached the Boulevard du Temple, and the wet paving stones magnified 1,000 lamps. My thoughts had hardened into strategies that were more instinct than reason, and I was as ready for a fight as I have ever been. But we had to find out where we stood. How many of them were there? And what did they really want? Was it to capture and destroy us, or to frighten us and drive us off? I had to quell my rage. I had to remember they were childish, superstitious, conceivably easy to scatter or scare. As soon as we reached the high ancient tenements near Notre Dame, I heard them near us, the vibration coming as in a silver flash and vanishing as quickly again. Gabrielle drew herself up, and I felt her left hand on my wrist. I saw her right hand on the hilt of her sword. We had entered a crooked alleyway that turned blindly in the dark in front of us, the iron clatter of the horses' shoes shattering the silence, and I struggled not to be unnerved by the sound itself. It seemed we saw them at the same moment. Gabrielle pressed back against me, and I swallowed the gasp that would have given an impression of fear. High above us on either side of the narrow thoroughfare were their white faces, just over the eaves of the tenements, a faint gleam against the lowering sky and the soundless drifts of silver rain. I drove the horse forward in a rush of scraping and clattering. Above they streaked like rats over the roof. Their voices rose in a faint howling mortals could never have heard. Gabrielle stifled a little cry as we saw their white arms and legs descending the walls ahead of us, and behind I heard the soft thud of their feet on the stones. "Straight on!" I shouted, and drawing my sword I drove right over the two ragged figures who dropped down in our path. "Damnable creatures, out of my way!" I shouted, hearing their screams underfoot. I glimpsed anguished faces for a moment. Those above vanished, and those behind us seemed to weaken, and we bore ahead, putting yards between us and our pursuers as we came into the deserted Place de Grève. But they were regathering on the edges of the square, and this time I was hearing their distinct thoughts, one of them demanding what power was it we had, and why should they be frightened, and another insisting that they close in. Some force surely came from Gabrielle at that moment, because I could see them visibly fall back when she threw her glance in their direction and tightened her grip on the sword. "Stop! Stand them off," she said. "They're terrified." Then I heard her curse, because flying towards us out of the shadows of the Hôtel Dieu there came at least 6 more of the little demons, their thin white limbs barely swathed in rags, their hair flying, those dreadful wails coming out of their mouths. They were rallying the others. The malice that surrounded us was gaining force. The horse reared and almost threw us. They were commanding it to halt as surely as I commanded it to go on. I grabbed Gabrielle about the waist, leapt off the horse, and ran top speed for the doors of Notre Dame. A horrid, derisive babble rose silently in my ears, wails and cries and threats. "You dare not! You dare not!" Malice, like the heat of a blast furnace, opened upon us as their feet came thumping and splashing around us, and I felt their hands struggling to grab hold of my sword and my coat. But I was certain of what would happen when we reached the church. I gave it one final spurt, heaving Gabrielle ahead of me so that together we slid through the doors across the threshold of the cathedral and landed sprawling within on the stones. Screams. Dreadful, dry screams, curling upwards, and then an upheaval, as if the entire mob had been scattered by a cannon blast. I scrambled to my feet, laughing out loud at them. But I was not waiting so near the door to hear more. Gabrielle was on her feet and pulling me after her, and together we hurried deep into the shadowy nave, past one lofty archway after another, until we were near to the dim candles of the sanctuary. And then, seeking a dark and empty corner by a side altar, we sank down together on our knees. "Just like those damned wolves," I said. "A bloody ambush." "Shh, be quiet a moment," Gabrielle said as she clung to me, "or my immortal heart will burst." Chapter 9. After a long moment I felt her stiffen. She was looking towards the square. "Don't think of Nicolas," she said. "They are waiting and they are listening. They are hearing everything that goes on in our minds." "But what are they thinking?" I whispered. "What is going on in their heads?" I could feel her concentration. I pressed her close and looked straight at the silver light that came through the distant open doors. I could hear them too now, but just that low shimmer of sound coming from all of them collected there. But as I stared at the rain, there came over me the strongest sense of peace. It was almost sensuous. It seemed to me that we should yield to them, that it was foolish to resist them further. All things would be resolved were we merely to go out to them and give ourselves over. They would not torture Nicolas, whom they had in their power. They would not tear him limb from limb. I saw Nicolas in their hands, He wore only his lace shirt and breeches because they had taken the coat, and I heard his screams as they pulled his arms from the sockets. I cried out, "No," putting my own hand over my mouth so that I did not rouse the mortals in the church. Gabrielle reached up and touched my lips with her fingers. "It's not being done to him," she said under her breath. "It's merely a threat. Don't think of him." "He's still alive, then," I whispered. "So they want us to believe. Listen." There came again the sense of peace, the summons. That's what it was, to join them, the voice saying, "Come out of the church. Surrender to us. We welcome you, and we will not harm either of you, if only you come." I turned towards the door and rose to my feet. Anxiously, Gabrielle rose beside me, cautioning me again with her hand. She seemed wary of even speaking to me as we both looked at that great archway of silvery light. "You are lying to us," I said. "You have no power over us." It was a rolling current of defiance moving through the distant door. "Surrender to you? If we do that, then what's to stop you from holding the three of us? Why should we come out? Within this church we are safe. We can conceal ourselves in its deepest burial vaults. We could hunt among the faithful, drink their blood in the chapels and niches so skillfully we'd never be discovered, sending our victims out confused to die in the streets afterwards. And what would you do, you who cannot even cross the door? Besides, we don't believe you have Nicolas. Show him to us. Let him come to the door and speak." Gabrielle was in a welter of confusion. She was scanning me, desperate to know what I said, and she was clearly hearing them, which I could not do when I was sending these impulses. It seemed their pulse weakened, but it had not stopped. It went on as it had before, as if I'd not answered it, as if it were someone humming. It was promising truce again, and now it seemed to speak of rapture, that in the great pleasure of joining with it, all conflict would be resolved. It was sensuous again. It was beautiful. "Miserable cowards, the lot of you," I sighed. I said the words aloud this time so that Gabrielle could hear as well. "Send Nicolas into the church." The hum of the voice became thin. It went on, but beyond it there was a hollow silence, as if other voices had been withdrawn and only one or two remained now. Then I heard the thin, chaotic strains of argument and rebellion. Gabrielle's eyes narrowed. Silence. Only mortals out there now, weaving their way against the wind across the Place de Grève. I didn't believe they would withdraw. Now what do we do to save Nicky? I blinked my eyes. I felt weary suddenly. It was almost a feeling of despair. And I thought confusedly, this is ridiculous. I never despair. Others do that, not me. I go on fighting no matter what happens, always. And in my exhaustion and anger I saw Magnus leaping and jumping in the fire. I saw the grimace on his face before the flames consumed him and he disappeared. Was that despair? The thought paralyzed me, horrified me as the reality of it had done then. And I had the oddest feeling that someone else was speaking to me of Magnus. That is why the thought of Magnus had come into my head. "Too clever," Gabrielle whispered. "Don't listen to it. It's playing tricks with our very thoughts," I said. But as I stared past her at the open doorway, I saw a small figure appear. Compact it was, the figure of a young boy, not a man. I ached for it to be Nicolas, but knew immediately that it was not. It was smaller than Nicolas, though rather heavier of build. And the creature was not human. Gabrielle made some soft, wondering sound. It sounded almost like a prayer in its reference. The creature wasn't dressed as men dress now. Rather, he wore a belted tunic, very graceful, and stockings on his well-shaped legs. His sleeves were deep, hanging at his sides. He was clothed like Magnus, actually. And for one moment I thought madly that by some magic it was Magnus returned. Stupid thought. This was a boy, as I had said, and he had a head of long curly hair, and he walked very straight and very simply through the silvery light and into the church. He hesitated for a moment, and by the tilt of the head it seemed he was looking up. And then he came on through the nave and towards us, his feet making not the faintest sound on the stones. He moved into the glow of the candles on the side altar. His clothes were black velvet, once beautiful and now eaten away by time and crusted with dirt. But his face was shining white and perfect, the countenance of a god, it seemed, a Cupid out of Caravaggio, seductive yet ethereal, with auburn hair and dark brown eyes. I held Gabrielle closer as I looked at him, and nothing so startled me about him, this inhuman creature, as the manner in which he was staring at us. He was inspecting every detail of our persons, and then he reached out very gently and touched the stone of the altar at his side. He stared at the altar, at its crucifix and its saints, and then he looked back to us. He was only a few yards away, and the soft inspection of us yielded to an expression that was almost sublime. And the voice I'd heard before came out of this creature, summoning us again, calling upon us to yield, saying with indescribable gentleness that we must love one another, he and Gabrielle, who he didn't call by name, and I. There was something naive about it, his sending the summons as he stood there. I held fast against him, instinctively. I felt my eyes becoming opaque, as if a wall had gone up to seal off the windows of my thoughts. And yet I felt such a longing for him, such a longing to fall into him and follow him and be led by him, that all my longings of the past seemed nothing at all. He was all mystery to me, as Magnus had been. Only he was beautiful, indescribably beautiful, and there seemed in him an infinite complexity and depth which Magnus had not possessed. The anguish of my immortal life pressed in on me. He said, "Come to me. Come to me, because only I and my like can end the loneliness you feel." It touched a well of inexpressible sadness. It sounded the depth of the sadness, and my throat went dry with a powerful little knot where my voice might have been, yet I held fast. "We two are together," I insisted, tightening my grip on Gabrielle, and then I asked him, "Where is Nicolas?" I asked that question and clung to it, yielding to nothing that I heard or saw. He moistened his lips, very human thing to do, and silently he approached us, until he was standing no more than 2 feet from us, looking from one of us to the other. And in a voice very unlike a human voice, he spoke. "Magnus," he said. It was unobtrusive, it was caressing. "He went into the fire, as you said." "I never said it," I answered. The human sound of my own voice startled me, but I knew now he meant my thoughts of only moments before. "It's quite true," I answered. "He went into the fire. Why should I deceive anyone on that account?" I tried to penetrate his mind. He knew I was doing it, and he threw up against me such strange images that I gasped. What was it I'd seen for an instant? I didn't even know. Hell and heaven, or both made one, vampires in a paradise drinking blood from the very flowers that hung pendulous and throbbing from the trees. I felt a wave of disgust. It was as if he had come into my private dreams like a succubus. But he had stopped. He let his eyes pucker slightly, and he looked down out of some vague respect. My disgust was withering him. He hadn't anticipated my response. He hadn't expected... What? Such strength? Yes, and he was letting me know it in an almost courteous way. I returned the courtesy. I let him see me in the tower room with Magnus. I recalled Magnus's words before he went into the fire. I let him know all of it. He nodded, and when I told the words Magnus had said, there was a slight change in his face, as if his forehead had gone smooth, or all of his skin had tightened. He gave me no such knowledge of himself in answer. On the contrary, much to my surprise, he looked away from us to the main altar of the church. He glided past us, turning his back to us as if he had nothing to fear from us, and had for the moment forgotten us. He moved towards the great aisle and slowly up it, but he did not appear to walk in a human way. Rather, he moved so swiftly from one bit of shadow to another that he seemed to vanish and reappear. Never was he visible in the light, and those scores of souls milling in the church had only to glance at him for him to instantly disappear. I marveled at his skill, because that is all it was. And curious to see if I could move like that, I followed him to the choir. Gabrielle came after without a sound. I think we both found it simpler than we had imagined it would be. Yet he was clearly startled when he saw us at his side. And in the very act of being startled, he gave me a glimpse of his great weakness, pride. He was humiliated that we had crept up on him, moving so lightly and managing at the same time to conceal our thoughts. But worse was to come. When he realized I had perceived this, it was revealed for a split second. He was doubly enraged. A withering heat emanated from him that wasn't heat at all. Gabrielle made a little scornful sound. Her eyes flashed on him for a second in some shimmer of communication between them that excluded me. He seemed puzzled. But he was in the grip of some greater battle I was struggling to understand. He looked at the faithful around him, and at the altar and all the emblems of the Almighty and the Virgin Mary everywhere that he turned. He was perfectly the god out of Caravaggio, the light playing on the hard whiteness of his innocent-looking face. Then he put his arm about my waist, slipping it under my cloak. His touch was so strange, so sweet and enticing, and the beauty of his face so entrancing that I didn't move away. He put his other arm around Gabrielle's waist, and the sight of them together, angel in angel, distracted me. He said, "You must come." "Why? Where?" Gabrielle asked. I felt an immense pressure. He was attempting to move me against my will, but he could not. I planted myself on the stone floor. I saw Gabrielle's face harden as she looked at him. And again he was amazed. He was maddened, and he couldn't conceal it from us. So he had underestimated our physical strength as well as our mental strength. Interesting. "You must come now," he said, giving me the great force of his will, which I could see too clearly to be fooled. "Come out, and my followers won't harm you." "You're lying to us," I said. "You sent your followers away, and you want us to come out before your followers return, because you don't want them to see you come out of the church. You don't want them to know you came into it." Again Gabrielle gave a little scornful laugh. I put my hand on his chest and tried to move him away. He might have been as strong as Magnus. But I refused to be afraid. "Why don't you want them to see?" I whispered, peering into his face. The change in him was so startling and so ghastly that I found myself holding my breath. His angelic countenance appeared to wither, his eyes widening and his mouth twisting down in consternation. His entire body became quite deformed, as if he were trying not to grit his teeth and clench his fists. Gabrielle drew away. I laughed. I didn't really mean to, but I couldn't help it. It was horrifying, but it was also very funny. With stunning suddenness, this awful illusion, if that's what it was, faded, and he came back to himself. Even the sublime expression returned. He told me in a steady stream of thought that I was infinitely stronger than he supposed, but it would frighten the others to see him emerge from the church, and so we should go at once. "Lies again," Gabrielle whispered. And I knew this much pride would forgive nothing. God help Nicola if we couldn't trick this one. Turning, I took Gabrielle's hand, and we started down the aisle to the front doors, Gabrielle glancing back at him and to me questioningly, her face white and tense. "Patience," I whispered. I turned to see him far away from us, his back to the main altar, and his eyes were so big as he stared that he looked horrible to me, loathsome, like a ghost. When I reached the vestibule, I sent out my summons to the others with all my power, and I whispered aloud for Gabrielle as I did so. I told them to come back and into the church if they wanted to, that nothing could harm them. Their leader was inside the church, standing at the very altar, unharmed. I spoke the words louder, pumping the summons under the words, and Gabrielle joined me, repeating the phrases in unison with me. I felt him coming towards us from the main altar, and then suddenly I lost him. I didn't know where he was behind us. He grabbed hold of me suddenly, materializing at my side, and Gabrielle was thrown to the floor. He was attempting to lift me and pitch me through the door. But I fought him, and desperately collecting everything I remembered of Magnus, his strange walk, and this creature's strange manner of moving, I hurled him, not off balance as one might do to a heavy mortal, but straight up in the air. Just as I suspected, he went over in a somersault, crashing into the wall. Mortals stirred. They saw movement, heard noises, but he'd vanished again, and Gabrielle and I looked no different from other young gentlemen in the shadows. I motioned for Gabrielle to get out of the way. Then he appeared, shooting towards me, but I perceived what was to happen and stepped aside. Some 20 feet away from me, I saw him, sprawled on the stones, staring at me with positive awe, as if I were a god. His long auburn hair was tossed about, his brown eyes enormous as he looked up, and for all the gentle innocence of his face, his will was rolling over me, a hot stream of commands, telling me I was weak and imperfect and a fool, and I would be torn limb from limb by his followers as soon as they appeared. They would roast my mortal lover slowly till he died. I laughed silently. This was as ludicrous as a fight out of the old commedia. Gabrielle was staring from one to the other of us. I sent the summons again to the others, and this time when I sent it I heard them answering, questioning. "Come into the church," I repeated it over and over, even as he rose and ran at me again in blind and clumsy rage. Gabrielle caught him just as I did, and we both had hold of him and he couldn't move. In a moment of absolute horror for me, he tried to sink his fangs into my neck. I saw his eyes, round and empty as the fangs descended over his drawn lip. I flung him back, and again he vanished. They were coming nearer, the others. "He's in the church. Your leader, look at him," I repeated it. "And any of you can come into the church. You won't be hurt." I heard Gabrielle let out a scream of warning, and too late. He rose up, right in front of me, as if out of the floor itself, and struck my jaw, jerking my head back so that I saw the church ceiling. And before I could recover, he had dealt me one fine blow in the middle of the back that sent me flying out the door and onto the stones of the square. Part 4. The Children of Darkness. Chapter 1. I could see nothing but the rain, but I could hear them all around me, and he was giving his command. "They have no great power, these two," he was telling them, in thoughts that had a curious simplicity to them, as if he were commanding vagrant children. "Take them both prisoner." Gabrielle said, "Lestat, don't fight. It's useless to prolong it." And I knew she was right. But I'd never surrendered to anybody in my life. And pulling her with me past the Hôtel Dieu, I made for the bridge. We tore through the press of wet cloaks and mud-spattered carriages, yet they were gaining upon us, rushing so fast they were almost invisible to mortals, and with only a little fear of us now. In the dark streets of the left bank, the game was finished. White faces appeared above and below me as though they were demonic cherubs, and when I tried to draw my weapon I felt their hands on my arms. I heard Gabrielle say, "Let it be done." I held fast to my sword, but I couldn't stop them from lifting me off the ground. They were lifting Gabrielle, too. And in a blaze of hideous images, I understood where they were taking us. It was to Les Innocents, only yards away. I could already see the flicker of the bonfires that burned each night among the stinking open graves, the flames that were supposed to drive away the effluvia. I locked my arm around Gabrielle's neck and cried out that I couldn't bear that stench, but they were carrying us on swiftly through the darkness, through the gates and past the white marble crypts. "Surely you can't endure it," I said, struggling. "So why do you live among the dead when you were made to feed on life?" But I felt such revulsion now I couldn't keep it up, the verbal or physical struggle. All around us lay bodies in various states of decomposition, and even from the rich sepulchres there came that reek. And as we moved into the darker part of the cemetery, as we entered an enormous sepulchre, I realized that they, too, hated the stench as much as I. I could feel their disgust, and yet they opened their mouths and their lungs as if they were eating it. Gabrielle was trembling against me, her fingers digging into my neck. Through another doorway we passed, and then by dim torchlight down an earthen stairs. The smell grew stronger. It seemed to ooze from the mud walls. I turned my face down and vomited a thin stream of glittering blood upon the steps beneath me, which vanished as we moved swiftly on. "Live among graves," I said furiously. "Tell me, why do you suffer hell already by your own choice?" "Silence," whispered one of them close to me, a dark-eyed female with a witch's mop of hair. "You blasphemer," she said. "You cursed profaner." "Don't be a fool for the devil, darling," I sneered. We were eye to eye. "Unless he treats you a damn sight better than the Almighty." She laughed. Or rather, she started to laugh, and then she stopped as if she weren't allowed to laugh. What a gay and interesting little get-together this was going to be. We were going lower and lower into the earth. Flickering light, the scrape of their bare feet on the dirt, filthy rags brushing my face. For an instant I saw a grinning skull, then another, then a heap of them filling a niche in the wall. I tried to wrench free, and my foot hit another heap and sent the bones clattering on the stairs. The vampires tightened their grip, trying to lift us higher. Now we passed the ghastly spectacle of rotted corpses fixed in the walls like statues, bones swathed in rotted rags. "This is too disgusting," I said with my teeth clenched. We had come to the foot of the steps and were being carried through a great catacomb. I could hear the low, rapid beat of kettle drums. Torches blazed ahead, and over a chorus of mournful wails there came other cries, distant but filled with pain. Yet something beyond these puzzling cries had caught my attention. Amid all the foulness, I sensed a mortal was near. It was Nicolas. And he was alive, and I could hear him, the warm, vulnerable current of his thoughts mingled with his scent. And something was terribly wrong with his thoughts. They were chaos. I couldn't know if Gabrielle had caught it. We were quite suddenly thrown down together in the dust, and the others backed away from us. I climbed to my feet, lifting Gabrielle with me, and I saw that we were in a great, domed chamber, scarcely illuminated by 3 torches which the vampires held to form a triangle, in the center of which we stood. Something huge and black to the back of the chamber. Smell of wood and pitch, smell of damp, mouldering cloth, smell of living mortal. Nicolas there. Gabrielle's hair had come loose entirely from the ribbon, and it fell around her shoulders as she cleaved to me, looking about with seemingly calm, cautious eyes. Wails rose all around us, but the most piercing supplications came from those other beings we had heard before, creatures somewhere deep in the earth. And I realized these were entombed vampires screaming for blood, and screaming for forgiveness and release, screaming even for the fires of hell. The sound was as unbearable as the stench. No real thoughts from Nicky, only the formless shimmer of his mind. Was he dreaming? Was he mad? The roll of the drums was very loud and very close, and yet those screams pierced the rumbling again and again without rhythm or warning. The wailing of those nearest us died away, but the drums went on, the pounding suddenly coming from inside my head. Trying desperately not to clamp my hands to my ears, I looked about. A great circle had been formed, and there were 10 of them at least, these creatures. I saw young ones, old ones, men and women, a young boy, and all clothed in the remnants of human garments, caked with earth, feet bare, hair tangled with filth. There was the woman I had spoken to on the stairs, her well-shaped body clothed in a filthy robe, her quick black eyes glinting like jewels in the dirt as she studied us. And beyond these, the advance guard were a pair in the shadows, beating the kettle drums. I begged silently for strength. I tried to hear Nicola without actually thinking of him. Solemn vow, I shall get us all out of here, though at the moment I do not know exactly how. The drumbeat was slowing, becoming an ugly cadence that made the alien feeling of fear a fist against my throat. One of the torchbearers approached. I could feel the anticipation of the others, a palpable excitement as the flames were thrust at me. I snatched the torch from the creature, twisting his right hand until he was flung down on his knees. With a hard kick I sent him sprawling, and as the others rushed in I swung the torch wide, driving them back. Then, defiantly, I threw down the torch. This caught them off guard, and I sensed a sudden quietness. The excitement was drained away, or rather it had lapsed into something more patient and less volatile. The drums beat insistently, but it seemed they were ignoring the drums. They were staring at the buckles on our shoes, at our hair and our faces, with such distress they appeared menacing and hungry. And a young boy with a look of anguish reached out to touch Gabrielle. "Get back!" I hissed. And he obeyed, snatching up the torch from the ground as he did. But I knew it for certain now. We were surrounded by envy and curiosity, and this was the strongest advantage we possessed. I looked from one to the other of them, and quite slowly I commenced to brush the filth from my frock coat and breeches. I smoothed my cloak as I straightened my shoulders. Then I ran a hand through my hair and stood with my arms folded, the picture of righteous dignity, gazing about. Gabrielle gave a faint smile. She stood, composed, her hand on the hilt of her sword. The effect of this on the others was universal amazement. The dark-eyed female was enthralled. I winked at her. She would have been gorgeous if someone had thrown her into a waterfall and held her there for half an hour, and I told her so, silently. She took 2 steps backwards and pulled closed her robe over her breasts. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. "What is the explanation for all this?" I asked, staring at them one by one as if they were quite peculiar. Again Gabrielle gave her faint smile. "What are you meant to be?" I demanded. "The images of chain-rattling ghosts who haunt cemeteries and ancient castles?" They were glancing to one another, getting uneasy. The drums had stopped. "My childhood nurse many a time thrilled me with tales of such fiends," I said. "Told me they might at any moment leap out of the suits of armor in our house to carry me away screaming." I stomped my foot and dashed forward. "Is that what you are?" They shrieked and shrank back. The black-eyed woman didn't move, however. I laughed softly. "And your bodies are just like ours, aren't they?" I asked slowly. "Smooth, without flaw, and in your eyes I can see evidence of my own powers. Most strange." Confusion coming from them. And the howling in the walls seemed fainter, as if the entombed were listening in spite of their pain. "Is it great fun, living in filth and stench such as this?" I asked. "Is that why you do it?" Fear. Envy again. How had we managed to escape their fate? "Our leader is Satan," said the dark-eyed woman sharply. Cultured voice. She'd been something to reckon with when she was mortal. And we serve Satan as we are meant to do. Why? I asked politely. Consternation all around. Faint shimmer of Nicola. Agitation without direction. Had he heard my voice? "You will bring down the wrath of God on all of us with your defiance," said the boy, the smallest of them, who couldn't have been more than 16 when he was made. "In vanity and wickedness you disregard the dark ways. You live among mortals. You walk in the places of light." "And why don't you?" I asked. "Are you to go to heaven on white wings when this penitential sojourn of yours is ended? Is that what Satan promises? Salvation? I wouldn't count on it if I were you." "You will be thrown into the pit of hell for your sins," said one of the others, a tiny hag of a woman. "You will have power to do evil on earth no more." "When is that supposed to happen?" I asked. "For half a year I've been what I am. God and Satan have not troubled me. It is you who trouble me." They were paralyzed for the moment. Why hadn't we been struck dead when we entered the churches? How could we be what we were? It was very likely they could have been scattered now and beaten. But what about Nicky? If only his thoughts were directed, I could have gained some image of exactly what lay behind that great heap of mouldering black cloth. I kept my eyes on the vampires. Wood, pitch, a pyre there, surely, and these damned torches. The dark-eyed woman edged in. No malice, only fascination. But the boy pushed her to the side, infuriating her. He stepped so close I could feel his breath on my face. "Bastard!" he said. "You are made by the outcast Magnus, in defiance of the coven and in defiance of the dark ways. And so you gave the dark gift to this woman in rashness and vanity, as it was given to you." "If Satan does not punish," said the tiny woman, "we will punish, as is our duty and our right." The boy pointed to the black, draped pyre. He motioned for the others to draw back. The kettle drums came up again, fast and loud. The circle widened, the torch-bearers drawing near to the cloth. Two of the others tore down the ragged drapery, great sheets of black surge that sent up the dust in a suffocating cloud. The pyre was as big as the one that had consumed Magnus. And on top of the pyre, in a crude wooden cage, Nicola knelt, slumped against the bars. He stared blindly at us, and I could find no recognition in his face or his thoughts. The vampires held their torches high for us to see, and I could feel their excitement rising again, as it had when they had first brought us into the room. Gabrielle was cautioning me with a press of her hand to be calm. Nothing changed in her expression. There were bluish marks on Nicky's throat. The lace of his shirt was filthy, as were their rags, and his breeches were snagged and torn. He was in fact covered with bruises and drained almost to the point of death. The fear silently exploded in my heart, but I knew this was what they wanted to see, and I sealed it within. The cage is nothing. I can break it. And there are only 3 torches. The question is when to move, how. We would not perish like this, not like this. I found myself staring coldly at Nicola, coldly at the bundles of kindling, the crude chopped wood. The anger rolled out of me. Gabrielle's face was a perfect mask of hate. The group seemed to feel this and to move ever so slightly away from it, and then to draw in, confused and uncertain again. But something else was happening. The circle was tightening. Gabrielle touched my arm. "The leader is coming," she said. A door had opened somewhere. The drums surged, and it seemed those imprisoned in the walls went into agony, pleading to be forgiven and released. The vampires around us took up the cries in a frenzy. It was all I could do not to cover my ears. A strong instinct told me not to look at the leader, but I couldn't resist him. And slowly I turned to look at him and measure his powers again. Chapter 2. He was moving towards the center of this great circle, his back to the pyre, a strange woman vampire at his side. And when I looked full at him, in the torchlight, I felt the same shock I had experienced when he entered Notre Dame. It wasn't merely his beauty. It was the astonishing innocence of his boyish face. He moved so lightly and swiftly, I could not see his feet actually take steps. His huge eyes regarded us without anger, his hair, for all the dust in it, giving off faint, reddish glints. I tried to feel his mind, what it was, why such a sublime being should command these sad ghosts when it had the world to roam. I tried to discover again what I had almost discovered when we stood before the altar of the cathedral, this creature and I. If I knew that, maybe I could defeat him. And defeat him I would. I thought I saw him respond to me, some silent answer, some flash of heaven in the very pit of hell in his innocent expression, as if the devil still retained the face and form of the angel after the fall. But something was very wrong. The leader was not speaking. The drums beat on anxiously, yet there was no communal conviction. The dark-eyed woman vampire was not joined with the others in their wailing, and others had stopped as well. And the woman who had come in with the leader, a strange creature clothed as an ancient queen might have been, in ragged gown and braided girdle, commenced to laugh. The coven, or whatever it called itself, was quite understandably stunned. One of the kettle drums stopped. The queen creature laughed louder and louder. Her white teeth flashed through the filthy veil of her snarled hair. Beautiful she'd been once, and it wasn't mortal age that had ravaged her. Rather, she appeared the lunatic, her mouth a horrid grimace, her eyes staring wildly before her, her body bent suddenly in an arc with her laughing, as Magnus had bent when he danced around his own funeral pyre. "Did I not warn you?" she screamed. "Did I not?" Far behind her, Nicola moved in the little cage. I felt the laughter scorching him. But he was looking steadily at me, and the old sensibility was stamped on his features in spite of their distortion. Fear struggled with malice in him, and this was tangled with wonder and near despair. The auburn-haired leader stared at the queen vampire, his expression unreadable, and the boy with the torch stepped forward and shouted for the woman to be silent at once. He made himself rather regal now, in spite of his rags. The woman turned her back on him and faced us. She sang her words in a hoarse, sexless voice that gave way to galloping laughter. "1,000 times I said it, yet you would not listen to me," she declared. Her gown shivered about her as she trembled. "And you called me mad, time's martyr, a vagrant Cassandra, corrupted by too long a vigil on this earth. Well, you see, every one of my predictions has come true." The leader gave her not the slightest recognition. "And it took this creature." She approached me, her face a hideous comic mask, as Magnus's face had been. "This romping cavalier, to prove it to you once and for all." She hissed, drew in her breath, and stood erect. And for one moment in perfect stillness she passed into beauty. I longed to comb her hair, to wash it with my own hands, and to clothe her in modern dress, to see her in the mirror of my time. In fact, my mind went suddenly wild with the idea of it, the reclaiming of her and the washing away of her evil disguise. I think for 1 second the concept of eternity burned in me. I knew then what immortality was. All things were possible with her, or so for that one moment it seemed. She gazed at me and caught the visions, and the loveliness of her face deepened, but the mad humor was coming back. "Punish them!" the boy stormed. "Call down the judgment of Satan! Light the fire!" But no one moved in the vast room. The old woman hummed with her lips closed, some eerie melody with the cadence of speech. The leader stared as before. But the boy, in panic, advanced upon us. He bared his fangs, raised his hand in a claw. I snatched the torch from him and dealt him an indifferent blow to the chest that sent him across the dusty circle, sliding into the kindling banked against the pyre. I ground out the torch in the dirt. The queen vampire let out a shriek of laughter that seemed to terrify the others. But nothing changed in the leader's face. "I won't stand here for any judgment of Satan," I said, glancing around the circle, "unless you bring Satan here." "Yes, tell them, child, make them answer to you," the old woman said triumphantly. The boy was on his feet again. "You know the crimes," he roared as he re-entered the circle. He was furious now, and he exuded power, and I realized how impossible it was to judge any of them by the mortal form they retained. He might well have been an elder, the tiny old woman a fledgling, the boyish leader the eldest of them all. "Behold," he said, stepping closer, his grey eyes gleaming as he felt the attention of the others. "This fiend was no novice here or anywhere. He did not beg to be received. He made no vows to Satan. He did not on his deathbed give up his soul, and in fact he did not die." His voice went higher, grew louder. "He was not buried. He has not risen from the grave as a child of darkness. Rather, he dares to roam the world in the guise of a living being, and in the very midst of Paris conducts business as a mortal man." Shrieks answered him from the walls. But the vampires of the circle were silent as he gazed at them. His jaw trembled. He threw up his arms and wailed. One or two of the others answered. His face was disfigured with rage. The old queen vampire gave a shiver of laughter and looked at me with the most maniacal smile. But the boy wasn't giving up. "He seeks the comforts of the hearth, strictly forbidden," he screamed, stamping his foot and shaking his garments. "He goes into the very palaces of carnal pleasure and mingles there with mortals as they play music, as they dance." "Stop your raving," I said, but in truth I wanted to hear him out. He plunged forward, sticking his finger in my face. "No rituals can purify him," he shouted. "Too late for the dark vows, the dark blessings." "Dark vows, dark blessings?" I turned to the old queen. "What do you say to all this? You're as old as Magnus was when he went into the fire. Why do you suffer this to go on?" Her eyes moved in her head suddenly, as if they alone possessed life. And there came that racing laughter out of her again. "I shall never harm you, young one," she said. "Either of you." She looked lovingly at Gabrielle. "You are on the devil's road to a great adventure. What right have I to intervene in what the centuries have in store for you?" The devil's road. It was the first phrase from any of them that had rung a clarion in my soul. An exhilaration took hold of me, merely looking at her. In her own way she was Magnus's twin. "Oh, yes, I am as old as your progenitor." She smiled, her white fangs just touching her lower lip, then vanishing. She glanced at the leader, who watched her without the slightest interest or spirit. "I was here," she said, "within this coven, when Magnus stole our secrets from us, that crafty one, the alchemist, Magnus, when he drank the blood that would give him life everlasting in a manner which the world of darkness had never witnessed before. And now 3 centuries have passed, and he has given his pure and undiluted dark gift to you, beautiful child." Her face became again that leering, grinning mask of comedy, so much like Magnus's face. "Show it to me, child," she said. "The strength he gave you. Do you know what it means to be made a vampire by one that powerful who has never given the gift before?" It's forbidden here, child. No one of such age conveys his power. For if he should, the fledgling born of him should easily overcome this gracious leader in his coven here."
"Stop this ill-conceived lunacy," the boy interrupted.
But everyone was listening. The pretty dark-eyed woman had come nearer to us, the better to see the old queen, and completely forgetting to fear or hate us now.
100 years ago you'd said enough,"
the boy roared at the old queen, with his hand up to command her silence. "You're mad, as all the old ones are mad. It's the death you suffer. I tell you all, this outlaw must be punished. Order shall be restored when he and the woman he made are destroyed before us all." With renewed fury he turned on the others. "I tell you, you walk this earth as all evil things do, by the will of God, to make mortals suffer for his divine glory. And by the will of God you can be destroyed if you blaspheme, and thrown in the vats of hell now, for you are damned souls, and your immortality is given you only at the price of suffering and torment." A burst of wailing commenced uncertainly. "So there it is finally. The whole philosophy, and the whole is founded upon a lie. And you cower like peasants, in hell already by your own choosing, and chained more surely than the lowest mortal, and you wish to punish us because we do not? Follow our examples because we do not." The vampires were, some of them, staring at us, others in frantic conversations that broke out all around. Again and again they glanced to the leader and to the old queen. But the leader would say nothing. The boy screamed for order.
"It is not enough that he has profaned holy places," he said. "Not enough that he goes about as a mortal man. This very night, in a village in the banlieue, he terrified the congregation of an entire church. All of Paris is talking of this horror, the ghouls rising from the graves beneath the very altar, he and this female vampire on whom he worked the dark trick without consent or ritual, just as he was made."
There were gasps, more murmurs, but the old queen screamed with delight.
"These are high crimes," he said. "I tell you they cannot go unpunished. And who among you does not know of his mockeries on the stage of the Boulevard Theatre, which he himself holds as property as a mortal man? There, to 1,000 Parisians, he flaunted his powers as a child of darkness, and the secrecy we have protected for centuries was broken for his amusement and the amusement of a common crowd."
The old queen rubbed her hands together, cocking her head to the side as she looked at me. "Is it all true, child?" she asked. "Did you sit in a box at the opera? Did you stand before the footlights of the Théâtre Français? Did you dance with the king and queen in the palace of the Tuileries, you and this beauty you made so perfectly? Is it true you travel the boulevards in a golden coach?" She laughed and laughed, her eyes now and then scanning the others, subduing them as if she gave forth a beam of warm light. "Ah, such finery and such dignity," she continued. "What happened in the great cathedral when you entered it? Tell me now." "Absolutely nothing, madam," I declared.
"High crimes!" roared the outraged boy vampire. "These are frights enough to rouse a city, if not a kingdom, against us. And after centuries in which we have preyed upon this metropolis in stealth, giving birth only to the gentlest whispers of our great power. Haunts we are, creatures of the night, meant to feed the fears of man, not raving demons."
But it is too sublime," sang the old queen with her eyes on the domed ceiling. "From my stone pillow I have dreamed dreams of the mortal world above. I've heard its voices, its new music, its lullabies, as I lie in my grave. I have envisioned its fantastical discoveries. I have known its courage in the timeless sanctum of my thoughts. And though it shuts me out with its dazzling forms, I long for one with the strength to roam it fearlessly, to ride the devil's road through its heart." The gray-eyed boy was beside himself.
"Dispense with the trial," he said, glaring at the leader. "Light the pyre now!" The queen stepped back out of my way with an exaggerated gesture as the boy reached for the torch nearest him, and I rushed at him, snatching the torch away from him and heaving him up towards the ceiling, head over heels, so that he came tumbling in that manner all the way down. I stamped out the torch. That left one more, and the coven was in perfect disorder, several rushing to aid the boy, the others murmuring to one another, the leader stock still as if in a dream. And in this interval I went forward, climbed up the pyre, and tore loose the front of the little wooden cage. Nicolas looked like an animated corpse. His eyes were leaden, and his mouth twisted as if he were smiling at me, hating me from the other side of the grave. I dragged him free of the cage and brought him down to the dirt floor. He was feverish, and though I ignored it and would have concealed it if I could, he shoved at me and cursed me under his breath. The old queen watched in fascination. I glanced at Gabrielle, who watched without a particle of fear. I drew out the pearl rosary from my waistcoat, and letting the crucifix dangle, I placed the rosary around Nicolas's neck. He stared stuporously down at the little cross, and then he began to laugh. The contempt, the malice came out of him in this low, metallic sound. It was the very opposite of the sounds made by the vampires. You could hear the human blood in it, the human thickness of it, echoing against the walls. Ruddy and hot and strangely unfinished, he seemed suddenly, the only mortal among us, like a child thrown among porcelain dolls. The coven was more confused than ever. The two burnt-out torches still lay untouched. "Now, by your own rules, you cannot harm him," I said. "Yet it's a vampire who has given him the supernatural protection. Tell me how to compass that." I carried Nicky forward, and Gabrielle at once reached out to take him in her arms. He accepted this, though he stared at her as if he didn't know her, and even lifted his fingers to touch her face. She took his hand away as she might the hand of a baby, and kept her eyes fixed on the leader and on me. "If your leader has no words for you now, I have words. Go wash yourselves in the waters of the Seine, and clothe yourselves like humans if you can remember how, and prowl among men as you are obviously meant to do." The defeated boy vampire stumbled back into the circle, pushing roughly away those who had helped him to his feet. "Armand," he implored the silent, auburn-haired leader, "bring the coven to order. Armand, save us now." "Why in the name of hell," I outshouted him, "did the devil give you beauty, agility, eyes to see visions, minds to cast spells?" Their eyes were fixed on me, all of them. The grey-haired boy cried out the name Armand again, but in vain. "You waste your gifts," I said. "And worse, you waste your immortality. Nothing in all the world is so nonsensical and contradictory, save mortals, that is, who live in the grip of the superstitions of the past." Perfect silence reigned. I could hear Nicky's slow breathing. I could feel his warmth. I could feel his numbed fascination struggling against death itself. "Have you no cunning?" I asked the others, my voice swelling in the stillness. "Have you no craft? How did I, an orphan, stumble upon so much possibility when you, nurtured as you are by these evil parents—" I broke off to stare at the leader and the furious boy, "grope like blind things under the earth." "The power of Satan will blast you into hell," the boy bellowed, gathering all his remaining strength. "You keep saying that," I said, "and it keeps not happening, as we can all see." Loud murmurs of assent. "And if you really thought it would happen," I said, "you would never have bothered to bring me here." Louder voices in agreement. I looked at the small, forlorn figure of the leader, and all eyes turned away from me to him. Even the Mad Queen vampire looked at him, and in the stillness I heard him whisper, "It is finished." Not even the tormented ones in the wall made a sound, and the leader spoke again. "Go now, all of you. It is at an end. "Armand, no!" the boy pleaded. But the others were backing away, faces concealed behind hands as they whispered. The drums were cast aside, the single torch was hung upon the wall. I watched the leader. I knew his words weren't meant to release us. And after he had silently driven out the protesting boy with the others so that only the Queen remained with him, he turned his gaze once again to me.
This ends Disc 8. The Vampire Lestat, Disc 9.
Chapter 3. The great empty room beneath its immense dome, with only the two vampires watching us, seemed all the more ghastly, the one torch giving a feeble and gloomy light. Silently I considered, will the others leave the cemetery, or hover at the top of the stairs? Will any of them allow me to take Nicky alive from this place? The boy will remain near, but the boy is weak. The old Queen will do nothing. That leaves only the leader, really. But I must not be impulsive now. He was still staring at me and saying nothing. "Armand," I said respectfully, "may I address you in this way?" I drew closer, scanning him for the slightest change of expression. "You are obviously the leader, and you are the one who can explain all this." But these words were a poor cover for my thoughts. I was appealing to him. I was asking him how he had led them in all this. He who appeared as ancient as the old Queen, compassing some depth they would not understand. I pictured him standing before the altar of Notre Dame again, that ethereal expression on his face, and I found myself believing perfectly in him and the possibility of him, this ancient one who had stood silent all this while. I think I searched him now for just an instant of human feeling. That's what I thought wisdom would reveal. And the mortal in me, the vulnerable one who had cried in the inn at the vision of the chaos, said, "Armand, what is the meaning of all this?" It seemed the brown eyes faltered. But then the face so subtly transformed itself to rage that I drew back. I didn't believe my senses. The sudden changes he had undergone in Notre Dame were nothing to this, and such a perfect incarnation of malice I'd never seen. Even Gabrielle moved away. She raised her right hand to shield Nicky, and I stepped back until I was beside her and our arms touched. But in the same miraculous way, the hatred melted. The face was again that of a sweet and fresh mortal boy. The old Queen vampire smiled almost wanly and ran her white claws through her hair. "You turn to me for explanations?" the leader asked. His eyes moved over Gabrielle and the dazed figure of Nicolas against her shoulder, then returned to me. "I could speak until the end of the world," he said, "and I could never tell you what you have destroyed here." I thought the old Queen made some derisive sound, but I was too engaged with him, the softness of his speech and the great raging anger within. "Since the beginning of time," he said, "these mysteries have existed." He seemed small, standing in this vast chamber, the voice issuing from him effortlessly, his hands limp at his sides. "Since the ancient days, there have been our kind, haunting the cities of man, preying upon him by night as God and the devil commanded us to do. The chosen of Satan we are, and those admitted to our ranks had first to prove themselves through 100 crimes before the dark gift of immortality was given to them." He came just a little nearer me, the torchlight glimmering in his eyes. "Before their loved ones, they appeared to die," he said, "and with only a small infusion of our blood did they endure the terror of the coffin as they waited for us to come. Then, and only then, was the dark gift given. and they were sealed again in the grave after, until their thirst should give them the strength to break the narrow box and rise. His voice grew slightly louder, more resonant. It was death they knew in those dark chambers. It was death and the power of evil they understood as they rose, breaking open the coffin and the iron doors that held them in. And pity the weak, those who couldn't break out, those whose wails brought mortals the day after, for none would answer by night. We gave no mercy to them, but those who rose. Ah, those were the vampires who walked the earth, tested, purified, children of darkness, born of a fledgling's blood, never the full power of an ancient master, so that time would bring the wisdom to use the dark gifts before they grew truly strong. And on these were imposed the rules of darkness, to live among the dead, for we are dead things, returning always to one's own grave or one very nearly like it, to shun the places of light, luring victims away from the company of others, to suffer death in unholy and haunted places, and to honor forever the power of God, the crucifix about the neck, the sacraments, and never, never to enter the house of God, lest he strike you powerless, casting you into hell, ending your reign on earth in blazing torment. He paused. He looked at the old queen for the first time, and it seemed, though I could not truly tell, that her face maddened him. "You scorn these things," he said to her. "Magnus scorned these things." He commenced to tremble. It was the nature of his madness, as it is the nature of yours. But I tell you, you do not understand these mysteries. You shatter them like so much glass, but you have no strength, no power save ignorance. You break, and that is all. He turned away, hesitating as if he would not go on, and looking about at the vast crypt. I heard the old vampire queen very softly singing. She was chanting something under her breath, and she began to rock back and forth, her head to one side, her eyes dreamy. Once again she looked beautiful. "It is finished for my children," the leader whispered. "It is finished and done, for they know now they can disregard all of it. The things that bound us together, gave us the strength to endure as damned things, the mysteries that protected us here." Again he looked at me. "And you ask me for explanations as if it were inexplicable," he said. "You for whom the working of the dark trick is an act of shameless greed. You gave it to the very womb that bore you. Why not to this one, the devil's fiddler, whom you worship from afar every night?" "Have I not told you?" sang the vampire queen. "Haven't we always known? There is nothing to fear in the sign of the cross, nor the holy water, nor the sacrament itself." She repeated the words, varying the melody under her breath, adding as she went on, "And the old rites, the incense, the fire, the vows spoken, when we thought we saw the evil one in the dark, whispering." "Silence," said the leader, dropping his voice. His hands almost went to his ears in a strangely human gesture. Like a boy he looked, almost lost. God, that our immortal bodies could be such varied prisons for us, that our immortal faces should be such masks for our true souls. Again he fixed his eyes on me. I thought for a moment there would be another of those ghastly transformations, or that some uncontrollable violence would come from him, and I hardened myself. But he was imploring me silently. "Why did this come about?" His voice almost dried in his throat as he repeated it aloud, as he tried to curb his rage. "You explain to me. Why you with the strength of 10 vampires and the courage of a hell full of devils, crashing through the world in your brocade and your leather boots. Lelio, the actor from the House of Thespians, making us into grand drama on the boulevard. Tell me why." "It was Magnus's strength, Magnus's genius," sang the woman vampire with the most wistful smile. "No," he shook his head. "I tell you he is beyond all account. He knows no limit, and so he has no limit. But why?" He moved just a little closer, not seeming to walk, but to come more clearly into focus, as an apparition might. "Why you," he demanded, "with the boldness to walk their streets, break their locks, call them by name? They dress your hair, they fit your clothes, you gamble at their tables, deceiving them, embracing them, drinking their blood only steps from where other mortals laugh and dance. You who shun cemeteries and burst from crypts in churches. Why you? Thoughtless, arrogant, ignorant, and disdainful, you give me the explanation. Answer me." My heart was racing. My face was warm and pulsing with blood. I was in no fear of him now, but I was angry, beyond all mortal anger, and I didn't fully understand why. His mind. I had wanted to pierce his mind, and this is what I heard, this superstition, this absurdity. He was no sublime spirit who understood what his followers had not. He had not believed it. He had believed in it. 1,000 times worse. And I realized quite clearly what he was. Not demon or angel at all, but a sensibility forged in a dark time when the small orb of the sun traveled the dome of the heavens, and the stars were no more than tiny lanterns describing gods and goddesses upon a closed night. A time when man was the center of this great world in which we roam, a time when for every question there had been an answer. That was what he was, a child of olden days, when witches had danced beneath the moon and knights had battled dragons. Ah, sad lost child, roaming the catacombs beneath a great city and an incomprehensible century. Maybe your mortal form is more fitting than I supposed. But there was no time to mourn for him, beautiful as he was. Those entombed in the walls suffered at his command. Those he had sent out of the chamber could be called back. I had to think of a reply to his question that he would be able to accept. The truth wasn't enough. It had to be arranged poetically, the way that the old thinkers would have arranged it in the world before the age of reason had come to be. "My answer?" I said softly. I was gathering my thoughts, and I could almost feel Gabrielle's warning, Nicky's fear. "I'm no dealer in mysteries," I said, "no lover of philosophy. But it's plain enough what has happened here." He studied me with a strange earnestness. "If you fear so much the power of God," I said, "then the teachings of the Church aren't unknown to you. You must know that the forms of goodness change with the ages, that there are saints for all times under heaven." Visibly he hearkened to this, warmed to the words I used. "In ancient days," I said, "there were martyrs who quenched the flames that sought to burn them, mystics who rose into the air as they heard the voice of God. But as the world changed, so changed the saints. What are they now but obedient nuns and priests? They build hospitals and orphanages, but they do not call down the angels to rout armies or tame the savage beast." I could see no change in him, but I pressed on. "And so it is with evil, obviously. It changes its form. How many men in this age believe in the crosses that frighten your followers? Do you think mortals above are speaking to each other of heaven and hell? Philosophy is what they talk about, and science. What does it matter to them if white-faced haunts prowl a churchyard after dark? A few more murders in a wilderness of murders. How can this be of interest to God or the devil or to man?" I heard again the old queen vampire laughing. But Armand didn't speak or move. "Even your playground is about to be taken from you," I continued. "This cemetery in which you hide is about to be removed altogether from Paris. Even the bones of our ancestors are no longer sacred in this secular age." His face softened suddenly. He couldn't conceal his shock. "Les innocents destroyed," he whispered. "You're lying to me." "I never lie," I said offhand.
At least not to those I don't love. The people of Paris don't want the stench of graveyards around them anymore. The emblems of the dead don't matter to them as they matter to you. Within a few years, markets, streets, and houses will cover this spot. Commerce, practicality, that is the 18th century world.
"Stop," he whispered. "Les Innocents has existed as long as I have existed." His boyish face was strained. The old queen was undisturbed. "Don't you see?" I said softly. "It is a new age. It requires a new evil. And I am that new evil." I paused, watching him. I am the vampire for these times. He had not foreseen my point, and I saw in him for the first time a glimmer of terrible understanding, the first glimmer of real fear. I made a small, accepting gesture. "This incident in the village church tonight," I said cautiously. "It was vulgar, I am inclined to agree. My actions on the stage of theatre worse still. But these were blunders, and you know they aren't the source of your rancor. Forget them for the moment and try to envision my beauty and my power. Try to see the evil that I am. I stalk the world in mortal dress, the worst of fiends, the monster who looks exactly like everyone else." The woman vampire made a low song of her laughter. I could feel only pain from him, and from her the warm emanation of her love. "Think of it, Armand," I pressed carefully. "Why should death lurk in the shadows? Why should death wait at the gate? There is no bedchamber, no ballroom that I cannot enter. Death in the glow of the hearth, death on tiptoe in the corridor, that is what I am. Speak to me of the dark gifts. I use them. I'm gentleman death in silk and lace, come to put out the candles, the canker in the heart of the rose." There was a faint moan from Nicolas. I think I heard Armand sigh. "There is no place where they can hide from me," I said. "These godless and powerful ones who would destroy Les Innocents. There is no lock that can keep me out." He stared back at me silently. He appeared sad and calm. His eyes were darkened slightly, but they were untroubled by malice or rage. He didn't speak for a long moment, and then, "A splendid mission, that," he said, "to devil them mercilessly as you live among them. But it's you, still, who don't understand." "How so?" I asked. "You can't endure in the world, living among men. You cannot survive." "But I do," I said simply. "The old mysteries have given way to a new style, and who knows what will follow? There's no romance in what you are. There is great romance in what I am." "You can't be that strong," he said. "You don't know what you're saying. You have only just come into being. You are young." "He is very strong, however, this child," mused the queen, "and so is his beautiful newborn companion. They are fiends of high-blown ideas and great reason, these two." "You can't live among men," Armand insisted again. His face colored for 1 second. But he wasn't my enemy now. Rather, he was some wandering elder struggling to tell me a critical truth. And at the same moment he seemed a child imploring me. And in that struggle lay his essence, parent and child, pleading with me to listen to what he had to say. And why not? I tell you, I belong among men. It is their blood that makes me immortal." "Ah, yes, immortal, but you have not begun to understand it," he said. "It's no more than a word. Study the fate of your maker. Why did Magnus go into the flames? It's an age-old truth among us, and you haven't even guessed it. Live among men, and the passing years will drive you to madness. To see others grow old and die, to see kingdoms rise and fall, to lose all you understand and cherish, who can endure it? It will drive you to idiot raving and despair. Your own immortal kind is your protection, your salvation. The ancient ways, don't you see, which never changed. He stopped, shocked that he had used this word, salvation, and it reverberated through the room, his lips shaping it again. "Armand," the old queen sang softly, "madness may come to the eldest we know, whether they keep to the old ways or abandon them." She made a gesture, as if to attack him with her white claws, screeching with laughter as he stared coldly back. "I have kept to the old ways as long as you have, and I am mad, am I not? Perhaps that is why I have kept them so well." He shook his head angrily in protest. Was he not the living proof it need not be so? But she drew near to me and took hold of my arm, turning my face towards her. "Did Magnus tell you nothing, child?" she asked. I felt an immense power flowing from her. "While others prowled this sacred place," she said, "I went alone across the snow-covered fields to find Magnus. My strength is so great now, it is as if I have wings. I climbed to his window to find him in his chamber, and together we walked the battlements, unseen by all save the distant stars." She drew even closer, her grip tightening. "Many things Magnus knew," she said, "and it is not madness which is your enemy, not if you are really strong. The vampire who leaves his coven to dwell among human beings faces a dreadful hell long before madness comes. He grows irresistibly to love mortals. He comes to understand all things in love." "Let me go," I whispered softly. Her glance was holding me as surely as her hands. "With the passage of time, he comes to know mortals as they may never know each other," she continued, undaunted, her eyebrows rising. "And, finally, there comes the moment when he cannot bear to take life, or bear to make suffering, and nothing but madness or his own death will ease his pain. That is the fate of the old ones which Magnus described to me, Magnus, who suffered all afflictions in the end." At last she released me. She receded from me, as if she were an image in a sailor's glass. "I don't believe what you're saying," I whispered. But the whisper was like a hiss. "Magnus? Love mortals?" "Of course you do not," she said with her graven jester's smile. Armand, too, was looking at her as if he did not understand. "My words have no meaning now," she added, "but you have all the time in the world to understand." Laughter, howling laughter, scraping the ceiling of the crypt. Cries again from within the walls. She threw back her head with her laugh. Armand was horror-stricken as he watched her. It was as if he saw the laughter emanating from her like so much glittering light. "No, but it's a lie, a hideous simplification," I said. My head was throbbing suddenly. My eyes were throbbing. "I mean, it's a concept born out of moral idiocy, this idea of love." I put my hands to my temples. A deadly pain in me was growing. The pain was dimming my vision, sharpening my memory of Magnus's dungeon, the mortal prisoners who had died among the rotted bodies of those condemned before them in the stinking crypt. Armand looked to me now as if I were torturing him, as the old queen tortured him with her laughter, and her laughter went right on, rising and falling away. Armand's hands went out towards me as if he would touch me, but did not dare. All the rapture and pain I'd known in these past months came together inside me. I felt quite suddenly as if I would begin to roar as I had that night on Renaud's stage. I was aghast at these sensations. I was murmuring nonsense syllables again aloud. "Lestat," Gabrielle whispered. "Love mortals?"
I said. I stared at the old queen's inhuman face, horrified suddenly to see the black eyelashes like spikes about her glistening eyes, her flesh like animated marble. Love mortals? Does it take you 300 years? I glared at Gabrielle. From the first nights when I held them close to me, I loved them, drinking up their life, their death. I love them. Dear God, is that not the very essence of the dark gift? My voice was growing in volume as it had that night in the theatre. Oh, what are you that you do not? What vile things that this is the sum of your wisdom, the simple capacity to feel. I backed away from them, looking about me at this giant tomb, the damp earth arching over our heads. The place was passing out of the material into an hallucination. God, do you lose your reason with the dark trick? I asked. With your rituals, your sealing up of the fledglings in the grave? Or were you monsters when you were living? How could we not all of us love mortals with every breath we take? No answer. Except the senseless cries of the starving ones. No answer. Just the dim beating of Nicky's heart. Well, hear me, whatever the case, I said. I pointed my finger at Armand, at the old queen. I never promised my soul to the devil for this. And when I made this one, it was to save her from the worms that eat the corpses around here. If loving mortals is the hell you speak of, I am already in it. I have met my fate. Leave me to it, and all scores are settled now. My voice had broken. I was gasping. I ran my hands back through my hair. Armand seemed to shimmer as he came close to me. His face was a miracle of seeming purity and awe. Dead things, I said. Come no closer. Talking of madness and love in this reeking place. And that old monster Magnus locking them up in his dungeon. How did he love them, his captives, the way boys love butterflies when they rip off their wings? No, child. You think you understand, but you do not, sang the woman vampire unperturbed. You have only just begun your loving. She gave a soft, lilting laugh. You feel sorry for them, that is all, and for yourself that you cannot be both human and inhuman. Isn't it so? Lies, I said. I moved closer to Gabrielle. I put my arm around her. You will come to understand all things in love, the old queen went on, when you are a vicious and hateful thing. This is your immortality, child, ever deeper understanding of it. And throwing up her arms again, she howled. Damn you, I said. I picked up Gabrielle and Nicky and carried them backwards towards the door. You're in hell already, I said, and I intend to leave you in hell now. I took Nicola out of Gabrielle's arms, and we ran through the catacomb towards the stairs. The old queen was in a frenzy of keening laughter behind us. And human as Orpheus, perhaps. I stopped and glanced back. Stop, Harry, Nicola whispered in my ear, and Gabrielle gave a gesture for me to come. Armand had not moved, and the old woman stood beside him, laughing still. Goodbye, brave children, she cried. Ride the devil's road bravely. Ride the devil's road as long as you can. The coven scattered like frightened ghosts in the cold rain as we burst out of the sepulchre. And baffled, they watched as we sped out of Les Innocents into the crowded Paris streets. Within moments we had stolen a carriage and were on our way out of the city into the countryside. I drove the team on relentlessly. Yet I was so mortally tired that preternatural strength seemed purely an idea. At every thicket and turn of the road I expected to see the filthy demons surrounding us again. But somehow I managed to get from a country inn the food and drink Nicola would need, and the blankets to keep him warm. He was unconscious long before we reached the tower, and I carried him up the stairs to that high cell where Magnus had first kept me. His throat was still swollen and bruised from their feasting on him.
And though he slept deeply as I laid him on the straw bed, I could feel the thirst in him, the awful craving that I'd felt after Magnus had drunk from me. Well, there was plenty of wine for him when he awakened, and plenty of food. And I knew, though how I couldn't tell, that he wouldn't die. What his daylight hours would be like I could hardly imagine. But he would be safe once I turned the key in the lock. And no matter what he had been to me or what he stood to be in the future, no mortal could wander free in my lair while I slept. Beyond that I couldn't reason. I felt like a mortal walking in his sleep. I was still staring down at him, hearing his vague, jumbled dreams of the horrors of Les Innocents, when Gabrielle came in. She had finished burying the poor unfortunate stable boy, and she looked like a dusty angel again, her hair stiff and tangled and full of delicate fractured light. She looked down at Nicky for a long moment, and then she drew me out of the room. After I had locked the door, she led me down to the lower crypt. There she put her arms tightly around me and held me, as if she too were worn almost to collapse. "Listen to me," she said finally, drawing back and putting her hands up to hold my face. "We'll get him out of France as soon as we rise. No one will ever believe his mad tales." I didn't answer. I could scarce understand her reasoning or her intentions. My head swam. "You can play the puppeteer with him," she said, "as you did with Renault's actors. You can send him off to the New World." "Sleep," I whispered. I kissed her open mouth. I held her with my eyes closed. I saw the crypt again, heard their strange, inhuman voices. All this would not stop. "After he's gone, then we can talk about these others," she said calmly. "Whether to leave Paris altogether for a while?" I let her go, but I turned away from her and I went to the sarcophagus and rested for a moment against the stone lid. For the first time in my immortal life I wanted the silence of the tomb, the feeling that all things were out of my hands. It seemed she said something else then. "Do not do this thing." Chapter 4. When I awoke I heard his cries. He was beating on the oaken door, cursing me for keeping him prisoner. The sound filled the tower, and the scent of him came through the stone walls. Succulent, oh so succulent, smell of living flesh and blood, his flesh and blood. She slept still. "Do not do this thing." Symphony of malice, symphony of madness coming through the walls, philosophy straining to contain the ghastly images, the torture, to surround it with language. When I stepped into the stairwell, it was like being caught in a whirlwind of his cries, his human smell. And all the remembered scents mingled with it, the afternoon sunshine on a wooden table, the red wine, the smoke of the little fire. "Lestat! Do you hear me, Lestat?" Thunder of fists against the door. Memory of childhood fairy tale. The giant says he smells the blood of a human in his lair. Horror. I knew the giant was going to find the human. I could hear him coming after the human, step by step. I was the human. Only no more. Smoke and salt of flesh and pumping blood. "This is the witch's place! Lestat, do you hear me? This is the witch's place!" Dull tremor of the old secrets between us, the love, the things that only we had known, felt, dancing in the witch's place. Can you deny it? Can you deny everything that passed between us? Get him out of France. Send him to the New World. And then what? All his life he is one of those slightly interesting but generally tiresome mortals who have seen spirits, talk of them incessantly, and no one believes him. Deepening madness. Will he be a comical lunatic finally?
the kind that even the ruffians and bullies look after, playing his fiddle in a dirty coat for the crowds on the streets of Port-au-Prince. "Be the puppeteer again," she had said. "Is that what I was? No one will ever believe his mad tales." "But he knows the place where we lie, Mother. He knows our names, the name of our kin, too many things about us, and he will never go quietly to another country. And they may go after him. They will never let him live now." Where are they? I went up the stairs in the whirlwind of his echoing cries, looked out the little barred window at the open land. They'll be coming again. They have to come. First I was alone, then I had her with me, and now I have them. But what was the crux? That he wanted it? That he had screamed over and over that I had denied him the power? Or was it that I now had the excuses I needed to bring him to me as I had wanted to do from the first moment? My Nicola, my love, eternity waits. All the great and splendid pleasures of being dead. I went further up the stairs towards him, and the thirst sang in me. To hell with his cries. The thirst sang, and I was an instrument of its singing. And his cries had become inarticulate, the pure essence of his curses, a dull punctuation to the misery that I could hear without need of any sound. Something divinely carnal in the broken syllables coming from his lips, like the low gush of the blood through his heart. I lifted the key and put it in the lock, and he went silent, his thoughts washing backwards and into him, as if the ocean could be sucked back into the tiny, mysterious coils of a single shell. I tried to see him in the shadows of the room, and not it. The love for him, the aching, wrenching months of longing for him, the hideous and unshakable human need for him, the lust. I tried to see the mortal who didn't know what he was saying as he glared at me. "You and your talk of goodness," low, seething voice, eyes glittering, "your talk of good and evil, your talk of what was right and what was wrong, and death, oh yes, death, the horror, the tragedy." Words, borne on the ever-swelling current of hatred, like flowers opening in the current, petals peeling back, then falling apart. And you shared it with her. The Lord's Son giveth to the Lord's wife his great gift, the dark gift. Those who live in the castle share the dark gift. Never were they dragged to the witch's place where the human grease pools on the ground at the foot of the burnt stake. No, kill the old crone who can no longer see to sow, and the idiot boy who cannot till the field. And what does he give us, the Lord's Son, the wolf-killer, the one who screamed in the witch's place? Coin of the realm, that's good enough for us. Shuddering, shirt soaked with sweat, gleam of taut flesh through the torn lace. Tantalizing the mere sight of it, the narrow, tightly muscled torso that sculptors so love to represent, nipples pink against the dark skin. This power! Sputtering as if all day long he had been saying the words over with the same intensity, and it does not really matter that now I am present. This power that made all the lies meaningless, this dark power that soared over everything, this truth that obliterated. No, language, not truth. The wine bottles were empty, the food devoured. His lean arms were hardened and tense for the struggle. But what struggle? His brown hair fallen out of its ribbon, his eyes enormous and glazed. But suddenly he pushed against the wall as if he'd go through it to get away from me. Dim remembrance of their drinking from him, the paralysis, the ecstasy. Yet he was drawn immediately forward again, staggering, putting his hands out to steady himself by taking hold of things that were not there. But his voice had stopped. Something breaking in his face. "How could you keep it from me?" he whispered.
Thoughts of old magic, luminous legend, some great eerie strata in which all the shadowy things thrived, an intoxication with forbidden knowledge in which the natural things become unimportant. No miracle any more to the leaves falling from the autumn trees, the sun in the orchard. No. The scent was rising from him like incense, like the heat and the smoke of church candles rising. Heart thumping under the skin of his naked chest, tight little belly glistening with sweat, sweat staining the thick leather belt, blood full of salt. I could scarce breathe. And we do breathe. We breathe and we taste and we smell and we feel and we thirst. You have misunderstood everything. Is this Lestat speaking? It sounded like some other demon, some loathsome thing for whom the voice was the imitation of a human voice. You have misunderstood everything that you have seen and heard.
I would have shared anything I possessed with you.
Rage building again, he reached out.
It was you who never understood, he whispered.
Take your life and leave with it. Run.
Don't you see it's the confirmation of everything? That it exists is the confirmation, pure evil, sublime evil.
Triumph in his eyes. He reached out suddenly and closed his hand on my face. Don't taunt me, I said. I struck him so hard he fell backwards, chastened, silent. When it was offered me, I said no. I tell you I said no. With my last breath I said no. You were always the fool, he said. I told you that. But he was breaking down. He was shuddering, and the rage was alchemizing into desperation. He lifted his arms again and then stopped. You believed things that didn't matter, he said almost gently. There was something you failed to see. Is it possible you don't know yourself what you possess now? The glaze over his eyes broke instantly into tears. His face knotted, unspoken words coming from him of love. And an awful self-consciousness came over me. Silent and lethal, I felt myself flooded with the power I had over him and his knowledge of it. And my love for him heated the sense of power, driving it towards a scorching embarrassment which suddenly changed into something else. We were in the wings of the theatre again. We were in the village in Auvergne, in that little inn. I smelled not merely the blood in him, but the sudden terror. He had taken a step back, and the very movement stoked the blaze in me as much as the vision of his stricken face. He grew smaller, more fragile. Yet he'd never seemed stronger, more alluring than he was now. All the expression drained from his face as I drew nearer. His eyes were wondrously clear. And his mind was opening as Gabrielle's mind had opened. And for one tiny second, there flared a moment of us together in the garret, talking and talking as the moon glared on the snow-covered roofs, or walking through the Paris streets, passing the wine back and forth, heads bowed against the first gust of winter rain. And there had been the eternity of growing up and growing old before us, and so much joy, even in misery, even in the misery. The real eternity, the real forever, the mortal mystery of that. But the moment faded in the shimmering expression of his face. "Come to me, Nicky," I whispered. I lifted both hands to beckon. "If you want it, you must come." I saw a bird soaring out of a cave above the open sea. And there was something terrifying about the bird and the endless waves over which it flew. Higher and higher it went, and the sky turned to silver, and then gradually the silver faded, and the sky went dark. The darkness of evening. Nothing to fear, really, nothing. Blessed darkness. But it was falling gradually and inexorably over nothing save this one tiny creature cawing in the wind above a great wasteland that was the world. Empty caves, empty sands, empty sea. All I had ever loved to look upon or listen to or felt with my hands was gone or never existed. And the birds circling and gliding flew on and on, upwards past me, or more truly past no one, holding the entire landscape without history or meaning in the flat blackness of one tiny eye. I screamed, but without a sound. I felt my mouth full of blood, and each swallow passing down my throat and into fathomless thirst. And I wanted to say, yes, I understand now. I understand how terrible, how unbearable this darkness. I didn't know, couldn't know. The birds sailing on through the darkness over the barren shore, the seamless sea. Dear God, stop it. Worse than the horror in the inn, worse than the helpless trumpeting of the fallen horse in the snow. But the blood was the blood, after all, and the heart, the luscious heart that was all hearts, was right there on tiptoe against my lips. Now, my love, now's the moment. I can swallow the life that beats from your heart and send you into the oblivion in which nothing may ever be understood or forgiven. Or I can bring you to me. I pushed him backwards. I held him to me like a crushed thing. But the vision wouldn't stop. His arms slipped around my neck, his face wet, eyes rolling up into his head. Then his tongue shot out. It licked hard at the gash I had made for him in my own throat. Yes, eager. But please stop this vision. Stop the upward flight in the great slant of the colorless landscape, the cawing that meant nothing over the howl of the wind. The pain is nothing compared to this darkness. I don't want to. But it was dissolving, slowly dissolving. And finally it was finished. The veil of silence had come down, as it had with her. Silence. He was separate. And I was holding him away from me, and he was almost falling, his hands to his mouth, the blood running down his chin in rivulets. His mouth was open, and a dry sound came out of it, in spite of the blood, a dry scream. And beyond him and beyond the remembered vision of the metallic sea and the lone bird who was its only witness, I saw her in the doorway, and her hair was a Virgin Mary veil of gold around her shoulders, and she said with the saddest expression on her face, "Disaster, my son." By midnight it was clear that he would not speak or answer to any voice or move of his own volition. He remained still and expressionless in the places to which he was taken. If the death pained him, he gave no sign. If the new vision delighted him, he kept it to himself. Not even the thirst moved him. And it was Gabrielle who, after studying him quietly for hours, took him in hand, cleaning him and putting new clothes on him. Black wool she chose, one of the few sombre coats I owned, and modest linen that made him look oddly like a young cleric, a little too serious, a little naive. And in the silence of the crypt as I watched them, I knew without doubt that they could hear each other's thoughts. Without a word she guided him through the grooming. Without a word she sent him back to the bench by the fire. Finally she said, "He should hunt now." And when she glanced at him, he rose without looking at her, as if pulled by a string. Numbly I watched them going, heard their feet on the stairs, and then I crept up after them stealthily, and holding to the bars of the gate I watched them move, two feline spirits across the field. The emptiness of the night was an indissoluble cold settling over me, closing me in. Not even the fire on the hearth warmed me when I returned to it. Emptiness here. And the quiet I had told myself that I wanted, just to be alone after the grisly struggle in Paris. Quiet And the realization, which I could not bring myself to confess to her, the realization gnawing at my insides like a starved animal, that I couldn't stand the sight of him now. Chapter 5. When I opened my eyes the next night, I knew what I meant to do. Whether or not I could stand to look at him wasn't important. I had made him this, and I had to rouse him from his stupor somehow. The hunt hadn't changed him, though apparently he'd drunk and killed well enough. And now it was up to me to protect him from the revulsion I felt, and to go into Paris and get the one thing that might bring him around. The violin was all he'd ever loved when he was alive. Maybe now it would awaken him. I'd put it in his hands, and he'd want to play it again. He'd want to play it with his new skill, and everything would change, and the chill in my heart would somehow melt. As soon as Gabrielle rose, I told her what I meant to do. "But what about the others?" she said. "You can't go riding into Paris alone." "Yes, I can," I said. "You're needed here with him. If the little pest should come around, they could lure him into the open the way he is now. And besides, I want to know what's happening under Les Innocents. If we have a real truce, I want to know." "I don't like your going," she said, shaking her head. "I tell you, if I didn't believe we should speak to the leader again, that we had things to learn from him and the old woman, I'd be leaving for Paris tonight." "And what could they possibly teach us?" I said coldly. "That the sun really revolves around the earth? That the earth is flat?" But the bitterness of my words made me feel ashamed. One thing they could tell me was why the vampires I'd made could hear each other's thoughts when I could not. But I was too crestfallen over my loathing of Nicky to think of all these things. I only looked at her and thought how glorious it had been to see the dark trick work its magic in her, to see it restore her youthful beauty, render her again the goddess she'd been to me when I was a little child. To see Nicky change had been to see him die. Maybe without reading the words in my soul, she understood it only too well. We embraced slowly. "Be careful," she said. I should have gone to the flat right away to look for his violin, and there was still my poor Roger to deal with, lies to tell, and this matter of getting out of Paris had seemed more and more the thing for us to do. But for hours I did just what I wanted. I hunted the Tuileries and the boulevards, pretending there was no coven under Les Innocents, that Nicky was alive still and safe somewhere, that Paris was all mine again. But I was listening for them every moment. I was thinking about the old queen, and I heard them when I least expected it, on the Boulevard du Temple, as I drew near to Renault's. Strange that they'd be in the places of light, as they called them. But within seconds I knew that several of them were hiding behind the theatre, and there was no malice this time, only a desperate excitement when they sensed that I was near. Then I saw the white face of the woman vampire, the dark-eyed pretty one with the witch's hair. She was in the alleyway beside the stage door, and she darted forward to beckon to me. I rode back and forth for a few moments. The boulevard was the usual spring evening panorama, hundreds of strollers amid the stream of carriage traffic, lots of street musicians, jugglers and tumblers, the lighted theatres with their doors open to invite the crowd. Why should I leave it to talk to these creatures? I listened. There were 4 of them, actually, and they were desperately waiting for me to come. They were in terrible fear. All right. I turned the horse and rode into the alley and all the way to the back, where they hovered together against the stone wall. The grey-eyed boy was there, which surprised me, and he had a dazed expression on his face. A tall, blond male vampire stood behind him with a handsome woman, both of them swathed in rags like lepers. It was the pretty one, the dark-eyed one who had laughed at my little jest on the stairs under Les Innocents, who spoke. "You have to help us," she whispered. "I do?" I tried to steady the mare. She didn't like their company. "Why do I have to help you?" I demanded. "He's destroying the coven," she said. "Destroying us," the boy said. But he didn't look at me. He was staring at the stones in front of him, and from his mind I caught flashes of what was happening, of the pyre lighted, of Armand forcing his followers into the fire. I tried to get this out of my head, but the images were now coming from all of them. The dark-eyed pretty one looked directly into my eyes as she strove to sharpen the pictures, Armand swinging a great charred beam of wood as he drove the others into the blaze, then stabbing them down into the flames with the beam as they struggled to escape. "Good Lord, there were 12 of you," I said. "Couldn't you fight?" "We did, and we are here," said the woman. "He burned 6 together, and the rest of us fled. In terror we sought strange resting places for the day. We had never done this before, slept away from our sacred graves. We didn't know what would happen to us. And when we rose, he was there. Another 2 he managed to destroy. So we are all that is left. He has even broken open the deep chambers and burned the starved ones. He has broken loose the earth to block the tunnels to our meeting place." The boy looked up slowly. "You did this to us," he whispered. "You have brought us all down." The woman stepped in front of him. "You must help us," she said. "Make a new coven with us. Help us to exist as you exist." She glanced impatiently at the boy. "But the old woman, the great one?" I asked. "It was she who commenced it," said the boy bitterly. "She threw herself into the fire. She said she would go to join Magnus. She was laughing. It was then that he drove the others into the flames as we fled." I bowed my head. So she was gone, and all she had known and witnessed had gone with her. And what had she left behind but the simple one, the vengeful one, the wicked child who believed what she had known to be false? "You must help us," said the dark-eyed woman. "You see, it's his right as coven master to destroy those who are weak, those who can't survive." "He couldn't let the coven fall into chaos," said the other woman vampire who stood behind the boy. "Without the faith in the dark ways, the others might have blundered, alarmed the mortal populace. But if you help us to form a new coven, to perfect ourselves in new ways—" "We are the strongest of the coven," said the man, "and if we can fend him off long enough and manage to continue without him, then in time he may leave us alone." "He will destroy us," the boy muttered. "He will never leave us alone. He will lie in wait for the moment when we separate." "He isn't invincible," said the tall male, "and he's lost all conviction, remember that." "And you have Magnus's tower, a safe place," said the boy despairingly as he looked up at me. "No, that I can't share with you," I said. "You have to win this battle on your own." "But surely you can guide us," said the man. "You don't need me," I said. "What have you already learned from my example? What did you learn from the things I said last night?" "We learned more from what you said to him afterwards," said the dark-eyed woman. "We heard you speak to him of a new evil, an evil for these times, destined to move through the world in handsome human guise." "So take on the guise," I said. "Take the garments of your victims and take the money from their pockets, and you can then move among mortals as I do. In time you can gain enough wealth to acquire your own little fortress, your secret sanctuary. Then you will no longer be beggars or ghosts." I could see the desperation in their faces, yet they listened attentively. "But our skin, the timbre of our voices," said the dark-eyed woman. "You can fool mortals. It's very easy. It just takes a little skill." "But how do we start?" said the boy dully, as if he were only reluctantly being brought into it. "What sort of mortals do we pretend to be?" "Choose for yourself," I said. "Look around you. Masquerade as gypsies, if you will. That oughtn't to be too difficult. Or better yet, mummers." I glanced towards the light of the boulevard. "Mummers," said the dark-eyed woman with a little spark of excitement. "Yes, actors, street performers, acrobats. Make yourselves acrobats. Surely you've seen them out there.
You can cover your white faces with grease paint, and your extravagant gestures and facial expressions won't even be noticed. You couldn't choose a more nearly perfect disguise than that. On the boulevard, you'll see every manner of mortal that dwells in this city. You'll learn all you need to know." She laughed and glanced at the others. The man was deep in thought, the other woman musing, the boy unsure. "With your powers, you can become jugglers and tumblers easily," I said. "It would be nothing for you. You could be seen by thousands who'd never guess what you are." "That isn't what happened with you on the stage of this little theater," said the boy coldly. "You put terror in their hearts." "Because I chose to do it," I said, tremor of pain. "That's my tragedy. But I can fool anyone when I want to, and so can you." I reached into my pockets and drew out a handful of gold crowns. I gave them to the dark-eyed woman. She took them in both hands and stared at them as if they were burning her. She looked up, and in her eyes I saw the image of myself on Renaud's stage, performing those ghastly feats that had driven the crowd into the streets. But she had another thought in her mind. She knew the theater was abandoned, that I'd sent the troupe off. And for 1 second I considered it, letting the pain double itself and pass through me, wondering if the others could feel it. What did it really matter, after all? "Yes, please," said the pretty one. She reached up and touched my hand with her cool white fingers. "Let us inside the theater. Please!" She turned and looked at the back doors of Renaud's. "Let them inside. Let them dance on my grave." But there might be old costumes there still, the discarded trappings of a troupe that had had all the money in the world to buy itself new finery. Old pots of white paint, water still in the barrels, 1,000 treasures left behind in the haste of departure. I was numb, unable to consider all of it, unwilling to reach back to embrace all that had happened there. "Very well," I said, looking away as if some little thing had distracted me. "You can go into the theater if you wish. You can use whatever is there." She drew closer and pressed her lips suddenly to the back of my hand. "We won't forget this," she said. "My name is Eleni. This boy is Laurent. The man here is Félix, and the woman with him, Eugénie. If Armand moves against you, he moves against us." "I hope you prosper," I said. And strangely enough, I meant it. I wondered if any of them, with all their dark ways and dark rituals, had ever really wanted this nightmare that we all shared. They'd been drawn into it as I had, really. And we were all children of darkness now, for better or worse. "But be wise in what you do here," I warned. "Never bring victims here or kill near here. Be clever and keep your hiding place safe." It was 3 o'clock before I rode over the bridge onto the Ile Saint-Louis. I had wasted enough time, and now I had to find the violin. But as soon as I approached Nicky's house on the quay, I saw that something was wrong. The windows were empty. All the drapery had been pulled down, and yet the place was full of light, as if candles were burning inside by the hundreds. Most strange. Roger couldn't have taken possession of the flat yet. Not enough time had passed to assume that Nicky had met with foul play. Quickly I went up over the roof and down the wall to the courtyard window and saw that the drapery had been stripped away there too. And candles were burning in all the candelabra and in the wall sconces, and some were even stuck in their own wax on the pianoforte and the desk. The room was in total disarray. Every book had been pulled off the shelf, and some of the books were in fragments, pages broken out. Even the music had been emptied sheet by sheet onto the carpet, and all the pictures were lying about on the tables with other small possessions, coins, money, keys. Perhaps the demons had wrecked the place when they took Nicky. But who had lighted all these candles? It didn't make sense. I listened. No one in the flat, or so it seemed. But then I heard not thoughts, but tiny sounds. I narrowed my eyes for a moment, just concentrating, and it came to me that I was hearing pages turn,
and then something being dropped. More pages turning, stiff, old parchment pages. Then again the book dropped. I raised the window as quietly as I could. The little sounds continued, but no scent of human, no pulse of thought. Yet there was a smell here, something stronger than the stale tobacco and the candle wax, the smell the vampires carried with them from the cemetery soil. More candles in the hallway, candles in the bedroom, and the same disarray, books open as they lay in careless piles, the bedclothes snarled, the pictures in a heap, cabinets empty, drawers pulled out. And no violin anywhere. I managed to note that. And those little sounds coming from another room, pages being turned very fast. Whoever he was, and of course I knew who he had to be, he did not give a damn that I was there. He had not even stopped to take a breath. I went farther down the hall and stood in the door of the library and found myself staring right at him as he continued with his task. It was Armand, of course. Yet I was hardly prepared for the sight he presented here. Candle wax dripped down the marble bust of Caesar, flowed over the brightly painted countries of the world globe. And the books, they lay in mountains on the carpet, save for those of the very last shelf in the corner where he stood, in his old rags still, hair full of dust, ignoring me as he ran his hand over page after page, his eyes intent on the words before him, his lips half open, his expression like that of an insect in its concentration as it chews through a leaf. Perfectly horrible he looked. He was sucking everything out of the books. Finally he let this one drop and took down another and opened it and started devouring it in the same manners, fingers moving down the sentences with preternatural speed. And I realized that he had been examining everything in the flat in this fashion. Even the bed-sheets and curtains, the pictures that had been taken off their hooks, the contents of cupboards and drawers. But from the books he was taking concentrated knowledge. Everything from Caesar's Gallic wars to modern English novels lay on the floor. But his manner wasn't the entire horror. It was the havoc he was leaving behind him, the utter disregard of everything he used, and his utter disregard of me. He finished his latest book, or broke off from it, and went to the old newspapers stacked on a lower shelf. I found myself backing out of the room and away from him, staring numbly at his small, dirty figure. His auburn hair shimmered despite the dirt in it. His eyes burned like two lights. Grotesque, he seemed, among all the candles and the swimming colors of the flat, this filthy waif of the netherworld. And yet his beauty held sway. He hadn't needed the shadows of Notre Dame or the torchlight of the crypt to flatter him. And there was a fierceness in him in this bright light that I hadn't seen before. I felt an overwhelming confusion. He was both dangerous and compelling. I could have looked on him forever, but an overpowering instinct said, "Get away. Leave the place to him if he wants it. What does it matter now?" The violin. I tried desperately to think about the violin, to stop watching the movement of his hands over the words in front of him, the relentless focus of his eyes. But these things were putting me in a trance. I turned my back on him and went into the parlor. My hands were trembling. I could hardly endure knowing he was there. I searched everywhere and didn't find the damned violin. What could Nicky have done with it? I couldn't think. Pages turning, paper crinkling, soft sound of the newspaper dropping to the floor. "Go back to the tower at once."
This ends Disc 9. The Vampire Lestat, Disc 10.
I went to pass the library quickly, when without warning his soundless voice shot out and stopped me. It was like a hand touching my throat. I turned and saw him staring at me. "Do you love them, your silent children? Do they love you?" That was what he asked, the sense disentangling itself from an endless echo. I felt the blood rise to my face. The heat spread out over me like a mask as I looked at him. All the books in the room were now on the floor. He was a haunt standing in the ruins, a visitant from the devil he believed in. Yet his face was so tender, so young. The dark trick never brings love, you see. It brings only the silence. His voice seemed softer in its soundlessness, clearer. The echo dissipated. We used to say it was Satan's will that the master and the fledgling not seek comfort in each other. It was Satan who had to be served after all. Every word penetrated me. Every word was received by a secret, humiliating curiosity and vulnerability. But I refused to let him see this. Angrily I said, "What do you want of me?" It was shattering something to speak. I was feeling more fear of him at this moment than ever during the earlier battles and arguments, and I hate those who make me feel fear, those who know things that I need to know, who have that power over me. "It is like not knowing how to read, isn't it?" he said aloud. "And your maker, the outcast, Magnus, what did he care for your ignorance? He did not tell you the simplest things, did he?" Nothing in his expression moved as he spoke. "Hasn't it always been this way? Has anyone ever cared to teach you anything?" "You're taking these things from my mind," I said. I was appalled. I saw the monastery where I'd been as a boy, the rows and rows of books that I could not read. Gabrielle bent over her books, her back to all of us. "Stop this," I whispered. It seemed the longest time had passed. I was becoming disoriented. He was speaking again, but in silence. "They never satisfy you, the ones you make. In silence, the estrangement and the resentment only grow." I willed myself to move, but I wasn't moving. I was merely looking at him as he went on. "You long for me, and I for you, and we alone in all this realm are worthy of each other. Don't you know this?" The toneless words seemed to be stretched, amplified, like a note on the violin drawn out forever and ever. "This is madness," I whispered. I thought of all the things he had said to me, what he had blamed me for, the horrors the others had described, that he had thrown his followers into the fire. "Is it madness?" he asked. "Go then to your silent ones. Even now they say to each other what they cannot say to you." "You're lying," I said. "And time will only strengthen their independence. But learn for yourself. You will find me easily enough when you want to come to me. After all, where can I go? What can I do? You have made me an orphan again." "I didn't," I said. "Yes, you did," he said. "You did it. You brought it down." Still there was no anger. "But I can wait for you to come. Wait for you to ask the questions that only I can answer." I stared at him for a long moment. I don't know how long. It was as if I couldn't move and I couldn't see anything else but him, and the great sense of peace I'd known in Notre Dame, the spell he cast, was again working. The lights of the room were too bright. There was nothing else but light surrounding him, and it was as if he were coming closer to me, and I to him, yet neither of us was moving. He was drawing me towards him. I turned away, stumbling, losing my balance. But I was out of the room. I was running down the hallway, and then I was climbing out of the back window and up to the roof. I rode into the Ile de la Cité as if he were chasing me. And my heart didn't stop its frantic pace until I had left the city behind. Hell's bells ringing. The tower was in darkness against the first glimmer of the morning light. My little coven had already gone to rest in their dungeon crypt. I didn't open the tombs to look at them, though I wanted desperately to do it, just to see Gabrielle and touch her hand. I climbed alone towards the battlements to look out at the burning miracle of the approaching morning, the thing I should never see to its finish again. Hell's bells ringing, my secret music. But another sound was coming to me. I knew it as I went up the stairs, and I marveled at its power to reach me. It was like a song arching over an immense distance, low and sweet. Once, years ago, I had heard a young farm boy singing as he walked along the high road out of the village to the north. He hadn't known anyone was listening. He had thought himself alone in the open country, and his voice had a private power and purity that gave it unearthly beauty. Never mind the words of his old song. This was the voice that was calling to me now, the lone voice rising over the miles that separated us to gather all sounds into itself. I was frightened again. Yet I opened the door at the top of the staircase and went out onto the stone roof. Silken, the morning breeze, dreamlike the twinkling of the last stars. The sky was not so much a canopy as it was a mist rising endlessly above me, and the stars drifted upwards, growing ever smaller in the mist. The faraway voice sharpened, like a note sung in the high mountains, touching my chest where I had laid my hand. It pierced me as a beam pierces darkness, singing, "Come to me. All things will be forgiven if only you come to me. I am more alone than I have ever been." And there came in time with the voice a sense of limitless possibility, of wonder and expectation that brought with it the vision of Armand standing alone in the open doors of Notre Dame. Time and space were illusions. He was in a pale wash of light before the main altar, a lissome shape in regal tatters, shimmering as he vanished, and nothing but patience in his eyes. There was no crypt under Les Innocents now. There was no grotesquerie of the ragged ghost in the glare of Nicky's library, throwing down the books when he had finished with them as if they were empty shells. I think I knelt down and rested my head against the jagged stones. I saw the moon like a phantom dissolving, and the sun must have touched her because she hurt me, and I had to close my eyes. But I felt an elation, an ecstasy. It was as if my spirit could know the glory of the dark trick without the blood flowing, in the intimacy of the voice dividing me and seeking the tenderest, most secret part of my soul. "What do you want of me?" I wanted to say again. "How can there be this forgiveness when there was such rancor only a short while ago? Your coven destroyed, horrors I don't want to imagine." I wanted to say it all again. But I couldn't shape the words now any more than I could before, and this time I knew that if I dared to try, the bliss would melt and leave me, and the anguish would be worse than the thirst for blood. Yet even as I remained still, in the mystery of this feeling, I knew strange images and thoughts that weren't my own. I saw myself retreat again to the dungeon and lift up the inanimate bodies of those kindred monsters I loved. I saw myself carrying them up to the roof of the tower and leaving them there in their helplessness at the mercy of the rising sun. Hell's bells rang the alarm in vain for them, and the sun took them up and made them cinders with human hair. My mind recoiled from this. It recoiled in the most heartbreaking disappointment. "Child, still," I whispered. Ah, the pain of this disappointment, the possibility diminishing. How foolish you are to think that such things could be done by me. The voice faded. It withdrew itself from me, and I felt my aloneness in every pore of my skin. It was as if all covering had been taken from me forever, and I would always be as naked and miserable as I was now. And I felt far off a convulsion of power, as if the spirit that had made the voice was curling upon itself like a great tongue, treachery," I said louder.
"But oh, the sadness of it, the miscalculation. How can you say that you desire me?" Gone it was, absolutely gone, and desperately I wanted it back, even if it was to fight with me. I wanted that sense of possibility, that lovely flare again. And I saw his face, in Notre Dame, boyish and almost sweet, like the face of an old Da Vinci saint. A horrid sense of fatality passed over me. Chapter 6. As soon as Gabrielle rose, I drew her away from Nicky, out into the quiet of the forest, and I told her all that had taken place the preceding night. I told her all that Armand had suggested and said. In an embarrassed way, I spoke of the silence that existed between her and me, and of how I knew now that it wasn't to change. "We should leave Paris as soon as possible," I said finally. "This creature is too dangerous. And the ones to whom I gave the theatre, they don't know anything other than what they've been taught by him. I say let them have Paris. And let's take the devil's road, to use the old Queen's words." I had expected anger from her, and malice towards Armand. But through the whole story she remained calm. "Lestat, there are too many unanswered questions," she said. "I want to know how this old coven started. I want to know all that Armand knows about us." "Mother, I'm tempted to turn my back on it. I don't care how it started. I wonder if he himself even knows." "I understand, Lestat," she said quietly. "Believe me, I do. When all is said and done, I care less about these creatures than I do about the trees in this forest, or the stars overhead. I'd rather study the currents of wind, or the patterns in the falling leaves." "Exactly. But we mustn't be hasty. The important thing now is for the three of us to remain together. We should go into the city together and prepare slowly for our departure together, and together we must try your plan to rouse Nicolas with the violin." I wanted to talk about Nicky. I wanted to ask her what lay behind his silence, what could she divine. But the words dried up in my throat. I thought, as I had all along, of her judgment in those first moments. "Disaster, my son." She put her arm around me and led me back towards the tower. "I don't have to read your mind," she said, "to know what's in your heart. Let's take him into Paris. Let's try to find the Stradivarius." She stood on tiptoe to kiss me. "We were on the devil's road together before all this happened," she said. "We'll be on it soon again." It was as easy to take Nicolas into Paris as to lead him in everything else. Like a ghost, he mounted his horse and rode alongside of us, only his dark hair and cape seemingly animate, whipped about as they were by the wind. When we fed in the Ile de la Cité, I found I could not watch him hunt or kill. It gave me no hope to see him doing these simple things with the sluggishness of a somnambulist. It proved nothing more than that he could go like this forever, our silent accomplice, little more than a resuscitated corpse. Yet an unexpected feeling came over me as we moved through the alleyways together. We were not two, but three now. A coven. And if only I could bring him around. But the visit to Roger had to come first. I alone had to confront the lawyer, so I left them to wait only a few doors from his house. And as I pounded the knocker, I braced myself for the most grueling performance yet of my theatrical career. Well, I was very quickly to learn an important lesson about mortals and their willingness to be convinced that the world is a safe place. Roger was overjoyed to see me. He was so relieved that I was alive and in good health, and still wanted his services, that he was nodding his acceptance before my preposterous explanations had even begun. And this lesson about mortal peace of mind I never forgot. Even if a ghost is ripping a house to pieces, throwing tin pans all over, pouring water on pillows, making clocks chime at all hours, mortals will accept almost any natural explanation offered, no matter how absurd, rather than the obvious supernatural one for what is going on. Also, it became clear almost at once that he believed Gabrielle and I had slipped out of the flat by the servant's door to the bedroom, a nice possibility I hadn't considered before. So all I did about the twisted-up candelabra was mumble something about having been mad with grief when I saw my mother, which he understood right off. As for the reason for our leaving, well, Gabrielle insisted upon being removed from everyone and taken to a convent, and there she was, right now. "Ah, monsieur, it's a miracle, her improvement," I said. "If you could only see her— But never mind. We're going on to Italy immediately with Nicolas de l'Enfant, and we need currency, letters of credit, whatever, and a traveling coach, a huge traveling coach, and a good team of 6. You take care of it. Have it all ready by Friday evening early, and write to my father and tell him we're taking my mother to Italy. My father is all right, I presume." Yes, of course. I didn't tell him anything but the most reassuring. How clever of you. I knew I could trust you. What would I do without you? And what about these rubies? Can you turn them into money for me immediately? And I have here some Spanish coins to sell, quite old, I think." He scribbled like a madman, his doubts and suspicions fading in the heat of my smiles. He was so glad to have something to do. "Hold my property in the Boulevard du Temple vacant," I said. "And of course you'll manage everything for me, and so forth and so on." My property in the Boulevard du Temple, the hiding place of a ragged and desperate band of vampires, unless Armand had already found them and burnt them up like old costumes. I should find the answer to that question soon enough. I came down the steps, whistling to myself in strictly human fashion, overjoyed that this odious task had been accomplished. And then I realized that Nicky and Gabrielle were nowhere in sight. I stopped and turned around in the street. I saw Gabrielle just at the moment I heard her voice, a young, boyish figure emerging full-blown from an alleyway as if she had just made herself material on the spot. "Lestat, he's gone, vanished," she said. I couldn't answer her. I said something foolish like, "What do you mean, vanished?" but my thoughts were more or less drowning out the words in my own head. If I had doubted up until this moment that I loved him, I had been lying to myself. "I turned my back, and it was that quick, I tell you," she said. She was half aggrieved, half angry. "Did you hear any other—" "No, nothing. He was simply too quick." "Yes, if he moved on his own, if he wasn't taken—" "I would have heard his fear if Armand had taken him," she insisted. "But does he feel fear? Does he feel anything at all?" I was utterly terrified and utterly exasperated. He'd vanished in a darkness that spread out all around us like a giant wheel from its axis. I think I clenched my fist. I must have made some uncertain little gesture of panic. "Listen to me," she said. "There are only 2 things that go round and round in his mind." "Tell me." "One is the pyre under Les Innocents where he was almost burned. And the other is a small theatre, footlights, a stage." "Renaud's," I said. She and I were archangels together. It didn't take us a quarter of an hour to reach the noisy boulevard and to move through its raucous crowd past the neglected façade of Renaud's and back to the stage door. The boards had all been ripped down and the locks broken, but I heard no sound of Eleni or the others as we slipped quietly into the hallway that went round the back of the stage. No one here. Perhaps Armand had gathered his children home after all, and that was my doing because I would not take them in. Nothing but the jungle of props, the great painted scrims of night and day and hill and dale, and the open dressing-rooms, those crowded little closets where here and there a mirror glared in the light that seeped through the open door we had left behind. Then Gabrielle's hand tightened on my sleeve. She gestured towards the wings proper, and I knew by her face that it wasn't the other ones. Nicky was there. I went to the side of the stage. The velvet curtain was drawn back to both sides, and I could see his dark figure plainly in the orchestra pit. He was sitting in his old place, his hands folded in his lap. He was facing me, but he didn't notice me. He was staring off, as he had done all along. And the memory came back to me of Gabrielle's strange words the night after I had made her, that she could not get over the sensation that she had died and could affect nothing in the mortal world. He appeared that lifeless and that translucent.
He was the still, expressionless spectre one almost stumbles over in the shadows of a haunted house, all but melded with the dusty furnishings, a fright that is worse perhaps than any other kind. I looked to see if the violin was there, on the floor or against his chair, and when I saw that it wasn't, I thought, well, there is still a chance. "Stay here and watch," I said to Gabrielle. But my heart was knocking in my throat when I looked up at the darkened theatre, when I let myself breathe in the old sense. Why did you have to bring us here, Nicky? To this haunted place? But then who am I to ask that? I had come back, had I not? I lighted the first candle I found in the old prima donna's dressing room. Open pots of paint were scattered everywhere, and there were many discarded costumes on the hooks. All the rooms I passed were full of cast-off clothing, forgotten combs and brushes, withered flowers still in the vases, powder spilled on the floor. I thought of Eleni and the others again, and I realized that the faintest smell of Les Innocents lingered here. And I saw very distinct naked footprints in the spilled powder. Yes, they'd come in. And they had lighted candles too, hadn't they, because the smell of the wax was too fresh. Whatever the case, they hadn't entered my old dressing room, the room that Nicky and I had shared before every performance. It was locked still, and when I broke open the door, I got an ugly shock. The room was exactly the way I'd left it. It was clean and orderly, even the mirror polished, and it was filled with my belongings as it had been on the last night I had been here. There was my old coat on the hook, the cast-off I'd worn from the country, and a pair of wrinkled boots, and my pots of paint in perfect order, and my wig, which I had worn only at the theatre, on its wooden head. Letters from Gabrielle in a little stack, the old copies of English and French newspapers in which the play had been mentioned, and a bottle of wine still half full with a dried cork. And there in the darkness, beneath the marble dressing-table, partly covered by a bundled black coat, lay a shiny violin case. It was not the one we'd carried all the way from home with us. No. It must hold the precious gift I'd bought for him with the coin of the realm after, the Stradivarius violin. I bent down and opened the lid. It was the beautiful instrument, all right, delicate and darkly lustrous, and lying here among all these unimportant things. I wondered whether Eleni and the others would have taken it had they come into this room. Would they have known what it could do? I set down the candle for a moment and took it out carefully, and I tightened the horsehair of the bow as I'd seen Nicky do 1,000 times. And then I brought the instrument and the candle back to the stage again, and I bent down and commenced to light the long string of candle footlights. Gabrielle watched me impassively. Then she came to help me. She lit one candle after another, and then lighted the sconce in the wings. It seemed Nicky stirred. But maybe it was only the growing illumination on his profile, the soft light that emanated out from the stage into the darkened hall. The deep folds of velvet came alive everywhere. The ornate little mirrors affixed to the front of the gallery and the loge became lights themselves. Beautiful, this little place. Our place. The portal to the world for us as mortal beings. And the portal finally to hell. When I was finished, I stood on the boards looking at the gilded railings, the new chandelier that hung from the ceiling, and up at the arch overhead with its masks of comedy and tragedy like two faces stemming from the same neck. It seemed so much smaller when it was empty, this house. No theatre in Paris seemed larger when it was full. Outside was the low thunder of the boulevard traffic, tiny human voices rising now and then like sparks over the general hum. A heavy carriage must have passed then, because everything within the theatre shivered slightly. The candle flames against their reflectors, the giant stage curtain gathered to right and left, the scrim behind of a finely painted garden with clouds overhead. I went past Nicky, who never once looked up at me, and down the little stairs behind him, and came towards him with the violin. Gabrielle stood back in the wings again, her small face cold but patient. She rested against the beam beside her in the easy manner of a strange, long-haired man. I lowered the violin over Nicky's shoulder and held it in his lap. I felt him move, as if he had taken a great breath. The back of his head pressed against me, and slowly he lifted his left hand to take the neck of the violin, and he took the bow with his right. I knelt and put my hands on his shoulders. I kissed his cheek. No human scent, no human warmth. Sculpture of my Nicola. "Play it," I whispered. "Play it here, just for us." Slowly he turned to face me, and for the first time since the moment of the dark trick he looked into my eyes. He made some tiny sound. It was so strained it was as if he couldn't speak any more. The organs of speech had closed up. But then he ran his tongue along his lip, and so low I scarcely heard him. He said, "The devil's instrument." "Yes," I said. "If you must believe that, then believe it. But play." His fingers hovered above the strings. He tapped the hollow wood with his fingertip. And now, trembling, he plucked at the strings to tune them and wound the pegs very slowly, as if he were discovering the process with perfect concentration for the first time. Somewhere out on the boulevard, children laughed. Wooden wheels made their thick clatter over the cobblestones. The staccato notes were sour, dissonant, and they sharpened the tension. He pressed the instrument to his ear for a moment, and it seemed to me he didn't move again for an eternity. And then he slowly rose to his feet. I went back out of the pit and into the benches, and I stood staring at his black silhouette against the glow of the lighted stage. He turned to face the empty theatre, as he had done so many times at the moment of the intermezzo, and he lifted the violin to his chin. And in a movement so swift it was like a flash of light in my eye, he brought the bow down across the strings. The first full-throated chords throbbed in the silence and were stretched as they deepened, scraping the bottom of sound itself. And the notes rose, rich and dark and shrill, as if pumped out of the fragile violin by alchemy, until a raging torrent of melody suddenly flooded the hall. It seemed to roll through my body, to pass through my very bones. I couldn't see the movement of his fingers, the whipping of the bow. All I could see was the swaying of his body, his tortured posture as he let the music twist him, bend him forward, throw him back. It became higher, shriller, faster, yet the tone of each note was perfection. It was execution without effort, virtuosity beyond mortal dreams. And the violin was talking, not merely singing. The violin was insisting. The violin was telling a tale. The music was a lamentation, a fugue of terror looping itself into hypnotic dance rhythms, jerking Nicky even more wildly from side to side. His hair was a glistening mop against the footlights. The blood sweat had broken out on him. I could smell the blood. But I too was doubling over. I was backing away from him, slumping down on the bench as if to cower from it, as once before in this house terrified mortals had cowered before me. And I knew in some full and simultaneous fashion, that the violin was telling everything that had happened to Nicky. It was the darkness exploded, the darkness molten, and the beauty of it was like the glow of smoldering coals, just enough illumination to show how much darkness there really was. Gabrielle, too, was straining to keep her body still under the onslaught, her face constricted, her hands to her head. Her lion's mane of hair had shaken loose around her. Her eyes were closed. But another sound was coming through the pure inundation of song. They were here. They had come into the theatre and were moving towards us through the wings. The music reached impossible peaks. The sound throttled for an instant and then released again. The mixture of feeling and pure logic drove it past the limits of the bearable, and yet it went on, and the others appeared slowly from behind the stage curtain. First the stately figure of Eleni, then the boy Laurent, and finally Félix and Eugénie. Acrobats, street players they had become, and they wore the clothes of such players, the men in white tights beneath dagged harlequin jerkins, the women in full bloomers and ruffled dresses and with dancing slippers on their feet. Rouge gleamed on their immaculate white faces, kohl outlined their dazzling vampire eyes. They glided towards Nicky as if drawn by a magnet, their beauty flowering ever more fully as they came into the glare of the stage candles, their hair shimmering, their movements agile and feline, their expressions rapt. Nicky turned slowly to face them as he writhed, and the song went into frenzied supplication, lurching and climbing and roaring along its melodic path. Eleni stared wide-eyed at him, as if horrified or enchanted. Then her arms rose straight up above her head in a slow, dramatic gesture, her body tensing, her neck becoming ever more graceful and long. The other woman had made a pivot and lifted her knee, toe pointed down, in the first step of a dance. But it was the tall man who suddenly caught the pace of Nicky's music as he jerked his head to the side and moved his legs and arms as if he were a great marionette controlled from the rafters above by 4 strings. The others saw it. They had seen the marionettes of the boulevard. And suddenly they all went into the mechanical attitude, their sudden movements like spasms, their faces like wooden faces, utterly blank. A great, cool rush of delight passed through me, as if I could breathe suddenly in the blasted heat of the music, and I moaned with pleasure watching them flip and flop and throw up their legs, toes to the ceiling, and twirl on their invisible strings. They had found the grotesque heart of the music, the very balance between its hideous pleading and its insistent singing, and it was Nicky who commanded their strings. But it was changing. He was playing to them now, even as they danced to him. He took a stride towards the stage and leapt up over the smoky trough of the footlights and landed in their midst. The light slithered off the instrument, off his glistering face. A new element of mockery infected the never-ending melody, a syncopation that staggered the song and made it all the more bitter and all the more sweet at the same time. The jerking, stiff-jointed puppets circled him, shuffling and bobbing along the floorboards. Fingers played, heads rocking from side to side, they jigged and twisted until all of them broke their rigid form as Nicky's melody melted into harrowing sadness, the dance becoming immediately liquid and heartbroken and slow. It was as if one mind controlled them, as if they danced to Nicky's thoughts as well as his music. And he began to dance with them as he played, the beat coming faster, as he became the country fiddler at the Lenten bonfire, and they leapt in pairs like country lovers, the skirts of the women flaring, the men bowing their legs as they lifted the women, all creating postures of tenderest love. Frozen, I stared at the image. The preternatural dancers, the monster violinist, limbs moving with inhuman slowness, tantalizing grace. The music was like a fire consuming us all. Now it screamed of pain, of horror, of the pure rebellion of the soul against all things, and they again carried it into the visual, faces twisted in torment, like the mask of tragedy graven on the arch above them, and I knew that if I didn't turn my back on this, I would cry. I didn't want to hear any more or see any more. Nicky was swinging to and fro as if the violin were a beast he could no longer control, and he was stabbing at the strings with short, rough strokes of the bow. The dancers passed in front of him, in back of him, embraced him, and caught him suddenly as he threw up his hands, the violin held high over his head. A loud, piercing laughter erupted from him, his chest shivered with it, his arms and legs quaking with it. And then he lowered his head, and he fixed his eyes on me. And at the top of his voice he screamed, "I give you the theatre of the vampires! The theatre of the vampires! The greatest spectacle of the boulevard!" Astonished, the others stared at him. But again, all of one mind, they clapped their hands and roared. They leapt into the air, giving out shrieks of joy. They threw their arms about his neck and kissed him. And dancing around him in a circle, they turned him with their arms.
The laughter rose, bubbling out of all of them as he brought them close in his arms and answered their kisses, and with their long pink tongues they licked the blood sweat off his face. "The theater of the vampires!" They broke from him and bawled it to the non-existent audience, to the world. They bowed to the footlights, and frolicking and screaming, they leapt up to the rafters and then let themselves drop down, with a storm of reverberation on the boards. The last shimmer of the music was gone, replaced by this cacophony of shrieking and stomping and laughter like the clang of bells. I do not remember turning my back on them. I don't remember walking up the steps to the stage and going past them. But I must have, because I was suddenly sitting on the long, narrow table of my little dressing-room, my back against the corner, my knee crooked, my head against the cold glass of the mirror, and Gabrielle was there. I was breathing hoarsely, and the sound of it bothered me. I saw things, the wig I'd worn on the stage, the pasteboard shield, and these evoked thundering emotions. But I was suffocating. I could not think. Then Nicky appeared in the door, and he moved Gabrielle to the side with a strength that astonished her and astonished me, and he pointed his finger at me. "Well, don't you like it, my lord patron?" he asked, advancing, his words flowing in an unbroken stream so that they sounded like one great word. "Don't you admire its splendor, its perfection? Won't you endow the theater of the vampires with the coin of the realm which you possess in such great abundance? Won't you see your playhouse come to its final magnificent purpose? How was it now? The new evil, the canker in the heart of the rose, death in the very midst of things." From a mute, he had passed into mania. And even when he broke off talking, the low, senseless, frenzied sound still issued from his lips like water from a spring. His face was drawn and hard and glistening with the blood droplets clinging to it and staining the white linen at his neck. And behind him there came an almost innocent laughter from the others, except for Eleni, who watched over his shoulder, trying very hard to comprehend what was really happening between us. He drew closer, half laughing, grinning, stabbing at my chest with his finger. "Well, speak. Don't you see the splendid mockery, the genius?" He struck his own chest with his fist. "They'll come to our performances, fill our coffers with gold, and never guess what they harbor, what flourishes right in the corner of the Parisian eye. In the back alleys we feed on them, and they clap for us before the lighted stage." Laughter from the boy behind him. The tink of a tambourine, the thin sound of the other woman singing. A long streak of the man's laughter, like a ribbon unfurling, charting his movement as he rushed around in a circle through the rattling scrims. Nicky drew in, so that the light behind him vanished. I couldn't see Eleni. "Magnificent evil," he said. He was full of menace, and his white hands looked like the claws of a sea creature that could at any given moment move to tear me to bits. "To serve the god of the dark wood as he has not been served ever, and here in the very center of civilization. And for this you saved the theater. Out of your gallant patronage this sublime offering is born." "It is petty," I said. "It is merely beautiful and clever, and nothing more." My voice had not been very loud, but it brought him to silence, and it brought the others to silence. And the shock in me melted slowly into another emotion, no less painful, merely easier to contain. Nothing but the sounds again from the boulevard. A glowering anger flowed out of him, his pupils dancing as he looked at me. "You're a liar, a contemptible liar," he said. "There is no splendor in it," I answered. "There is nothing sublime. Fooling helpless mortals, mocking them, and then going out from here at night to take life in the same old petty manner, one death after another in all its inevitable cruelty and shabbiness, so that we can live. Any man can kill another man. Play your violin forever, dance as you wish, give them their money's worth if it keeps you busy and eats up eternity. It's simply clever and beautiful, a grove in the savage garden, nothing more." "Vile liar," he said between his teeth. You are God's fool, that's what you are. You who possess the dark secret that soared above everything, rendered everything meaningless. And what did you do with it in those months when you ruled alone from Magnus's tower, but try to live like a good man, a good man? He was close enough to kiss me, the blood of his spittle hitting my face. Patron of the arts, he sneered. Giver of gifts to your family, giver of gifts to us. He stepped back, looking down on me contemptuously. Well, we will take the little theatre that you painted in gold and hung with velvet, he said, and it will serve the forces of the devil more splendidly than he was ever served by the old coven. He turned and glanced at Eleni. He glanced back at the others. We will make a mockery of all things sacred. We will lead them to ever greater vulgarity and profanity. We will astonish, we will beguile, but above all we will thrive on their gold as well as their blood, and in their midst we will grow strong. Yes, said the boy behind him, we will become invincible. His face had a crazed look, the look of the zealot as he gazed at Nicola. We will have names and places in their very world. And power over them, said the other woman, and a vantage point from which to study them and know them and perfect our methods of destroying them when we choose. I want the theatre, Nicolas said. I want it from you. The deed, the money to reopen it. My assistants here are ready to listen to me. You may have it if you wish, I answered. It is yours if it will take you and your malice and your fractured reason off my hands. I got up off the dressing table and went towards him, and I think that he meant to block my path. But something unaccountable happened. When I saw he wouldn't move, my anger rose up and out of me like an invisible fist, and I saw him moved backwards as if the fist had struck him, and he hit the wall with sudden force. I could have been free of the place in an instant. I knew Gabrielle was only waiting to follow me. But I didn't leave. I stopped, and I looked back at him, and he was still against the wall as if he couldn't move. And he was watching me, and the hatred was as pure, as undiluted by remembered love as it had been all along. But I wanted to understand. I wanted really to know what had happened, and I came towards him again in silence, and this time it was I who was menacing, and my hands looked like claws, and I could feel his fear. They were all, except for Eleni, full of fear. I stopped when I was very close to him, and he looked directly at me, and it was as if he knew exactly what I was asking him. All a misunderstanding, my love, he said. Acid on the tongue. The blood sweat had broken out again, and his eyes glistened as if they were wet. It was to hurt others, don't you see, the violin playing, to anger them, to secure for me an island where they could not rule. They would watch my ruin, unable to do anything about it. I didn't answer. I wanted him to go on. And when we decided to go to Paris, I thought we would starve in Paris, that we would go down and down and down. It was what I wanted, rather than what they wanted, that I, the favored son, should rise for them. I thought we would go down. We were supposed to go down. Oh, Nicky, I whispered. But you didn't go down, Lestat, he said, his eyebrows rising. The hunger, the cold, none of it stopped you. You were a triumph. The rage thickened his voice again. You didn't drink yourself to death in the gutter. You turned everything upside down, and for every aspect of our proposed damnation you found exuberance, and there was no end to your enthusiasms, and the passion coming out of you, and the light, always the light. And in exact proportion to the light coming out of you, there was the darkness in me. Every exuberance piercing me and creating its exact proportion of darkness and despair. And then the magic, when you got the magic. Irony of ironies, you protected me from it. And what did you do with it but use your satanic powers to simulate the actions of a good man? I turned around. I saw them scattered in the shadows, and farthest away the figure of Gabrielle. I saw the light on her hand as she raised it, beckoning for me to come away. Nicky reached up and touched my shoulders. I could feel the hatred coming through his touch, loathsome to be touched in hate. Like a mindless beam of sunlight, you routed the bats of the old coven, he whispered. And for what purpose? What does it mean, the murdering monster who is filled with light? I turned and smacked him and sent him hurtling into the dressing room, his right hand smashing the mirror, his head cracking against the far wall. For one moment he lay like something broken against the mass of old clothing, and then his eyes gathered their determination again, and his face softened into a slow smile. He righted himself, and slowly, as an indignant mortal might, he smoothed his coat and his rumpled hair. It was like my gestures under Les Innocents when my captors had set me down in the dirt. And he came forward with the same dignity, and the smile was as ugly as any I had ever seen. "I despise you," he said, "but I am done with you. I have the power from you, and I know how to use it, which you do not. I am in a realm at last where I choose to triumph. In darkness we're equal now. And you will give me the theatre. That because you owe it to me, and you are a giver of things, aren't you? A giver of gold coins to hungry children. And then I won't ever look upon your light again." He stepped around me and stretched out his arms to the others. "Come, my beauties, come. We have plays to write, business to attend to. You have things to learn from me. I know what mortals really are. We must get down to the serious invention of our dark and splendid art. We will make a coven to rival all covens. We will do what has never been done." The others looked at me, frightened, hesitant, and in this still and tense moment I heard myself take a deep breath. My vision broadened. I saw the wings around us again, the high rafters, the walls of scenery transecting the darkness, and beyond the little blaze along the foot of the dusty stage. I saw the house veiled in shadow, and knew in one limitless recollection all that had happened here. And I saw a nightmare hatch another nightmare, and I saw a story come to an end. "The theatre of the vampires," I whispered. "We have worked the dark trick on this little place." No one of the others dared to answer. Nicolas only smiled. And as I turned to leave the theatre, I raised my hand in a gesture that urged them all towards him. I said my farewell. We were not far from the lights of the boulevard when I stopped in my tracks. Without words, 1,000 horrors came to me. That Armand would come to destroy him, that his newfound brothers and sisters would tire of his frenzy and desert him, that morning would find him stumbling through the streets, unable to find a hiding place from the sun. I looked up at the sky. I couldn't speak or breathe. Gabrielle put her arms around me, and I held her, burying my face in her hair. Like cool velvet was her skin, her face, her lips, and her love surrounded me with a monstrous purity that had nothing to do with human hearts and human flesh. I lifted her off her feet, embracing her, and in the dark we were like lovers, carved out of the same stone, who had no memory of a separate life at all. "He's made his choice, my son," she said. "What's done is done, and you're free of him now." "Mother, how can you say it?" I whispered. "He didn't know. He doesn't know still. Let him go, Lestat. They will care for him. But now I have to find that devil Armand, don't I?" I said wearily. "I have to make him leave them alone." The following evening, when I came into Paris, I learned that Nicky had already been to Roget. He had come an hour earlier, pounding on the doors like a madman, and shouting from the shadows he had demanded the deed to the theatre, and money that he said I had promised to him. He had threatened Roget and his family. He had also told Roger to write to Renaud and his troupe in London and to tell them to come home, that they had a new theatre awaiting them, and he expected them back at once. When Roger refused, he demanded the address of the players in London and began to ransack Roger's desk. I went into a silent fury when I heard this. So he would make them all vampires, would he, this demon fledgling, this reckless and frenzied monster? This would not come to pass. I told Roger to send a courier to London with word that Nicolas de l'Enfant had lost his reason. The players must not come home. And then I went to the Boulevard du Temple, and I found him at his rehearsals, excited and mad as he had been before. He wore his fancy clothes again and his old jewels from the time when he had been his father's favourite son, but his tie was askew, his stockings crooked, and his hair was as wild and unkempt as the hair of a prisoner in the Bastille who hadn't seen himself in a mirror in 20 years. Before Eleni and the others, I told him he would get nothing from me, unless I had the promise that no actor or actress of Paris would ever be slain or seduced by the new coven, that Renaud and his troupe would never be brought into the theatre of the vampires, now or in the years to come, that Roger, who would hold the purse strings of the theatre, must never come to the slightest harm. He laughed at me. He ridiculed me as he had done before. But Eleni silenced him. She was horrified to learn of his impulsive designs. It was she who gave the promises and exacted them from the others. It was she who intimidated him and confused him with jumbled language of the old ways and made him back down. And it was to Eleni, finally, that I gave control of the theatre of the vampires, and the income to pass through Roger, which would allow her to do with it what she pleased. Before I left her that night, I asked her what she knew of Armand. Gabrielle was with us. We were in the alleyway again, near the stage door. "He watches," Eleni answered. "Sometimes he lets himself be seen." Her face was very confusing to me, sorrowful. "But God only knows what he will do," she added fearfully, "when he discovers what is really going on here." Part 5. The Vampire Armand. Chapter 1. Spring rain. Rain of light that saturated every new leaf of the trees in the street, every square of paving, drift of rain threading light through the empty darkness itself. And the ball in the Palais Royal. The king and queen were there, dancing with the people. Talk in the shadows of intrigue. Who cares? Kingdoms rise and fall. Just don't burn the paintings in the Louvre, that's all. Lost in a sea of mortals again. Fresh complexions and ruddy cheeks. Mounds of powdered hair atop feminine heads with all manner of millinery nonsense in them, even minute ships with 3 masts, tiny trees, little birds, landscapes of pearl and ribbon. Broad-chested men like cocks in satin coats like feathered wings. The diamonds hurt my eyes. The voices touched the surface of my skin at times. The laughter, the echo of unholy laughter. Wreaths of candles blinding, the froth of music positively lapping the walls. Gust of rain from the open doors. Scent of humans gently stoking my hunger. White shoulders, white necks, powerful hearts running at that eternal rhythm, so many gradations among these naked children hidden in riches, savages laboring beneath a swaddling of chenille and crustaceans of embroidery, feet aching over high heels, masks like scabs about their eyes. The air comes out of one body and is breathed into another. The music, does it pass out of one ear and into another, as the old expression goes? We breathe the light. We breathe the music. We breathe the moment as it passes through us. Now and then eyes settled on me with some vague air of expectation. My white skin made them pause, but what was that when they let blood out of their veins themselves to keep their delicate pallor? Let me hold the basin for you and drink it afterwards.
And my eyes, what were those in this sea of paste jewels? Yet their whispers slithered around me, and those scents, not a one was like another. And as clearly as if spoken aloud it came, the summons from mortals here and there, sensing what I was, and the lust. In some ancient language they welcomed death. They ached for death, as death was passing through the room. But did they really know? Of course they didn't know, and I did not know. That was the perfect horror. And who am I to bear this secret, to hunger so, to impart it, to want to take that slender woman there and suck the blood right out of the plump flesh of her round little breast? The music rushed on. Human music. The colors of the room flamed for an instant, as if the whole would melt. The hunger sharpened. It was no longer an idea. My veins were throbbing with it. Someone would die, sucked dry in less than a moment. I cannot stand it, thinking of it, knowing it's about to happen, fingers on the throat, feeling the blood in the vein, feeling the flesh. Give it to me. Where? This is my body, this is my blood. Send out your power, Lestat, like a reptile tongue to gather in a flick the appropriate heart. Plump little arms, ripe for the squeezing, men's faces on which the close-shaven blonde beard all but glitters, muscles struggling in my fingers. You haven't got a chance. And beneath this divine chemistry, suddenly, this panorama of the denial of decay, I saw the bones. Skulls under those preposterous wigs, two gaping holes peering from behind the uplifted fan, a room of wobbling skeletons waiting only for the tolling of the bell. Just as I had seen the audience that night in the pit of Renault's, when I had done the tricks that terrified them, the horror should be visited upon every other being in this room. I had to get out. I'd made a terrible miscalculation. This was death, and I could get away from it if I could just get out. But I was tangled in mortal beings as if this monstrous place were a snare for a vampire. If I bolted, I'd send the entire ballroom into panic. As gently as I could, I pushed to the open doors. And against the far wall, a backdrop of satin and filigree, I saw out of the corner of my eye, like something imagined, Armand. Armand. If there had been a summons, I never heard it. If there was a greeting, I didn't sense it now. He was merely looking at me. A radiant creature, in jewels and scalloped lace. And it was Cinderella revealed at the ball, this vision, sleeping beauty, opening her eyes under a mesh of cobwebs and wiping them all away with one sweep of her warm hand. The sheer pitch of incarnate beauty made me gasp. Yes, perfect mortal raiment. And yet he seemed all the more supernatural, his face too dazzling, his dark eyes fathomless, and just for a split second glinting, as if they were windows to the fires of hell. And when his voice came, it was low and almost teasing, forcing me to concentrate to hear it. "All night you've been searching for me," he said, "and here I am waiting for you. I have been waiting for you all along." I think I sensed even then, as I stood unable to look away, that never in my years of wandering this earth would I ever have such a rich revelation of the true horror that we are. Heartbreakingly innocent, he seemed, in the midst of the crowd. Yet I saw crypts when I looked at him, and I heard the beat of the kettle drums. I saw torch-lit fields where I had never been, heard vague incantations, felt the heat of raging fires on my face. And they didn't come out of him, these visions. Rather, I drew them out on my own. Yet never had Nicola, mortal or immortal, been so alluring. Never had Gabrielle held me so in thrall. Dear God, this is love. This is desire. And all my past amours have been but the shadow of this.
and it seemed in a murmuring pulse of thought he gave me to know that I had been very foolish to think it would not be so.
"Who can love us, you and I, as we can love each other?" he whispered, and it seemed his lips actually moved. Others looked at him. I saw them drifting with a ludicrous slowness. I saw their eyes pass over him. I saw the light fall on him at a rich new angle as he lowered his head. I was moving towards him. It seemed he raised his right hand and beckoned, and then he didn't, and he had turned, and I saw the figure of a young boy ahead of me, with narrow waist and straight shoulders and high, firm calves under silk stockings, a boy who turned as he opened a door and beckoned again. A mad thought came to me. I was moving after him, and it seemed that none of the other things had happened. There was no crypt under Les Innocents, and he had not been that ancient, fearful fiend. We were somehow safe. We were the sum of our desires, and this was saving us, and the vast, untasted horror of my own immortality did not lie before me, and we were navigating calm seas with familiar beacons, and it was time to be in each other's arms. A dark room surrounded us, private, cold. The noise of the ball was far away. He was heated with the blood he'd drunk, and I could hear the strong force of his heart. He drew me closer to him, and beyond the high windows there flashed the passing lights of the carriages, with dim, incessant sounds that spoke of safety and comfort and all the things that Paris was. I had never died. The world was beginning again. I put out my arms and felt his heart against me, and calling out to my Nicolas, I tried to warn him, to tell him we were all of us doomed. Our life was slipping inch by inch from us, and seeing the apple trees in the orchard, drenched in green sunlight, I felt I would go mad. "No, no, my dearest one," he was whispering. "Nothing but peace and sweetness, and your arms in mine." "You know it was the damnedest luck," I whispered suddenly. "I am an unwilling devil. I cry like some vagrant child. I want to go home." "Yes, yes." His lips tasted like blood, but it was not human blood. It was that elixir that Magnus had given me, and I felt myself recoil. I could get away this time. I had another chance. The wheel had turned full round. I was crying out that I wouldn't drink, I wouldn't, and then I felt the two hot shafts driven hard through my neck and down to my soul. I couldn't move. It was coming as it had come that night, the rapture, 1,000-fold what it was when I held mortals in my arms, and I knew what he was doing. He was feeding upon me. He was draining me. And going down on my knees, I felt myself held by him, the blood pouring out of me with a monstrous volition I couldn't stop. "Devil!" I tried to scream. I forced the word up until it broke from my lips and the paralysis broke from my limbs. "Devil!" I roared again, and I caught him in his swoon and hurled him backwards to the floor. In an instant I had my hands upon him, and shattering the French doors, had dragged him out with me into the night. His heels were scraping on the stones. His face had become pure fury. I clutched his right arm and swung him from side to side so that his head snapped back, and he could not see nor gauge where he was, nor catch hold of anything, and with my right hand I beat him until the blood was running out of his ears and his eyes and his nose. I dragged him through the trees away from the lights of the Palais. And as he struggled, as he sought to resurrect himself with a burst of force, he shot his declaration at me that he would kill me, because he had my strength now. He'd drunk it out of me, and coupled with his own strength it would make him impossible to defeat. Maddened, I clutched at his neck, pushing his head down against the path beneath me. I pinned him down, strangling him, until the blood in great gushes poured out of his open mouth. He would have screamed if he could.
My knees drove into his chest, his neck bulged under my fingers, and the blood spurted and bubbled out of him, and he turned his head from side to side, his eyes growing bigger and bigger, but seeing nothing, and then when I felt him weak and limp, I let him go. I beat him again, turning him this way and that, and then I drew my sword to sever his head. Let him live like that if he can. Let him be immortal like that if he can. I raised the sword, and when I looked down at him, the rain was pelting his face, and he was staring up at me as one half alive, unable to plead for mercy, unable to move. I waited. I wanted him to beg. I wanted him to give me that powerful voice full of lies and cunning, the voice that had made me believe for one pure and dazzling instant that I was alive and free and in the state of grace again. Damnable, unforgivable lie! Lie I'd never forget for as long as I walked the earth. I wanted the rage to carry me over the threshold to his grave. But nothing came from him. And in this moment of stillness and misery for him, his beauty slowly returned. He lay a broken child on the gravel path, only yards from the passing traffic, the ring of the horses' hooves, the rumble of the wooden wheels. And in this broken child were centuries of evil and centuries of knowledge. And out of him there came no ignominious entreaty, but merely the soft and bruised sense of what he was. Old evil. Eyes that had seen dark ages of which I only dream. I let him go, and I stood up and sheathed my sword. I walked a few paces from him and collapsed upon a wet stone bench. Far away, busy figures labored about the shattered window of the palace. But the night lay between us and those confused mortals, and I looked at him listlessly as he lay still. His face was turned to me, but not by design, his hair a tangle of curls and blood. And with his eyes closed and his hand open beside him, he appeared the abandoned offspring of time and supernatural accident, someone as miserable as myself. What had he done to become what he was? Could one so young, so long ago, have guessed the meaning of any decision, let alone the vow to become this? I rose, and walking slowly to him, I stood over him and looked at him, at the blood that soaked his lace shirt and stained his face. It seemed he sighed, that I heard the passage of his breath. He didn't open his eyes, and to mortals perhaps there would have been no expression there, but I felt his sorrow. I felt its immensity, and I wished I didn't feel it. And for one moment I understood the gulf that divided us, and the gulf that divided his attempt to overpower me from my rather simple defense of myself. Desperately, he had tried to vanquish what he did not comprehend. And impulsively and almost effortlessly, I had beaten him back. All my pain with Nicolas came back to me, and Gabrielle's words and Nicolas' denunciations. My anger was nothing to his misery, his despair. And this perhaps was the reason that I reached down and gathered him up. And maybe I did it because he was so exquisitely beautiful and so lost. And we were, after all, of the same ilk. Natural enough, wasn't it, that one of his own should take him away from this place, where mortals would sooner or later have approached him, driven him stumbling away. He gave no resistance to me. In a moment he was standing on his own feet. And then he walked drowsily beside me, my arm about his shoulder, bolstering him and steadying him until we were moving away from the Palais Royal towards the Rue Saint-Honoré. I only half glanced at the figures passing us until I saw a familiar shape under the trees with no scent of mortality coming from it, and I realized that Gabrielle had been there for some time. She came forward hesitantly and silently, her face stricken when she saw the blood-drenched lace and the lacerations on his white skin, and she reached out as if to help me with the burden of him, though she did not seem to know how. Somewhere far off in the darkened gardens,
The others were near. I heard them before I saw them. Nicky was there too. They had come as Gabrielle had come, drawn over the miles, it seemed, by the tumult, or what vague messages I could not imagine, and they merely waited and watched as we moved away.
This ends Disc 10. The Vampire Lestat, Disc 11.
Chapter 2. We took him with us to the livery stables, and there I put him on my mare. But he looked as if he would let himself fall off at any moment, and so I mounted behind him, and the three of us rode out. All the way through the country I wondered what I would do. I wondered what it meant to bring him to my lair. Gabrielle didn't give any protest. Now and then she glanced over at him. I heard nothing from him, and he was small and self-contained as he sat in front of me, light as a child, but not a child. Surely he had always known where the tower was, but had its bars kept him out? Now I meant to take him inside it. And why didn't Gabrielle say something to me? It was the meeting we had wanted. It was the thing for which we had waited, but surely she knew what he had just done. When we finally dismounted, he walked ahead of me, and he waited for me to reach the gate. I had taken out the iron key to the lock, and I studied him, wondering what promises one exacts from such a monster before opening one's door. Did the ancient laws of hospitality mean anything to the creatures of the night? His eyes were large and brown and defeated. Almost drowsy they seemed. He regarded me for a long, silent moment, and then he reached out with his left hand, and his fingers curled around the iron crossbar in the center of the gate. I stared helplessly, as with a loud, grinding noise the gate started to rip loose from the stone. But he stopped and contented himself with merely bending the iron bar a little. The point had been made. He could have entered this tower any time that he wished. I examined the iron bar that he'd twisted. I had beaten him. Could I do what he had just done? I didn't know. And unable to calculate my own powers, how could I ever calculate his? "Come," Gabrielle said a little impatiently, and she led the way down the stairs to the dungeon crypt. It was cold here, as always, the fresh spring air never touching the place. She made a big fire in the old hearth while I lighted the candles. And as he sat on the stone bench watching us, I saw the effect of the warmth on him, the way that his body seemed to grow slightly larger, the way that he breathed it in. As he looked about, it was as if he were absorbing the light. His gaze was clear. Impossible to overestimate the effect of warmth and light on vampires. Yet the old coven had forsworn both. I settled on another bench, and I let my eyes roam about the broad, low chamber as his eyes roamed. Gabrielle had been standing all this while, and now she approached him. She had taken out a handkerchief, and she touched this to his face. He stared at her in the same way that he stared at the fire and the candles and the shadows leaping on the curved ceiling. This seemed to interest him as simply as anything else. And I felt a shudder when I realized the bruises on his face were now almost gone. The bones were whole again, the shape of the face having been fully restored, and he was only a little gaunt from the blood he had lost. My heart expanded slightly, against my will, as it had on the battlements when I had heard his voice. I thought of the pain only half an hour ago in the Palais, when the lie had broken with the stab of his fangs into my neck. I hated him, but I couldn't stop looking at him. Gabrielle combed his hair for him. She took his hands and wiped the blood from them. And he seemed helpless as all this was done. And she had not so much the expression of a ministering angel as an expression of curiosity, a desire to be near him and to touch him and examine him. In the quavering illumination they looked at one another. He hunched forward a little, eyes darkening and full of expression now as they turned again to the grate. Had it not been for the blood on his lace ruff, he might have looked human. Might? What will you do now? I asked. I spoke to make it clear to Gabrielle. Will you remain in Paris and let Eleni and the others go on? No answer from him. He was studying me, studying the stone benches, the sarcophagi, 3 sarcophagi. Surely you know what they're doing, I said. Will you leave Paris or remain? It seemed he wanted to tell me again the magnitude of what I had done to him and the others. But this faded away. For one moment his face was wretched. It was defeated and warm and full of human misery. How old was he? I wondered. How long ago had he been a human who looked like that? He heard me. But he didn't give an answer. He looked to Gabrielle, who stood near the fire, and then to me, and silently he said, "Love me. You have destroyed everything. But if you love me, it can all be restored in a new form. Love me." This silent entreaty had an eloquence, however, that I can't put into words. "What can I do to make you love me?" he whispered. "What can I give? The knowledge of all I have witnessed, the secrets of our powers, the mystery of what I am." It seemed blasphemous to answer, and as I had on the battlements I found myself on the edge of tears. For all the purity of his silent communications, his voice gave a lovely resonance to his sentiments when he actually spoke. It occurred to me, as it had in Notre Dame, that he spoke the way angels must speak, if they exist. But I was awakened from this irrelevant thought, this obviating thought, by the fact that he was now beside me. He was closing his arm round me and pressing his forehead against my face. He gave that summons again, not the rich, thudding seduction of that moment in the Palais Royal, but the voice that had sung to me over the miles, and he told me there were things the two of us would know and understand as mortals never could. He told me that if I opened to him and gave him my strength and my secrets, that he would give me his. He had been driven to try to destroy me, and he loved me all the more that he could not. That was a tantalizing thought. Yet I felt danger. The word that came unbidden to me was beware. I don't know what Gabrielle saw or heard. I don't know what she felt. Instinctively I avoided his eyes. There seemed nothing in the world I wanted more at this moment than to look right at him and understand him, and yet I knew I must not. I saw the bones under Les Innocents again, the flickering hell-fires I had imagined in the Palais Royal, and all the lace and velvet in the 18th century could not give him a human face. I couldn't keep this from him, and it pained me that it was impossible for me to explain it to Gabrielle, and the awful silence between me and Gabrielle was at that moment almost too much to bear. With him I could speak. Yes, with him I could dream dreams. Some reverence and terror in me made me reach out and embrace him, and I held him, battling my confusion and my desire. "Leave Paris, yes," he whispered, "but take me with you. I don't know how to exist here now. I stumble through a carnival of horrors. Please." I heard myself say, "No." "Have I no value to you?" he asked. He turned to Gabrielle. Her face was anguished and still as she looked at him. I couldn't know what went on in her heart, and to my sadness I realized that he was speaking to her and locking me out. What was her answer? But he was imploring both of us now. "Is there nothing outside yourself you would respect?" "I might have destroyed you tonight," I said. "It was respect which kept me from that." "No." He shook his head in a startlingly human fashion. "That you could never have done." I smiled. It was probably true. But we were destroying him quite completely in another way. "Yes," he said, "that's true. You are destroying me." "Help me," he whispered. "Give me but a few short years of all you have before you, the two of you, I beg you. That is all I ask." "No," I said again. He was only a foot from me on the bench. He was looking at me, and there came the horrible spectacle again of his face narrowing and darkening and caving in upon itself in rage. It was as if he had no real substance. Only will kept him robust and beautiful, and when the flow of his will was interrupted, he melted like a wax doll. But, as before, he recovered himself almost instantly. The hallucination was past. He stood up and backed away from me until he was in front of the fire. The will coming from him was palpable. His eyes were like something that didn't belong to him, nor to anything on earth. And the fire blazing behind him made an eerie nimbus around his head. "I curse you," he whispered. I felt a jet of fear. "I curse you," he said again and came closer. "Love mortals, then, and live as you have lived, recklessly, with appetite for everything, and love for everything. But there will come a time when only the love of your own kind can save you." He glanced at Gabrielle. "And I don't mean children such as this." This was so strong that I couldn't conceal its effect on me, and I realized I was rising from the bench and slipping away from him towards Gabrielle. "I don't come empty-handed to you," he pressed, his voice deliberately softening. "I don't come begging with nothing to give of my own. Look at me. Tell me you don't need what you see in me, one who has the strength to take you through the ordeals that lie ahead." His eyes flashed on Gabrielle, and for one moment he remained locked to her, and I saw her harden and begin to tremble. "Let her be," I said. "You don't know what I say to her," he said coldly. "I do not try to hurt her. But in your love of mortals, what have you already done?" He would say something terrible if I didn't stop him, something to wound me or Gabrielle. He knew all that had happened with Nicky. I knew that he did. If somewhere deep down in my soul I wished for the end of Nicky, he would know that too. Why had I let him in? Why had I not known what he could do? "Oh, but it's always a travesty, don't you see?" he said with that same gentleness. "Each time the death and the awakening will ravage the mortal spirit, so that one will hate you for taking his life, another will run to excesses that you scorn. A third will emerge mad and raving, another a monster you cannot control, one will be jealous of your superiority, another shut you out." And here he shot his glance to Gabrielle again and half smiled. "And the veil will always come down between you. Make a legion. You will be always and forever alone." "I don't want to hear this. It means nothing," I said. Gabrielle's face had undergone some ugly change. She was staring at him with hatred now, I was sure of it. He made that bitter little noise that is a laugh but isn't a laugh at all. "Lovers with a human face," he mocked me. "Don't you see your error? The other one hates you beyond all reason, and why, the dark blood has made her even colder, has it not? But even for her, strong as she is, there will come moments when she fears to be immortal, and who will she blame for what was done to her?" "You are a fool," Gabrielle whispered. "You tried to protect the violinist from it, but you never sought to protect her." "Don't say any more," I answered. "You make me hate you. Is that what you want?" "But I speak the truth, and you know it. And what you will never know, either of you, is the full depth of each other's hatreds and resentments, or suffering, or love." He paused, and I could say nothing. He was doing exactly what I feared he would, and I didn't know how to defend myself. "If you leave me now with this one," he continued, "you will do it again. Nicola you never possessed, and she already wonders how she will ever get free of you, and unlike her, you cannot stand to be alone." I couldn't answer. Gabrielle's eyes became smaller, her mouth a little more cruel. "So the time will come when you will seek other mortals," he went on, "hoping once more that the dark trick will bring you the love you crave. And of these newly mutilated and unpredictable children, you'll try to fashion your citadels against time. Well, they will be prisons if they last for half a century. I warn you, it is only with those as powerful and wise as yourself that the true citadel against time can be built. The citadel against time. Even in my ignorance, the words had their power. And the fear in me expanded, reached out to compass 1,000 other causes. He seemed distant for a moment, indescribably beautiful in the firelight, the dark auburn strands of his hair barely touching his smooth forehead, his lips parted in a beatific smile. If we cannot have the old ways, can't we have each other? He asked. And now his voice was the voice of the summons again. Who else can understand your suffering? Who else knows what passed through your mind the night you stood on the stage of your little theater and you frightened all those you loved? Don't speak about that, I whispered. But I was softening all over, drifting into his eyes and his voice. Very near to me was the ecstasy I'd felt that night on the battlements. With all my will I reached out for Gabrielle. Who understands what passed through your mind when my renegade followers, reveling in the music of your precious fiddler, devised their ghastly boulevard enterprise? He asked. I didn't speak. The theater of the vampires. His lips lengthened in the saddest smile. Does she comprehend the irony of it, the cruelty? Does she know what it was like when you stood on that stage as a young man and you heard the audience screaming for you, when time was your friend, not your enemy as it is now? When in the wings you put out your arms and your mortal darlings came to you, your little family, folding themselves against you. Stop, please. I ask you to stop. Does anyone else know the size of your soul? Witchcraft. Had it ever been used with more skill? And what was he really saying to us beneath this liquid flow of beautiful language? Come to me, and I shall be the sun round which you are locked in orbit, and my rays shall lay bare the secrets you keep from each other, and I, who possess charms and powers of which you have no inkling, shall control and possess and destroy you. I asked you before, I said. What do you want, really want? You, he said. You and her. That we become three at this crossroads. Not that we surrender to you, I shook my head, and I saw the same wariness and recoiling in Gabrielle. He was not angry. There was no malice now. Yet he said again in the same beguiling voice, I curse you. And I felt it as if he declaimed it. I offered myself to you at the moment you vanquished me, he said. Remember that when your dark children strike out at you, when they rise up against you. Remember me. I was shaken, more shaken even than I had been in the sad and awful finish with Nicolas at Renaud's. I had never once known fear in the crypt under Les Innocents, but I had known it in this room since we came in. And some anger boiled in him again, something too dreadful for him to control. I watched him bow his head and turn away. He became small, light, and held his arms close to himself as he stood before the blaze, and he thought of threats now to hurt me, and I heard them, though they died before they ever reached his lips. But something disturbed my vision for a fraction of a second. Maybe it was a candle guttering, maybe it was the blink of my eye. Whatever it was, he vanished. Or he tried to vanish, and I saw him leaping away from the fire in a great dark streak. No! I cried out, and lunging at something I couldn't even see, I held him, material again, in my hands. He had only moved very fast, and I had moved faster. And we stood facing each other in the doorway of the crypt, and again I said that single negation, and I wouldn't let him go. Not like this, we can't part. We can't leave each other in hatred. We can't. And my will dissolved suddenly as I embraced him. and held tight to him so that he couldn't free himself nor even move. I didn't care what he was, or what he had done in that doomed moment of lying to me, or even trying to overpower me. I didn't care that I was no longer mortal and would never be again. I wanted only that he should remain. I wanted to be with him. What he was, and all the things he had said were true, yet it could never be as he wished it to be. He could not have this power over us. He could not divide Gabrielle from me. Yet I wondered, did he himself really understand what he was asking? Was it possible that he believed the more innocent words he spoke? Without speaking, without asking his consent, I led him back to the bench by the fire. I felt danger again, terrible danger, but it didn't really matter. He had to remain here with us now. Gabrielle was murmuring to herself. She was walking back and forth, and her cloak hung from one shoulder, and she seemed almost to have forgotten we were there. Armand watched her, and when she turned to him, quite suddenly and unexpectedly, she spoke aloud. You come to him and you say, "Take me with you." You say, "Love me." And you hint of superior knowledge, secrets, yet you give us nothing, either of us, except lies. I showed my power to understand, he answered in a soft murmur. No, you did tricks with your understanding, she replied. You made pictures, and rather childish pictures. You have done this all along. You lure Lestat in the palais with the most gorgeous illusions, only to attack him. And here, when there is respite in the struggle, what do you do but try to sow dissension between us? Yes, illusions before, I admitted, he answered. But the things I've spoken here are true. Already you despise your son for his love of mortals, his need to be ever near them, his yielding to the violinist. You knew the dark gift would madden that one, and that it will finally destroy him. You do wish for your freedom from all the children of darkness. You can't hide that from me. Ah, but you're so simple, she said. You see, but you don't see. How many mortal years did you live? Do you remember anything of them? What you've perceived is not the sum total of the passion I feel for my son. I have loved him as I have never loved any other being in creation. In my loneliness, my son is everything to me. How is it you can't interpret what you see? It's you who fail to interpret, he answered in the same soft manner. If you had ever felt real longing for any other one, you would know that what you feel for your son is nothing at all. This is futile, I said, to talk like this. No, she said to him without the slightest wavering. My son and I are kin to each other in more ways than one. In 50 years of life I've never known anyone as strong as myself, except my son. And what divides us we can always mend. But how are we to make you one of us when you use these things like wood for fire? But understand my larger point. What is it of yourself that you can give that we should want you? My guidance is what you need, he answered. You've only begun your adventure, and you have no beliefs to hold you. You cannot live without some guidance. Millions live without belief or guidance. It is you who cannot live without it. Pain coming from him, suffering. But she went on, her voice so steady and without expression it was almost a monologue. I have my questions, she asked. There are things I must know. I cannot live without some embracing philosophy, but it has nothing to do with old beliefs in gods or devils. She started pacing again, glancing to him as she spoke. I want to know, for example, why beauty exists, she said. Why nature continues to contrive it, and what is the link between the life of a tree and its beauty, and what connects the mere existence of the sea or a lightning storm with the feelings these things inspire in us. If God does not exist, if these things are not unified into one metaphorical system, then why do they retain for us such symbolic power? Lestat calls it the savage garden, but for me that is not enough. And I must confess that this maniacal curiosity, or call it what you will, leads me away from my human victims. It leads me into the open countryside, away from human creation. And maybe it will lead me away from my son, who is under the spell of all things human. She came up to him, nothing in her manner suggesting a woman now, and she narrowed her eyes as she looked into his face. "But that is the lantern by which I see the devil's road," she said. "By what lantern have you travelled it? What have you really learned besides devil worship and superstition? What do you know about us, and how we came into existence? Give that to us, and it might be worth something. And then again it might be worth nothing." He was speechless. He had no art to hide his amazement. He stared at her in innocent confusion. Then he rose and he slipped away, obviously trying to escape her, a battered spirit as he stared blankly before him. The silence closed in, and I felt for the moment strangely protective for him. She had spoken the unadorned truth about the things that interested her, as had been her custom ever since I could remember, and as always there was something violently disregarding about it. She spoke of what mattered to her with no thought of what had befallen him. "Come to a different plane," she had said, "my plane," and he was stymied and belittled. The degree of his helplessness was becoming alarming. He was not recovering from her attack. He turned and he moved towards the benches again, as if he would sit, then towards the sarcophagi, then towards the wall. It seemed these solid surfaces repelled him, as though his will confronted them first in an invisible field, and he was buffeted about. He drifted out of the room and into the narrow stone stairwell, and then he turned and came back. His thoughts were locked inside himself. Or, worse, there were no thoughts. There were only the tumbling images of what he saw before him, simple material things glaring back at him, the iron-studded door, the candles, the fire. Some full-blown evocation of the Paris streets, the vendors and the hawkers of papers, the cabriolets, the blended sound of an orchestra, a horrid din of words and phrases from the books he had so recently read. I couldn't bear this, but Gabrielle gestured sternly that I should stay where I was. Something was building in the crypt. Something was happening in the very air itself. Something changed even as the candles melted, and the fire crackled and licked at the blackened stones behind it, and the rats moved in the chambers of the dead below. Armand stood in the arched doorway, and it seemed hours had passed, though they hadn't. And Gabrielle was a long distance away in the corner of the room, her face cool in its concentration, her eyes as radiant as they were small. Armand was going to speak to us. But it was no explanation he was going to give. There was no direction, even, to the things he would say, and it was as if we'd cut him open and the images were coming out like blood. Armand was just a young boy in the doorway, holding the backs of his own arms. And I knew what I felt. It was a monstrous intimacy with another being, an intimacy that made even the rapt moments of the kill seem dim and under control. He was opened and could no longer contain the dazzling stream of pictures that made his old silent voice seem thin and lyrical and made up. Had this been the danger all along, the trigger of my fear? Even as I recognized it, I was yielding, and it seemed the great lessons of my life had all been learned through the renunciation of fear. Fear was once again breaking the shell around me so that something else could spring to life. Never, never in all my existence, not mortal or immortal, had I been threatened with an intimacy quite like this. The Story of Armand. Chapter 3. The chamber had faded. The walls were gone.
Horsemen came. A gathering cloud on the horizon. Then screams of terror. And an auburn-haired child in crude peasant's clothes running on and on as the horsemen broke loose in a horde, and the child fighting and kicking as he was caught and thrown over the saddle of a rider who bore him away beyond the end of the world. Armand was this child. And these were the southern steppes of Russia. But Armand didn't know that it was Russia. He knew mother and father and church and God and Satan, but he didn't even understand the name of home, or the name of his language, or that the horsemen who carried him away were Tatars, and that he would never see anything that he knew or loved again. Darkness, the tumultuous movement of the ship, and its never-ending sickness, and emerging out of the fear and the numbing despair, the vast glittering wilderness of impossible buildings that was Constantinople in the last days of the Byzantine Empire, with her fantastical multitudes and her slave auction blocks. The menacing babble of foreign tongues, threats made in the universal language of gesture, and all around him the enemies he could not distinguish or placate or escape. Years and years would pass, beyond a mortal lifetime, before Armand would look back on that awesome moment and give them names and histories, the Byzantine officials of the court who would have castrated him, and the harem keepers of Islam who would have done the same, and the proud Mameluke warriors of Egypt who would have taken him to Cairo with them had he been fairer and stronger, and the radiant, soft-spoken Venetians in their leggings and velvet doublets, the most dazzling creatures of all, Christians even as he was a Christian, yet laughing gently to one another as they examined him, as he stood mute, unable to answer, to plead, even to hope. I saw the seas before him, the great rolling blue of the Aegean and the Adriatic, and his sickness again in the hold, and his solemn vow not to live. And then the great Moorish palaces of Venice rising from the gleaming surface of the lagoon, and the house to which he was taken, with its dozens and dozens of secret chambers, the light of the sky glimpsed only through barred windows, and the other boys speaking to him in that soft, strange tongue that was Venetian, and the threats and the cajoling, as he was convinced, against all his fear and superstitions, of the sins that he must commit with the endless procession of strangers in this landscape of marble and torchlight, each chamber opening to a new tableau of tenderness that surrendered to the same ritual and inexplicable and finally cruel desire. And at last one night, when for days and days he had refused to submit, and he was hungry and sore and would not speak any longer to anyone, he was pushed through one of those doors again, just as he was, soiled and blind from the dark room in which he'd been locked, and the creature standing there to receive him, the tall one in red velvet, with the lean and almost luminous face, touched him so gently with cool fingers that, half dreaming, he didn't cry as he saw the coins exchange hands. But it was a great deal of money, too much money. He was being sold off, and the face, it was too smooth, it might have been a mask. At the final moment he screamed. He swore he would obey, he wouldn't fight any more. Will someone tell him where he's being taken? He won't disobey any more, please, please. But even as he was pulled down the stairs towards the dank smell of the water, he felt the firm, delicate fingers of his new master again, and on his neck cool and tender lips that could never, never hurt him. And that first deadly and irresistible kiss. Love and love and love in the vampire kiss. It bathed Armand, cleansed him. This is everything. As he was carried into the gondola, and the gondola moved like a great sinister beetle through the narrow stream into the sewers beneath another house. Drunk on pleasure, drunk on the silky white hands that smoothed back his hair, and the voice that called him beautiful.
on the face that in moments of feeling was suffused with expression only to become as serene and dazzling as something made of jewels and alabaster in repose. Like a pool of moonlit water it was. Touch it even with the fingertip, and all its life rises to the surface, only to vanish in quiet once again. Drunk in the morning light, on the memory of those kisses, as, alone, he opened one door after another upon books and maps and statues in granite and marble, the other apprentices finding him and leading him patiently to his work, letting him watch as they ground the brilliant pigments, teaching him to blend the pure color with the yellow egg yolk and how to spread the lacquer of the egg yolk over the panels, and taking him up on the scaffolding as they worked with careful strokes on the very edges of the vast depiction of sun and clouds, showing him those great faces and hands and angels' wings which only the master's brush would touch. Drunk as he sat at the long table with them, gorging himself on the delicious foods that he had never tasted before, and the wine which never ran out, and falling asleep finally, to wake at that moment of twilight when the master stood beside the enormous bed, gorgeous as something imagined in his red velvet, with his thick white hair glistening in the lamplight, and the simplest happiness in his brilliant cobalt-blue eyes. The deadly kiss. Ah, yes. Never to be separated from you, yes. Not afraid. Soon, my darling one, we will be truly united soon. Torches blazing throughout the house. The master atop the scaffolding with the brush in his hand. Stand there in the light, don't move. And hours frozen in the same position, and then before dawn seeing his own likeness there in the paint, the face of the angel, the master smiling as he moved down the endless corridor. No, master, don't leave me. Let me stay with you, don't go. Day again, and money in his pockets, real gold, and the grandeur of Venice with her dark green waterways, walled-in palaces, and the other apprentices walking arm in arm with him, and the fresh air and the blue sky over the Piazza San Marco, like something he had only dreamed in childhood, and the palazzo again at twilight, and the master coming, the master bent over the smaller panel with the brush, working faster and faster as the apprentices gazed on, half horrified, half fascinated, the master looking up and seeing him, and putting down the brush, and taking him out of the enormous studio as the others worked until the hour of midnight, his face in the master's hands as, alone in the bedchamber again, that secret, never tell anyone kiss. 2 years, 3 years, no words to recreate it or embrace it, the glory that was those times. The fleets that sailed away to war from that port, the hymns that rose before those Byzantine altars, the passion plays and the miracle plays performed on their platforms in the churches and in the piazza with their hell's mouth and cavorting devils, and the glittering mosaics spreading out over the walls of San Marco and San Zanipolo and the Palazzo Ducale, and the painters who walked those streets, Giambono, Uccello, the Vivarini and the Bellini, and the endless feast days and processions, and always in the small hours in the vast torch-lighted rooms of the palazzo, alone with the master, when the others slept safely locked away. The master's brush racing over the panel before it, as if uncovering the painting rather than creating it, sun and sky and sea spreading out beneath the canopy of the angel's wings. And those awful, inevitable moments when the master would rise screaming, hurling the pots of paint in all directions, clutching at his eyes as if he would pull them out of his head. Why can I not see? Why can I not see better than mortals see? Holding tight to the master, waiting for the rapture of the kiss, dark secret, unspoken secret. The master slipping out of the door sometime before dawn. Let me go with you, master. Soon, my darling, my love, my little one, when you're strong enough and tall enough and there is no flaw in you any more, Go now and have all the pleasures that await you. Have the love of a woman, and have the love of a man as well in the nights that follow. Forget the bitterness you knew in the brothel, and taste of these things while there is still time." And rarely did the night close that there wasn't that figure come back again, just before the rising sun, and this time ruddy and warm as it bent over him to give him the embrace that would sustain him through the daylight hours, until the deadly kiss at twilight again. He learned to read and to write. He took the paintings to their final destinations in the churches and the chapels of the great palaces, and collected the payments and bargained for the pigments and the oils. He scolded the servants when the beds weren't made and the meals weren't ready, and beloved by the apprentices he sent them to their new service when they were finished with tears. He read poetry to the master as the master painted, and he learned to play the lute and to sing songs. And during those sad times when the master left Venice for many nights, it was he who governed in the master's absence, concealing his anguish from the others, knowing it would end only when the master returned. And one night, finally, in the small hours when even Venice slept, "This is the moment, beautiful one, for you to come to me and become like me. Is it what you wish?" "Yes." "Forever to thrive in secret upon the blood of the evildoer as I thrive, and to abide with these secrets until the end of the world." "I take the vow. I surrender, I will. To be with you, my master, always. You are the creator of all things that I am. There has never been any greater desire." The master's brush pointing to the painting that reached to the ceiling above the tiers of scaffolding. "This is the only sun that you will ever see again. But a millennium of nights will be yours, to see light as no mortal has ever seen it, to snatch from the distant stars as if you were Prometheus an endless illumination by which to understand all things." How many months were there after, reeling in the power of the dark gift? This nighttime life of drifting through the alleyways and the canals together, at one with the danger of the dark, and no longer afraid of it, and the age-old rapture of the killing, and never, never the innocent souls. No, always the evildoer, the mind pierced, until Typhon, the slayer of his brother, was revealed, and then the drinking up of the evil from the mortal victim, and the transmuting of it into ecstasy, the master leading the way, the feast shared. And the painting afterwards, the solitary hours with the miracle of the new skill, the brush sometimes moving as if by itself across the enamelled surface, and the two of them painting furiously on the triptych, and the mortal apprentices asleep among the paint pots and the wine bottles, and only one mystery disturbing the serenity, the mystery that the master, as in the past, must now and then leave Venice for a journey that seemed endless to those left behind. All the more terrible now, the parting. To hunt alone without the master, to lie alone in the deep cellar after the hunt, waiting, not to hear the ring of the master's laughter or the beat of the master's heart. "But where do you go? Why can't I go with you?" Armand pleaded. Didn't they share the secret? Why was this mystery not explained? "No, my lovely one, you are not ready for this burden. For now it must be, as it has been for over 1,000 years, mine alone. Some day you will help me with what I have to do, but only when you are ready for the knowledge, when you have shown that you truly wish to know, and when you are powerful enough that no one can ever take the knowledge from you against your will. Until then, understand, I have no choice but to leave you. I go to tend to those who must be kept, as I have always done." Those who must be kept. Armand brooded upon it. It frightened him. But worst of all, it took the master from him, and only did he learn not to fear it when the master returned to him again and again. Those who must be kept are in peace or in silence, he would say, as he took the red velvet cloak from his shoulders. More than that we may never know. And to the feast again, the stalking of the evil-doer through the alleys of Venice, he and the master would go. How long might it have continued? Through one mortal lifetime? Through 100? Not a half-year in this dark bliss before the evening at twilight, when the master stood over his coffin in the deep cellar just above the water and said, "Rise, Armand. We must leave here. They have come."
"But who are they, master? Is it those who must be kept?"
"No, my darling, it is the others. Come, we must hurry."
"But how can they hurt us? Why must we go?"
The white faces at the windows, the pounding at the doors, glass shattering, the master turning this way and that as he looked at the paintings, the smell of smoke, the smell of burning pitch. They were coming up from the cellar. They were coming down from above. "Run! There is no time to save anything." Up the stairs to the roof. Black, hooded figures heaving their torches through the doorways, the fire roaring in the rooms below, exploding the windows, boiling up the stairway. All the paintings were burning. "To the roof, Armand! Come!" Creatures like ourselves in these dark garments. Others like ourselves. The master scattered them in all directions as he raced up the stairway, bones cracking as they struck the ceiling and the walls. "Blasphemer! Heretic!" the alien voices roared. The arms caught Armand and held him, and above, at the very top of the stairway, the master turned back for him. "Armand, trust your strength! Come!" But they were swarming behind the master. They were surrounding him. For each one hurled into the plaster, 3 more appeared, until 50 torches were plunged into the master's velvet garments, his long red sleeves, his white hair. The fire roared up to the ceiling as it consumed him, making of him a living torch, even as with flaming arms he defended himself, igniting his attackers as they threw the blazing torches like firewood at his feet. But Armand was being borne down and away, out of the burning house, with the screaming mortal apprentices. And over the water and away from Venice, amid cries and wailing, in the belly of a vessel as terrifying as the slave ship, to an open clearing under the night sky. "Blasphemer! Blasphemer!" The bonfire growing and the chain of hooded figures around it, and the chant rising and rising. "Into the fire! No, don't do it to me! No!" And as he watched, petrified, he saw brought towards the pyre the mortal apprentices, his brothers, his only brothers, roaring in panic as they were hurled upwards and over into the flames. "No! Stop this! They're innocent! For the love of God, stop! Innocent!" He was screaming, but now his time had come. They were lifting him as he struggled, and he was flung up and up to fall down into the blast. "Master, help me!" Then all words giving way to one wailing cry. Thrashing, screaming, mad. But he had been taken out of it, snatched back into life. And he lay on the ground looking at the sky. The flames licked the stars, it seemed, but he was far away from them and couldn't even feel the heat any more. He could smell his burnt clothing and his burnt hair. The pain in his face and hands was the worst, and the blood was leaking out of him, and he could scarcely move his lips. "All thy master's vain works destroyed, all the vain creations which he made among mortals with his dark powers, images of angels and saints and living mortals. Wilt thou too be destroyed, or serve Satan? Make thy choice. Thou hast tasted the fire, and the fire waits for thee, hungry for thee. Hell waits for thee. Wilt thou make thy choice?" "Yes." "To serve Satan as he is meant to be served?" "Yes." "That all things of the world are vanity,
And thou shalt never use thy dark powers for any mortal vanity, not to paint, not to create music, not to dance, nor to recite for the amusement of mortals, but only and for ever in the service of Satan, thy dark powers to seduce and to terrify and to destroy, only to destroy. Yes, consecrated to thy one and only master, Satan, Satan forever, always and forever, to serve thy true master in darkness and pain and in suffering, to surrender thy mind and thy heart, yes, and to keep from thy brethren in Satan no secret, to yield all knowledge of the blasphemer and his burden. Silence. To yield all knowledge of the burden, child. Come now, the flames wait. I do not understand you. Those who must be kept. Tell. Tell what? I do not know anything, except that I do not wish to suffer. I am so afraid. The truth, child of darkness. Where are they? Where are those who must be kept? I do not know. Look into my mind if you have that same power. There is nothing I can tell. But what, child? What are they? Did he never tell you? What are those who must be kept? And so they did not understand it either. It was no more than a phrase to them as it was to him. When you are powerful enough that no one can ever take the knowledge from you against your will, the master had been wise. What is its meaning? Where are they? We must have the answer. I swear to you, I do not have it. I swear on my fear, which is all I possess now. I do not know. White faces appearing above him one at a time. The tasteless lips giving hard, sweet kisses, hands stroking him, and from their wrists the glittering droplets of blood. They wanted the truth to come out in the blood. But what did it matter? The blood was the blood. Thou art the devil's child now. Yes. Don't weep for thy master, Marius. Marius is in hell where he belongs. Now drink the healing blood, and rise and dance with thine own kind for the glory of Satan, and immortality will be truly thine. Yes, the blood burning his tongue as he lifted his head, the blood filling him with torturous slowness. Oh, please. All around him Latin phrases and the low beat of drums. They were satisfied. They knew he had spoken the truth. They would not kill him, and the ecstasy dimmed all considerations. The pain in his hands and his face had melted into this ecstasy. Rise, young one, and join the children of darkness. Yes, I do. White hands reaching for his hands, horns and lutes shrilling over the thud of the drums, the harps plucked into a hypnotic strumming as the circle commenced to move, hooded figures in mendicant black, robes flowing as they lifted their knees high and bent their backs. And breaking hands they whirled, leapt and came down again, spinning round and round, and a humming song rose louder and louder from their closed lips. The circle swept on faster. The humming was a great melancholy vibration without shape or continuity, and yet it seemed to be a form of speaking, to be the very echo of thought. Louder and louder it came, like a moan that could not break into a cry. He was making the same sound with it, and then turning, and dizzy with turning, he leapt high into the air. Hands caught him, lips kissed him. He was whirling about and pulled along by the others, someone crying out in Latin, another answering, another crying louder, and another answer coming again. He was flying, no longer bound to the earth and the awful pain of his master's death, and the death of the paintings, and the death of the mortals he loved. The wind sailed past him, and the heat blasted his face and eyes. But the singing was so beautiful,
that it didn't matter that he didn't know the words, or that he couldn't pray to Satan, didn't know how to believe or make such a prayer. No one knew that he didn't know, and they were all in a chorus together, and they cried and lamented and turned and leapt again, and then, swaying back and forth, threw their heads back as the fire blinded them and licked them, and someone shouted, "Yes, yes!" And the music surged. A barbarous rhythm broke loose all around him from drums and tambourines, voices in lurid, rushing melody at last. The vampires threw up their arms, howled, figures flickering past him in riotous contortions, backs arched, heels stomping, the jubilation of imps in hell. It horrified him, and it called to him, and when the hands clutched at him and swung him around, he stomped and twisted and danced like the others, letting the pain course through him, bending his limbs and giving the alarm to his cries. And before dawn he was delirious, and he had a dozen brothers around him, caressing him and soothing him, and leading him down a staircase that had opened in the bowels of the earth. It seemed that some time in the months that followed, Armand dreamed his master had not been burnt to death. He dreamed his master had fallen from the roof, a blazing comet, into the saving waters of the canal below. And deep in the mountains of northern Italy his master survived. His master called to him to come. His master was in the sanctuary of those who must be kept. Sometimes in the dream his master was as powerful and radiant as he had ever been. Beauty seemed his raiment. And at others he was burnt black and shriveled, a breathing cinder, his eyes huge and yellow, and only his white hair as lustrous and full as it had been. He crept along the ground in his weakness, pleading for Armand to help him, and behind him warm light spilled from the sanctuary of those who must be kept. There came the smell of incense, and there seemed some promise of ancient magic there, some promise of cold and exotic beauty beyond all evil and all good. But these were vain imaginings. His master had told him that fire and the light of the sun could destroy them, and he himself had seen his master in flames. It was like wishing for his mortal life to come again, to have these dreams. And when his eyes were open on the moon and the stars and the still mirror of the sea before him, he knew no hope and no grief and no joy. All those things had come from the master, and the master was no more. I am the devil's child. That was poetry. All will was extinguished in him, and there was nothing but the dark confraternity, and the kill was now of the innocent as well as the guilty. The kill was above all cruel. In Rome, in the great coven in the catacombs, he bowed before Santino, the leader, who came down the stone steps to receive him with outstretched arms. This great one had been born to darkness in the time of the Black Death, and he told Armand of the vision that had come to him in the year 1349, when the plague raged, that we were to be as the Black Death itself, a vexation without explanation, to cause man to doubt the mercy and intervention of God. Into the sanctum lined with human skulls, Santino took Armand, telling him of the history of the vampires. From all times we have existed, as wolves have, a scourge of mortals. And in the coven of Rome, dark shadow of the Roman Church, lay our final perfection. Armand already knew the rituals and common prohibitions. Now he must learn the great laws. 1. That each coven must have its leader, and only he might order the working of the dark trick upon a mortal, seeing that the methods and the rituals were properly observed. 2. That the dark gifts must never be given to the crippled, the maimed, or to children, or to those who cannot, even with the dark powers, survive on their own. Be it further understood that all mortals who would receive the dark gifts should be beautiful in person, so that the insult to God might be greater when the dark trick is done. 3. That never should an old vampire work this magic, lest the blood of the fledgling be too strong. For all our gifts increase naturally with age, and the old ones have too much strength to pass on. Injury, burning, these catastrophes, if they do not destroy the child of Satan, will only increase his powers when he is healed. Yet Satan guards the flock from the power of old ones, for almost all, without exception, go mad. In this particular, let Armand observe that there was no vampire then living who was more than 300 years old. No one alive then could remember the first Roman coven. The devil frequently calls his vampires home. But let Armand understand here also that the effect of the dark trick is unpredictable, even when passed on by the very young vampire and with all due care. For reasons no one knows, some mortals, when born to darkness, become as powerful as titans. Others may be no more than corpses that move. That is why mortals must be chosen with skill. Those with great passion and indomitable will should be avoided, as well as those who have none. 4. That no vampire may ever destroy another vampire, except that the coven master has the power of life and death over all of his flock. And it is, further, his obligation to lead the old ones and the mad ones into the fire when they can no longer serve Satan as they should. It is his obligation to destroy all vampires who are not properly made. It is his obligation to destroy those who are so badly wounded that they cannot survive on their own. And it is his obligation, finally, to seek the destruction of all outcasts and all those who have broken these laws. 5. That no vampire shall ever reveal his true nature to a mortal and allow that mortal to live. No vampire must ever reveal the history of the vampires to a mortal and let the mortal live. No vampire must commit to writing the history of the vampires or any true knowledge of vampires, lest such a history be found by mortals and believed. And a vampire's name must never be known to mortals save from his tombstone, and never must any vampire reveal to mortals the location of his or any other vampire's lair. These, then, were the great commandments, which all vampires must obey, and this was the condition of existence among all the undead. Yet Armand should know that there had always been stories of ancient ones, heretic vampires of frightening power who submitted to no authority, not even that of the devil, vampires who had survived for thousands of years. Children of the millennia, they were sometimes called. In the north of Europe there were tales of Male, who dwelt in the forests of England and Scotland, and in Asia Minor the legend of Pandora, and in Egypt the ancient tale of the vampire Ramses, seen again in this very time. In all parts of the world one found such tales, and one could easily dismiss them as fanciful, save for one thing. The ancient heretic Marius had been found in Venice, and there punished by the children of darkness. The legend of Marius had been true. But Marius was no more. Armand said nothing to this last judgment. He did not tell Santino of the dreams he had had. In truth, the dreams had dimmed inside Armand, as had the colors of Marius's paintings. They were no longer held in Armand's mind or heart to be discovered by others who might try to see. When Santino spoke of those who must be kept, Armand again confessed that he did not know the meaning of it. Neither did Santino, nor any vampire that Santino had ever known. Dead was the secret. Dead was Marius. And so consigned to silence the old and useless mystery. Satan is our Lord and Master. In Satan all is understood and all is known. Armand pleased Santino. He memorized the laws, perfected his performance of the ceremonial incantations, the rituals, and the prayers. He saw the greatest sabbats he was ever to witness, And he learned from the most powerful and skillful and beautiful vampires he was ever to know. He learned so well that he became a missionary sent out to gather the vagrant children of darkness into covens and guide others in the performance of the Sabbat and the working of the dark trick when the world and the flesh and the devil called for it to be done. In Spain and in Germany and in France he had taught the dark blessings and dark rituals, and he had known savage and tenacious children of darkness, and dim flames had flared in him in their company, and in those moments when the coven surrounded him, comforted by him, deriving its unity from his strength. He had perfected the act of killing beyond the abilities of all the children of darkness that he knew. He had learned to summon those who truly wished to die. He had but to stand near the dwellings of mortals and call silently to see his victim appear. Old, young, wretched, diseased, the ugly or the beautiful, it did not matter, because he did not choose. Dazzling visions he gave, if they should want to receive, but he did not move towards them nor even close his arms around them. Drawn inexorably towards him, it was they who embraced him. And when their warm, living flesh touched him, when he opened his lips and felt the blood spill, he knew the only surcease from misery that he could know. It seemed to him in the best of these moments that his way was profoundly spiritual, uncontaminated by the appetites and confusions that made up the world, despite the carnal rapture of the kill. In that act the spiritual and the carnal came together, and it was the spiritual, he was convinced, that survived. Holy Communion, it seemed to him, the blood of the children of Christ, serving only to bring the essence of life itself into his understanding for the split second in which death occurred. Only the great saints of God were his equals in this spirituality, this confrontation with mystery, this existence of meditation and denial. Yet he had seen the greatest of his companions vanish, bring destruction upon themselves, go mad. He had witnessed the inevitable dissolution of covens, seen immortality defeat the most perfectly made children of darkness, and it seemed at times some awesome punishment that had never defeated him. Was he destined to be one of the ancient ones, the children of the millennia? Could one believe those stories which persisted still? Now and then a roaming vampire would speak of the fabled Pandora glimpsed in the far-off Russian city of Moscow, or of Mael living on the bleak English coast. The wanderers told even of Marius, that he had been seen again in Egypt or in Greece. But these storytellers had not themselves laid eyes upon the legendary ones. They knew nothing, really. These were often repeated tales. They did not distract or amuse the obedient servant of Satan. In quiet allegiance to the dark ways, Armand continued to serve. Yet in the centuries of his long obedience, Armand kept two secrets to himself. These were his property, these secrets, more purely his than the coffin in which he locked himself by day or the few amulets he wore. The first was that no matter how great his loneliness, or how long the search for brothers and sisters in whom he might find some comfort, he never worked the dark trick himself. He wouldn't give that to Satan, no child of darkness made by him. And the other secret, which he kept from his followers for their sake, was simply the extent of his ever-deepening despair. That he craved nothing, cherished nothing, believed nothing, finally, and took not one particle of pleasure in his ever-increasing and awesome powers, and existed from moment to moment in a void broken once every night of his eternal life by the kill. That secret he had kept from them as long as they had needed him, and it had been possible to lead them, because his fear would have made them afraid. But it was finished. A great cycle had ended. And even years ago he had felt it closing without understanding it was a cycle at all. From Rome there came the garbled travelers' accounts, old when they were told to him that the leader Santino had abandoned his flock. Some said he had gone mad into the countryside, others that he had leapt into the fire, others that the world had swallowed him, that he had been borne off in a black coach with mortals, never to be seen again. "We go into the fire, or we go into legend," said a teller of the tale. Then came accounts of chaos in Rome, of dozens of leaders who put on the black hood and the black robes to preside over the coven, and then it seemed there were none.
This ends Disc 11. The Vampire Lestat, Disc 12.
Since the year 1700 there had been no word any more from Italy. For half a century Armand had not been able to trust to his passion, or that of the others around him, to create the frenzy of the true Sabbat. And he had dreamed of his old master, Marius, in those rich robes of red velvet, and seen the palazzo full of vibrant paintings, and he had been afraid. Then another had come. His children rushed down into the cellars beneath Les Innocents to describe to him this new vampire, who wore a fur-lined cloak of red velvet and could profane the churches and strike down those who wore crosses and walk in the places of light. Red velvet. It was mere coincidence, and yet it maddened him and seemed an insult to him, a gratuitous pain that his soul couldn't bear. And then the woman had been made, the woman with the hair of a lion and the name of an angel, beautiful and powerful as her son. And he had come up the stairway, out of the catacomb, leading the band against us, as the hooded ones had come to destroy him and his master in Venice centuries before. And it had failed. He stood, dressed in these strange lace and brocade garments. He carried coins in his pockets. His mind swam with images from the thousands of books he had read, and he felt himself pierced with all he had witnessed in the places of light in the great city called Paris, and it was as if he could hear his old master whispering in his ear, "But a millennium of nights will be yours to see light as no mortal has ever seen it, to snatch from the distant stars as if you were Prometheus an endless illumination by which to understand all things." "All things have eluded my understanding," he said. "I am as one whom the earth has given back, and you, Lestat and Gabrielle, are like the images painted by my old master in cerulean and carmine and gold." He stood still in the doorway, his hands on the backs of his arms, and he was looking at us, asking silently, "What is there to know? What is there to give? We are the abandoned of God, and there is no devil's road spinning out before me, and there are no bells of hell ringing in my ears." Chapter 4. An hour passed, perhaps more. Armand sat by the fire. No marks any longer on his face from the long-forgotten battle. He seemed in his stillness to be as fragile as an emptied shell. Gabrielle sat across from him, and she too stared at the flames in silence, her face weary and seemingly compassionate. It was painful for me not to know her thoughts. I was thinking of Marius. And Marius, the vampire who had painted pictures in and of the real world, triptychs, portraits, frescoes on the walls of his palazzo. And the real world had never suspected him, nor hunted him, nor cast him out. It was this band of hooded fiends who came to burn the paintings, the ones who shared the dark gift with him. Had he himself ever called it the dark gift? They were the ones who said he couldn't live and create among mortals. Not mortals. I saw the little stage at Renaud's, and I heard myself sing, and the singing became a roar. Nicolas said, "It is splendid." I said, "It is petty." And it was like striking Nicolas. In my imagination he said what he had not said that night. Let me have what I can believe in. You would never do that. The triptychs of Marius were in churches and convent chapels, maybe on the walls of the great houses in Venice and Padua. The vampires would not have gone into holy places to pull them down. So they were there somewhere, with a signature perhaps worked into the detail, these creations of the vampire who surrounded himself with mortal apprentices, kept a mortal lover from whom he took the little drink, went out alone to kill. I thought of the night in the inn, when I had seen the meaninglessness of life, and the soft, fathomless despair of Armand's story seemed an ocean in which I might drown. This was worse than the blasted shore in Nicky's mind. This was for 3 centuries, this darkness, this nothingness. The radiant auburn-haired child by the fire could open his mouth again, and out would come blackness, like ink, to cover the world. That is, if there had not been this protagonist, this Venetian master, who had committed the heretical act of making meaning on the panels he painted. It had to be meaning, and our own kind, the elect of Satan, had made him into a living torch. Had Gabrielle seen these paintings in the story as I had seen them? Did they burn in her mind's eye as they did in mine? Marius was traveling some route into my soul that would let him roam there forever, along with the hooded fiends who turned the paintings into chaos again. In a dull sort of misery I thought of the travelers' tales, that Marius was alive, seen in Egypt or Greece. I wanted to ask Armand, wasn't it possible? Marius must have been so very strong. But it seemed disrespectful of him to ask. "Old legend," he whispered. His voice was as precise as the inner voice. Unhurriedly he continued, without ever looking away from the flames. "Legend from the olden times, before they destroyed us both." "Perhaps not," I said. "Echo of the visions, paintings on the walls. Maybe Marius is alive." "We are miracles or horrors," he said quietly, "depending upon how you wish to see us. And when you first know about us, whether it's through the dark blood or promises or visitations, you think anything is possible. But that isn't so. The world closes tight around this miracle soon enough, and you don't hope for other miracles. That is, you become accustomed to the new limits, and the limits define everything once again. So they say Marius continues. They all continue somewhere. That's what you want to believe. Not a single one remains in the coven in Rome from those nights when I was taught the ritual, and maybe the coven itself is no longer even there. Years and years have passed since there was any communication from the coven, but they all exist somewhere, don't they? After all, we can't die. He sighed. "Doesn't matter," he said. Something greater and more terrible mattered, that this despair might crush Armand beneath it. That in spite of the thirst in him now, the blood lost when we had fought together, and the silent furnace of his body healing the bruises and the broken flesh, he could not will himself into the world above to hunt. Rather suffer the thirst and the heat of the silent furnace, rather stay here and be with us. But he already knew the answer, that he could not be with us. Gabrielle and I didn't have to speak to let him know. We did not even have to resolve the question in our minds. He knew. The way God might know the future, because God is the possessor of all the facts. Unbearable anguish. And Gabrielle's expression all the more weary, sad. "You know that with all my soul I do want to take you with us," I said. I was surprised at my own emotion. But it would be disaster for us all. No change in him, he knew. No challenge from Gabrielle. "I cannot stop thinking of Marius," I confessed. "I know, and you do not think of those who must be kept, which is most strange." "That is merely another mystery," I said, "and there are 1,000 mysteries. I think of Marius. and I'm too much the slave of my own obsessions and fascination. It's a dreadful thing to linger so on Marius, to extract that one radiant figure from the tale. Doesn't matter. If it pleases you, take it. I do not lose what I give. When a being reveals his pain in such a torrent, you are bound to respect the whole of the tragedy. You have to try to comprehend, and such helplessness, such despair is almost incomprehensible to me. That's why I think of Marius. Marius I understand. You I don't understand. Why? Silence. Didn't he deserve the truth? I've been a rebel always, I said. You've been the slave of everything that ever claimed you. I was the leader of my coven. No. You were the slave of Marius and then of the children of darkness. You fell under the spell of one and then the other. What you suffer now is the absence of a spell. I think I shudder that you caused me so to understand it for a little while, to know it, as if I were a different being than I am. Doesn't matter, he said, eyes still on the fire. You think too much in terms of decision and action. This tale is no explanation, and I am not a being who requires a respectful acknowledgment in your thoughts or in words. And we all know the answer you have given is too immense to be voiced, and we all three of us know that it is final. What I don't know is why. So I am a creature very different from you, and so you cannot understand me. Why can't I go with you? I will do whatever you wish if you take me with you. I will be under your spell. I thought of Marius with his brush and the pots of egg tempera. How could you have ever believed anything that they told you after they burned those paintings? I asked. How could you have given yourself over to them? Agitation. Rising anger, caution in Gabrielle's face, but not fear. And you, when you stood on the stage and you saw the audience screaming to get out of the theater, how my followers described this to me, the vampire terrifying the crowd, and the crowd streaming into the Boulevard du Temple, what did you believe? That you did not belong among mortals? That's what you believed. You knew you did not, and there was no band of fiends in hooded robes to tell you. You knew. So Marius did not belong among mortals. So I did not. Ah, but it's different. No, it is not. That's why you scorn the theatre of the vampires, which is now, at this very moment, working out its little dramas to bring in the gold from the boulevard crowds. You do not wish to deceive as Marius deceived. It divides you evermore from mankind. You want to pretend to be mortal, but to deceive makes you angry, and it makes you kill. In that moment on the stage, I said, I revealed myself. I did the very opposite of deceiving. I wanted somehow, in making manifest the monstrosity of myself, to be joined with my fellow humans again. Better they should run from me than not see me. Better they should know I was something monstrous than for me to glide through the world unrecognized by those upon whom I preyed. But it was not better. No. What Marius did was better. He did not deceive. Of course he did. He fooled everyone. No, he found a way to imitate mortal life, to be one with mortals. He slew only the evildoer, and he painted as mortals paint. Angels and blue skies, clouds, those are the things you made me see when you were telling. He created good things, and I see wisdom in him, and a lack of vanity. He did not need to reveal himself. He had lived 1,000 years, and he believed more in the vistas of heaven that he painted than in himself. Confusion. Doesn't matter now. Devils who paint angels. Those are only metaphors, I said. And it does matter. If you are to rebuild, if you are to find the devil's road again, it does matter. There are ways for us to exist. If I could only imitate life, just find a way. You say things that mean nothing to me. We are the abandoned of God. Gabrielle glanced at him suddenly. "Do you believe in God?" she asked. "Yes, always in God," he answered. "It is Satan, our master, who is the fiction, and that is the fiction which has betrayed me." "Oh, then you are truly damned," I said, "and you know full well that your retreat into the fraternity of the children of darkness was a retreat from a sin that was not a sin. Anger." "Your heart breaks for something you'll never have," he countered, his voice rising suddenly. "You brought Gabrielle and Nicola over the barrier to you, but you could not go back." "Why is it you don't hearken to your own story?" I asked. "Is it that you have never forgiven Marius for not warning you about them, letting you fall into their hands? You will never take anything, not example or inspiration, from Marius again? I am not Marius, but I tell you, since I set my feet on the Devil's Road, I have heard of only one elder who could teach me anything, and that is Marius, your Venetian master. He is talking to me now. He is saying something to me of a way to be immortal."
"Mockery."
"No, it wasn't mockery, and you are the one whose heart breaks for what he will never have. Another body of belief, another spell." No answer. "We cannot be Marius for you," I said, "or the Dark Lord Santino. We are not artists with a great vision that will carry you forward, and we are not evil coven masters with the conviction to condemn a legion to perdition, and this domination, this glorious mandate, is what you must have." I had risen to my feet without meaning to. I had come close to the fireplace, and I was looking down at him. And I saw out of the corner of my eye Gabrielle's subtle nod of approval, and the way that she closed her eyes for a moment, as if she were allowing herself a sigh of relief. He was perfectly still. "You have to suffer through this emptiness," I said, "and find what impels you to continue. If you come with us, we will fail you, and you will destroy us."
"How suffer through it?"
He looked up at me, and his eyebrows came together in the most poignant frown.
"How do I begin? You move like the right hand of God. But for me the world, the real world in which Marius lived, is beyond reach. I never lived in it. I push against the glass, but how do I get in?"
"I can't tell you that. You have to study this age," Gabrielle interrupted. Her voice was calm but commanding. He looked towards her as she spoke. "You have to understand the age," she continued, "through its literature and its music and its art. You have come up out of the earth, as you yourself put it. Now live in the world." No answer from him. Flash of Nicky's ravaged flat, with all its books on the floor. Western civilization in heaps.
"And what better place is there than the center of things? The boulevard and the theater?" Gabrielle asked.
He frowned, his head turning dismissively, but she pressed on. "Your gift is for leading the coven, and your coven is still there." He made a soft, despairing sound. "Nicola is a fledgling," she said. "He can teach them much about the world outside, but he cannot really lead them. The woman, Eleni, is amazingly clever, but she will make way for you." "What is it to me, their games?" he whispered. "It is a way to exist," she said, "and that is all that matters to you now. The theater of the vampires. I should rather the fire. Think of it," she said. "There's a perfection in it you can't deny. We are illusions of what is mortal, and the stage is an illusion of what is real." "It's an abomination," he said. "What did Lestat call it? Petty? That was to Nicola, because Nicola would build fantastical philosophies upon it," she said. "You must live now without fantastical philosophies, the way you did when you were Marius's apprentice. Live to learn the age. And Lestat does not believe in the value of evil, but you do believe in it. I know that you do." "I am evil," he said, half smiling. He almost laughed.
It's not a matter of belief, is it? But do you think I could go from the spiritual path I followed for 3 centuries to voluptuousness and debauchery such as that? We were the saints of evil, he protested. I will not be common evil. I will not. Make it uncommon, she said. She was getting too impatient. If you are evil, how can voluptuousness and debauchery be your enemies? Don't the world, the flesh, and the devil conspire equally against man? He shook his head as if to say he did not care. You are more concerned with what is spiritual than with evil, I interjected, watching him closely. Is that not so? Yes, he said at once. But don't you see, the color of wine in a crystal glass can be spiritual, I continued. The look in a face, the music of a violin. A Paris theater can be infused with the spiritual for all its solidity. There's nothing in it that hasn't been shaped by the power of those who possessed spiritual visions of what it could be. Something quickened in him, but he pushed it away. Seduce the public with voluptuousness, Gabrielle said. For God's sake and the devil's. Use the power of the theater as you will. Weren't the paintings of your master spiritual? I asked. I could feel a warming in myself now at the thought of it. Can anyone look on the great works of that time and not call them spiritual? I have asked myself that question, Armand answered, many times. Was it spiritual or was it voluptuous? Was the angel painted on the triptych caught in the material, or was the material transformed? No matter what they did to you after, you never doubted the beauty and the value of his work, I said. I know you didn't, and it was the material transformed. It ceased to be paint and it became magic, just as in the kill the blood ceases to be blood and becomes life. His eyes misted, but no visions came from him. Whatever road he travelled back in his thoughts, he travelled alone. The carnal and the spiritual, Gabrielle said, come together in the theatre as they do in the paintings. Sensual fiends we are by our very nature. Take this as your key. He closed his eyes for a moment as if he would shut us out. Go to them and listen to the music that Nicky makes, she said. Make art with them in the theatre of the vampires. You have to pass away from what failed you into what can sustain you. Otherwise, there is no hope. I wished she had not said it so abruptly, brought it so to the point. But he nodded, and his lips pressed together in a bitter smile. The only thing really important for you, she said slowly, is that you go to an extreme. He stared at her blankly. He could not possibly understand what she meant by this, and I thought it too brutal a truth to say. But he didn't resist it. His face became thoughtful and smooth and childlike again. For a long time he looked at the fire. Then he spoke. "But why must you go at all?" he asked. "No one is at war with you now. No one is trying to drive you out. Why can't you build it with me, this little enterprise?" Did that mean he would do it? Go to the others and become part of the theater in the boulevard? He didn't contradict me. He was asking again, why couldn't I create the imitation of life, if that was what I wanted to call it, right in the boulevard? But he was also giving up. He knew I couldn't endure the sight of the theater, or the sight of Nicola. I couldn't even really urge him towards it. Gabrielle had done that. And he knew that it was too late to press us any more. Finally, Gabrielle said, "We can't live among our own kind, Armand." And I thought, yes, that is the truest answer of all. And I don't know why I couldn't speak it aloud. The devil's road is what we want, she said, and we are enough for each other now. Maybe years and years into the future, when we've been 1,000 places and seen 1,000 things, we'll come back. We'll talk then together, as we have tonight. This came as no real shock to him.
But it was impossible now to know what he thought. For a long time we didn't speak. I don't know how long we remained quiet together in the room. I tried not to think of Marius any more, or of Nicola either. All sense of danger was gone now, but I was afraid of the parting, of the sadness of it, of the feeling that I had taken from this creature his astonishing story and given him precious little for it in return. It was Gabrielle who finally broke the quiet. She rose and moved gracefully to the bench beside him. "Armand," she said, "we are going. If I have my way, we'll be miles from Paris before midnight tomorrow night." He looked at her with calm and acceptance. Impossible to know now what he chose to conceal. "Even if you do not go to the theatre," she said, "accept the things that we can give you. My son has wealth enough to make an entrance into the world very easy for you." "You can take this tower for your lair," I said. "Use it as long as you wish. Magnus found it safe enough." After a moment he nodded with a grave politeness, but he didn't say anything. "Let Lestat give you the gold needed to make you a gentleman," Gabrielle said, "and all we ask in return is that you leave the coven in peace if you do not choose to lead it." He was looking at the fire again, face tranquil, irresistibly beautiful. Then again he nodded in silence. And the nod itself meant no more than that he had heard, not that he would promise anything. "If you will not go to them," I said slowly, "then do not hurt them. Do not hurt Nicola." And when I spoke these words, his face changed very subtly. It was almost a smile that crept over his features, and his eyes shifted slowly to me, and I saw the scorn in them. I looked away, but the look had affected me as much as a blow. "I don't want him to be harmed," I said in a tense whisper. "No, you want him destroyed," he whispered back, "so that you need never fear or grieve for him any more." And the look of scorn sharpened hideously. Gabrielle intervened. "Armand," she said, "he is not dangerous to them. The woman alone can control him, and he has things to teach all of you about this time, if you will listen." They looked at each other for some time in silence, and again his face was soft and gentle and beautiful. And in a strangely decorous manner he took Gabrielle's hand and held it firmly. Then they stood up together, and he let her hand go, and he drew a little away from her and squared his shoulders. He looked at both of us. "I'll go to them," he said in the softest voice, "and I will take the gold you offer me, and I will seek refuge in this tower. And I will learn from your passionate fledgling whatever he has to teach me. But I reach for these things only because they float on the surface of the darkness in which I am drowning. And I would not descend without some finer understanding. I would not leave eternity to you without some final battle." I studied him, but no thoughts came from him to clarify these words. "Maybe as the years pass," he said, "desire will come again to me. I will know appetite again, even passion. Maybe when we meet in another age these things will not be abstract and fleeting. I'll speak with a vigor that matches yours instead of merely reflecting it, and we will ponder matters of immortality and wisdom. We will talk about vengeance or acceptance then. For now it's enough for me to say that I want to see you again. I want our paths to cross in the future. And for that reason alone, I will do as you ask and not what you want. I will spare your ill-fated Nicola." I gave an audible sigh of relief. Yet his tone was so changed, so strong, that it sounded a deep, silent alarm in me. This was the coven master, surely, this quiet and forceful one, the one who would survive, no matter how the orphan in him wept. But then he smiled slowly and gracefully, and there was something sad and endearing in his face. He became the Da Vinci saint again, or more truly, the little god from Caravaggio. And it seemed for a moment he couldn't be anything evil or dangerous. He was too radiant, too full of all that was wise and good. "Remember my warnings," he said, "not my curses." Gabrielle and I both nodded. "And when you have need of me," he said, "I will be here." Then Gabrielle did the totally surprising thing of embracing him and kissing him, and I did the same. He was pliant and gentle and loving in our arms, and he let us know without words that he was going to the coven, and we could find him there tomorrow night. The next moment he was gone, and Gabrielle and I were there alone together, as if he'd never been in the room. I could hear no sound anywhere in the tower, nothing but the wind in the forest beyond. And when I climbed the steps I found the gate open and the fields stretching to the woods in unbroken quiet. I loved him. I knew it, as incomprehensible to me as he was, but I was so glad it was finished, so glad that we could go on. Yet I held to the bars for a long time, just looking at the distant woods, and the dim glow far beyond that the city made upon the lowering clouds. And the grief I felt was not only for the loss of him, it was for Nicky, and for Paris, and for myself. Chapter 5. When I came back down to the crypt, I saw her building up the fire again with the last of the wood. In a slow, weary fashion she stoked the blaze, and the light was red on her profile and in her eyes. I sat quietly on the bench watching her, watching the explosion of sparks against the blackened bricks. "Did he give you what you wanted?" I asked. "In his own way, yes," she said. She put the poker aside and sat down opposite, her hair spilling down over her shoulders as she rested her hands beside her on the bench. "I tell you I don't care if I never look upon another one of our kind," she said coldly. "I am done with their legends, their curses, their sorrows, and done with their insufferable humanity, which may be the most astonishing thing they've revealed. I'm ready for the world again, Lestat, as I was on the night I died." "But Marius," I said excitedly, "Mother, there are ancient ones who have used immortality in a wholly different way." "Are there?" she asked. "Lestat, you're too generous with your imagination. The story of Marius has the quality of a fairy tale." "No, that's not true." "So the orphan demon claims descent not from the filthy peasant devils he resembles," she said, "but from a lost lord, almost a god. I tell you, any dirty-faced village child dreaming at the kitchen fire can tell you tales like that." "Mother, he couldn't have invented Marius," I said. "I may have a great deal of imagination, but he has almost none. He couldn't have made up the images. I tell you, he saw those things." "I hadn't thought of it exactly that way," she admitted with a little smile. "But he could well have borrowed Marius from the legends he heard." "No," I said. "There was a Marius, and there is a Marius still. And there are others like him. There are children of the millennia who have done better than these children of darkness with the gifts given them." "Lestat, what is important is that we do better," she said. "All I learned from Armand finally was that immortals find death seductive and ultimately irresistible, that they fail to conquer death or humanity in their minds. Now I want to take that knowledge and wear it like armor as I move through the world, and luckily I don't mean the world of change which these creatures have found so dangerous. I mean the world that for eons has been the same." She tossed her hair back as she looked at the fire again. "It's of snow-covered mountains I dream," she said softly, "of desert wastes, of impenetrable jungles, or the great north woods of America where they say white men have never been." Her face warmed just a little as she looked at me. "Think on it," she said. "There is nowhere that we cannot go. And if the children of the millennia do exist, maybe that is where they are, far from the world of men." "And how do they live if they are?" I asked. I was picturing my own world, and it was full of mortal beings, and the things that mortal beings made. "It's man we feed on," I said. "There are hearts that beat in those forests," she said dreamily. "There is blood that flows for the one who takes it. I can do the things now that you used to do. I could fight those wolves on my own." Her voice trailed off as she was lost in her thoughts. "The important thing," she said after a long moment, "is that we can go wherever we wish now, Lestat. We're free." "I was free before," I said. "I never cared for what Armand had to tell, but Marius... I know that Marius is alive. I feel it. I felt it when Armand told the tale, and Marius knows things. And I don't mean just about us, or about those who must be kept, or whatever the old mystery. He knows things about life itself, about how to move through time. So let him be your patron saint, if you need it," she said. This angered me, and I didn't say anything more. The fact was, her talk of jungles and forests frightened me. And all the things Armand had said to divide us came back to me, just as I'd known they would when he had spoken his well-chosen words. And so we live with our differences, I thought, just as mortals do, and maybe our divisions are exaggerated, as are our passions, as is our love. "There was one inkling," she said as she watched the fire, "one little indication that the story of Marius had truth." "There were 1,000 indications." "He said that Marius slew the evildoer," she continued, "and he called the evildoer Typhon, the slayer of his brother. Do you remember this?" "I thought that he meant Cain, who had slain Abel. It was Cain I saw in the images, though I heard the other name." "That's just it. Armand himself didn't understand the name Typhon. Yet he repeated it. But I know what it means." "Tell me." "It's from the Greek and Roman myths, the old story of the Egyptian god Osiris, slain by his brother Typhon, so that he became lord of the underworld. Of course Armand could have read it in Plutarch, but he didn't. That's the strange thing." "Ah, you see then, Marius did exist. When he said he'd lived for a millennium, he was telling the truth." "Perhaps, Lestat, perhaps," she said. "Mother, tell me this again, this Egyptian story." "Lestat, you have years to read all the old tales for yourself." She rose and bent to kiss me, and I sensed the coldness and sluggishness in her that always came before dawn. "As for me, I am done with books. They are what I read when I could do nothing else." She took my 2 hands in hers. "Tell me that we'll be on the road tomorrow, that we won't see the ramparts of Paris again until we've seen the other side of the world." "Exactly as you wish," I said. She started up the stairs. "But where are you going?" I said as I followed her. She opened the gate and went out towards the trees. "I want to see if I can sleep in the raw earth itself," she said over her shoulder. "If I don't rise tomorrow, you'll know I failed." "But this is madness," I said, coming after her. I hated the very idea of it. She went ahead into a thicket of old oaks, and kneeling she dug into the dead leaves and damp soil with her hands. Ghastly she looked, as if she were a beautiful blonde-haired witch scratching with the speed of a beast. Then she rose and waved a farewell kiss to me, and commanding all her strength, she descended, as if the earth belonged to her, and I was left staring in disbelief at the emptiness where she had been, and the leaves that had settled as if nothing had disturbed the spot. I walked away from the woods. I walked south, away from the tower. And as my step quickened, I started singing softly to myself some little song, maybe a bit of melody that the violins had played earlier this night in the Palais Royal. And the sense of grief came back to me. The realization that we were really going, that it was finished with Nicolas, and finished with the children of darkness and their leader. And I wouldn't see Paris again or anything familiar to me for years and years. And for all my desire to be free, I wanted to weep. But it seems I had some purpose in my wandering that I hadn't admitted to myself. A half hour or so before the morning light, I was on the post road near the ruin of an old inn. Falling down it was, this last outpost of an abandoned village, with only the heavily mortared walls left intact. And taking out my dagger, I began to carve deep in the soft stone. Marius, the Ancient One, Lestat is searching for you. It is the month of May in the year 1780, and I go south from Paris toward Lyons. Please make yourself known to me. What arrogance it seemed when I stepped back from it. And I had already broken the dark commandments, telling the name of an immortal and putting it into written words. Well, it gave me a wondrous satisfaction to do it. And after all, I had never been very good at obeying rules. Part 6. On the Devil's Road from Paris to Cairo. Chapter 1. The last time we saw Armand in the 18th century, he was standing with Eleni and Nicolas and the other vampire mummers before the door of Renaud's theatre, watching as our carriage made its way into the stream of traffic on the boulevard. I'd found him earlier closeted in my old dressing-room with Nicolas in the midst of a strange conversation dominated by Nicky's sarcasm and peculiar fire. He wore a wig and a sombre red frock coat, and it seemed to me that he had already acquired a new opacity, as if every waking moment since the death of the old coven was giving him greater substance and strength. Nicky and I had no words for each other in these last awkward moments. But Armand politely accepted the keys of the tower from me, and a great quantity of money, and the promise of more when he wanted it from Roger. His mind was closed to me. But he said again that Nicolas would come to no harm from him, and as we said our farewells, I believed that Nicolas and the little coven had every chance of survival, and that Armand and I were friends. By the end of that first night, Gabrielle and I were far from Paris, as we vowed we would be, and in the months that followed we went on to Lyon, Turin, and Vienna, and after that to Prague and Leipzig and St. Petersburg, and then south again to Italy, where we were to settle for many years. Eventually we went on to Sicily, then north into Greece and Turkey, and then south again through the ancient cities of Asia Minor, and finally to Cairo, where we remained for some time. And in all these places I was to write my messages to Marius on the walls. Sometimes it was no more than a few words that I scratched with the tip of my knife. In other places I spent hours chiseling my ruminations into the stone. But wherever I was, I wrote my name, the date, and my future destination, and my invitation. Marius, make yourself known to me. As for the old covens, we were to come upon them in a number of scattered places, but it was clear from the outset that the old ways were everywhere breaking down. Seldom more than 3 or 4 vampires carried on the old rituals, and when they came to realize that we wanted no part of them or their existence, they let us alone. Infinitely more interesting were the occasional rogues we glimpsed in the middle of society, lone and secretive vampires pretending to be mortal just as skillfully as we could pretend. But we never got close to these creatures. They ran from us as they must have from the old covens, and seeing nothing more than fear in their eyes, I wasn't tempted to give chase. Yet it was strangely reassuring to know that I hadn't been the first aristocratic fiend to move through the ballrooms of the world in search of my victims, The deadly gentleman who would soon surface in stories and poetry and penny dreadful novels as the very epitome of our tribe. There were others appearing all the time. But we were to encounter stranger creatures of darkness as we moved on. In Greece we found demons who did not know how they had been made, and sometimes even mad creatures without reason or language, who attacked us as if we were mortal, and ran screaming from the prayers we said to drive them away. The vampires in Istanbul actually dwelt in houses, safe behind high wall and gates, their graves in their gardens, and dressed as all humans do in that part of the world in flowing robes to hunt the night-time streets. Yet even they were quite horrified to see me living amongst the French and the Venetians, riding in carriages, joining the gatherings at the European embassies and homes. They menaced us, shouting incantations at us, and then ran in panic when we turned on them, only to come back and devil us again. The revenants who haunted the Mameluke tombs in Cairo were beastly wraiths, held to the old laws by hollow-eyed masters who lived in the ruins of a Coptic monastery, their rituals full of Eastern magic and the evocation of many demons and evil spirits whom they called by strange names. They stayed clear of us, despite all their acidic threats, yet they knew our names. As the years passed, we learned nothing from all these creatures, which of course was no great surprise to me. And though vampires in many places had heard the legends of Marius and the other ancient ones, they had never seen such beings with their own eyes. Even Armand had become a legend to them, and they were likely to ask, "Did you really see the vampire Armand?" Nowhere did I meet a truly old vampire. Nowhere did I meet a vampire who was in any way a magnetic creature, a being of great wisdom or special accomplishment, an unusual being in whom the dark gift had worked any perceivable alchemy that was of interest to me. Armand was a dark god compared to these beings, and so was Gabrielle, and so was I. But I jump ahead of my tale. Early on, when we first came into Italy, we gained a fuller and more sympathetic knowledge of the ancient rituals. The Roman coven came out to welcome us with open arms. "Come to the Sabbat," they said. "Come into the catacombs and join in the hymns." Yes, they knew that we'd destroyed the Paris coven and bested the great master of dark secrets, Armand. But they didn't despise us for it. On the contrary, they could not understand the cause of Armand's resignation of his power. Why hadn't the coven changed with the times? For even here, where the ceremonies were so elaborate and sensuous that they took my breath away, the vampires, far from eschewing the ways of men, thought nothing of passing themselves off as human whenever it suited their purposes. It was the same with the 2 vampires we had seen in Venice and the handful we were later to meet in Florence as well. In black cloaks they penetrated the crowds at the opera, the shadowy corridors of great houses during balls and banquets, and even sometimes sat amid the press in lowly taverns or wine shops, peering at humans quite close at hand. It was their habit here more than anywhere to dress in the costumes of the time of their birth, and they were often splendidly attired and most regal, possessing jewels and finery and showing it often to great advantage when they chose. Yet they crept back to their stinking graveyards to sleep, and they fled screaming from any sign of heavenly power, and they threw themselves with savage abandon into their horrifying and beautiful sabbats. In comparison, the vampires of Paris had been primitive, coarse, and childlike. But I could see that it was the very sophistication and worldliness of Paris that had caused Armand and his flock to retreat so far from mortal ways. As the French capital became secular, the vampires had clung to old magic, while the Italian fiends lived among deeply religious humans whose lives were drenched in Roman Catholic ceremony, men and women who respected evil as they respected the Roman Church. In some, the old ways of the fiends were not unlike the old ways of people in Italy, and so the Italian vampires moved in both worlds. Did they believe in the old ways? They shrugged. The Sabbat for them was a grand pleasure. Hadn't Gabrielle and I enjoyed it? Had we not finally joined in the dance? "Come to us any time that you wish," the Roman vampires told us. As for this theatre of the vampires in Paris, this great scandal which was shocking our kind the world over, well, they would believe that when they saw it with their own eyes. Vampires performing on a stage, vampires dazzling mortal audiences with tricks and mimicry. They thought it was too terribly Parisian. They laughed. Of course, I was hearing more directly about the theatre all the time. Before I'd even reached St. Petersburg, Roger had sent me a long testament to the cleverness of the new troupe. "They have gotten themselves up like giant wooden marionettes," he wrote. "Gold cords come down from the rafters to their ankles and their wrists and the tops of their heads, and by these they appear to be manipulated in the most charming dances. They wear perfect circles of rouge on their white cheeks, and their eyes are wide as glass buttons. You cannot believe the perfection with which they make themselves appear inanimate." But the orchestra is another marvel. Faces blank and painted in the very same style, the players imitate mechanical musicians, the jointed dolls one can buy that on the winding of a key saw away at their little instruments or blow their little horns to make real music. It is such an engaging spectacle that ladies and gentlemen of the audience quarrel amongst themselves as to whether or not these players are dolls or real persons. Some aver that they are all made of wood, and the voices coming out of the actors' mouths are the work of ventriloquists. As for the plays themselves, they would be extremely unsettling were they not so beautiful and skilfully done. There is one most popular drama they do which features a vampiric revenant risen from the grave through a platform in the stage. Terrifying is the creature, with rag-mop hair and fangs. But lo, he falls in love at once with a giant wooden puppet woman, never guessing that she is not alive. Unable to drink blood from her throat, however, the poor vampire soon perishes, at which moment the marionette reveals that she does indeed live, though she is made of wood, and with an evil smile she performs a triumphant dance upon the body of the defeated fiend. I tell you, it makes the blood run cold to see it, yet the audience screams and applauds. In another little tableau, the puppet dancers make a circle about a human girl and entice her to let herself be bound up with golden cords as if she too were a marionette. The sorry result is that the strings make her dance till the life goes out of her body. She pleads with eloquent gestures to be released, but the real puppets only laugh and cavort as she expires. The music is unearthly. It brings to mind the gypsies of the country fairs. Monsieur de l'Enfant is the director, and it is the sound of his violin which often opens the evening fair. I advise you, as your attorney, to claim some of the profits being made by this remarkable company. The lines for each performance stretch a considerable length down the boulevard. Roger's letters always unsettled me. They left me with my heart tripping, and I couldn't help but wonder, what had I expected the troupe to do? Why did their boldness and inventiveness surprise me? We all had the power to do such things. By the time I settled in Venice, where I spent a great deal of time looking in vain for Marius's paintings, I was hearing from Elénie directly, her letters inscribed with exquisite vampiric skill. They were the most popular entertainment in nighttime Paris, she wrote to me. Actors had come from all over Europe to join them, so their troupe had swelled to 20 in number, which even that metropolis could scarce support. Only the most clever artists are admitted, those who possess truly astonishing talent. But we prize discretion above all else. We do not like scandal, as you can well guess. As for their dear violinist, she wrote of him affectionately, saying he was their greatest inspiration, that he wrote the most ingenious plays, taking them from stories that he read. But when he is not at work, he can be quite impossible. He must be watched constantly so that he does not enlarge our ranks. His dining habits are extremely sloppy, and on occasion he says most shocking things to strangers, which fortunately they are too sensible to believe. In other words, he tried to make other vampires, and he didn't hunt in stealth. In the main, it is our oldest friend, Armand, obviously, who is relied upon to restrain him, and that he does with the most caustic threats. But I must say that these do not have an enduring effect upon our violinist. He talks often of old religious customs, of ritual fires, of the passage into new realms of being. I cannot say that we do not love him, For your sake we would care for him even if we did not. But we do love him, and our oldest friend in particular bears him great affection. Yet I should remark that in the old times such persons would not have endured among us for very long. As for our oldest friend, I wonder if you would know him now. He has built a great manse at the foot of your tower, and there he lives among books and pictures, very like a scholarly gentleman with little care for the real world. Each night, however, he arrives at the door of the theatre in his black carriage, and he watches from his own curtained box. And he comes after to settle all disputes among us, to govern as he always did, to threaten our divine violinist. But he will never consent to perform on the stage. It is he who accepts new members among us. As I told you, they come from all over. We do not have to solicit them. They knock upon our door. Come back to us, she wrote in closing. You will find us more interesting than you did before. There are 1,000 dark wonders which I cannot commit to paper. We are a starburst in the history of our kind, and we could not have chosen a more perfect moment in the history of this great city for our little contrivance. And it is your doing, this splendid existence we sustain. Why did you leave us? Come home. I saved these letters. I kept them as carefully as I kept the letters from my brothers in the Auvergne. I saw the marionettes perfectly in my imagination. I heard the cry of Nicky's violin. I saw Armand, too, arriving in his dark carriage, taking his seat in the box. And I even described all of this, in veiled and eccentric terms, in my long messages to Marius, working in a little frenzy now and then with my chisel in a dark street, while mortals slept. But for me there was no going back to Paris, no matter how lonely I might become. The world around me had become my lover and my teacher. I was enraptured with the cathedrals and castles, the museums and palaces that I saw. In every place I visited, I went to the heart of society. I drank up its entertainments and its gossip, its literature and its music, its architecture and its art. I could fill volumes with the things I studied, the things I struggled to understand. I was enthralled by gypsy violinists and street puppeteers, as I was by great castrati sopranos and gilded opera houses or cathedral choirs. I prowled the brothels and the gambling dens and the places where the sailors drank and quarrelled. I read the newspapers everywhere I went and hung about in taverns, often ordering food I never touched, merely to have it in front of me. And I talked to mortals incessantly in public places, buying countless glasses of wine for others, smelling their pipes and cigars as they smoked, and letting all these mortal smells get into my hair and clothes. And when I wasn't out roaming, I was travelling the realm of the books that had belonged to Gabrielle so exclusively, all through those dreary mortal years at home. Before we even got to Italy, I knew enough Latin to be studying the classics, and I made a library in the old Venetian palazzo I haunted, often reading the whole night long. And, of course, it was the tale of Osiris that enchanted me, bringing back with it the romance of Armand's story and Marius's enigmatic words. As I pored over all the old versions, I was quietly thunderstruck by what I read. Here we have an ancient king, Osiris, a man of unworldly goodness, who turns the Egyptians away from cannibalism and teaches them the art of growing crops and making wine. And how is he murdered by his brother Typhon? Osiris is tricked into lying down in a box made to the exact size of his body, and his brother Typhon then nails shut the lid. He is then thrown into the river, and when his faithful Isis finds his body, he is again attacked by Typhon, who dismembers him. All parts of his body are found save one. Now why would Marius make reference to a myth such as this? And how could I not think on the fact that all vampires sleep in coffins which are boxes made to the size of their bodies? Even the miserable rabble of Les Innocents slept in their coffins. Magnus said to me, "In that box or its like you must always lie." As for the missing part of the body, the part that Isis never found, well, there is one part of us which is not enhanced by the dark gift, isn't there? We can speak see, taste, breathe, move as humans move, but we cannot procreate. And neither could Osiris. So he became Lord of the Dead. Was this a vampire god? But so much puzzled me and tormented me. This god Osiris was the god of wine to the Egyptians, the one later called Dionysus by the Greeks. And Dionysus was the dark god of the theater, the devil god whom Nicky described to me when we were boys at home. And now we had the theater full of vampires in Paris. Oh, it was too rich. I couldn't wait to tell all this to Gabrielle. But she dismissed it indifferently, saying there were hundreds of such old stories. Osiris was the god of the corn, she said. He was a good god to the Egyptians. What could this have to do with us? She glanced at the books I was studying. You have a great deal to learn, my son. Many an ancient god was dismembered and mourned by his goddess. Read of Actaeon and Adonis. The ancients loved those stories. And she was gone. And I was alone in the candle-lighted library, leaning on my elbows amid all these books. I brooded on Armand's dream of the sanctuary of those who must be kept in the mountains. Was it a magic that went back to the Egyptian times? How had the children of darkness forgotten such things? Maybe it had all been poetry to the Venetian master, the mention of Typhon, the slayer of his brother, nothing more than that. I went out into the night with my chisel. I wrote my questions to Marius on stones that were older than us both. Marius had become so real to me that we were talking together, the way that Nicky and I had once done. He was the confidant who received my excitement, my enthusiasm, my sublime bewilderment at all the wonders and puzzles of the world. But as my studies deepened, as my education broadened, I was getting that first awesome inkling of what eternity might be. I was alone among humans, and my writing to Marius couldn't keep me from knowing my own monstrosity, as I had in those first Paris nights so long ago. After all, Marius wasn't really there, and neither was Gabrielle. Almost from the beginning, Armand's predictions had proved true. Chapter 2. Before we were even out of France, Gabrielle was breaking the journey to disappear for several nights at a time. In Vienna she often stayed away for over a fortnight, and by the time I settled in the palazzo in Venice, she was going away for months on end. During my first visit to Rome, she vanished for a half-year. And after she left me in Naples, I returned to Venice without her, angrily leaving her to find her way back to the Veneto on her own, which she did. Of course it was the countryside that drew her, the forest or the mountains or islands on which no human beings lived, and she would return in such a tattered state, her shoes worn out, her clothes ripped, her hair in hopeless tangles, that she was every bit as frightening to look at as the ragged members of the old Paris coven had been. Then she'd walk about my rooms in her dirty, neglected garments, staring at the cracks in the plaster or the light caught in the distortions of the hand-blown window glass. Why should immortals pore over newspapers, she would ask, or dwell in palaces, or carry gold in their pockets, or write letters to a mortal family left behind? In an eerie, rapid undertone, she'd speak of cliffs she had climbed, the drifts of snow through which she had tumbled, the caves full of mysterious markings and ancient fossils that she had found. Then she would go, as silently as she'd come, and I would be left watching for her and waiting for her, and bitter and angry at her, and resenting her when she finally came back. One night during our first visit to Verona, she startled me in a dark street. "Is your father still alive?" she asked. 2 months she'd been gone that time. I'd missed her bitterly, and there she was asking about them as if they mattered finally. Yet when I answered, yes, and very ill, she seemed not to hear. I tried to tell her then that things in France were bleak indeed. There would surely be a revolution. She shook her head and waved it all away. "Don't think about them any more," she said. "Forget them." And once again she was gone. The truth was, I didn't want to forget them. I never stopped writing to Roger for news of my family. I wrote to him more often than I wrote to Eleni at the theatre. I'd sent for portraits of my nieces and nephews. I'd sent presents back to France from every place in which I stopped. And I did worry about the revolution, as any mortal Frenchman might. And finally, as Gabrielle's absences grew longer and our times together more strained and uncertain, I started to argue with her about these things. Time will take our family, I said. Time will take the France we knew. So why should I give them up now while I can still have them? I need these things, I tell you. This is what life is to me. But this was only the half of it. I didn't have her any more than I had the others. She must have known what I was really saying. She must have heard the recriminations behind it all. Little speeches like this saddened her. They brought out the tenderness in her. She'd let me get clean clothes for her, comb out her hair. And after that we'd hunt together and talk together. Maybe she would even go to the casinos with me or to the opera. She'd be a great and beautiful lady for a little while. And those moments still held us together. They perpetuated our belief that we were still a little coven, a pair of lovers, prevailing against the mortal world. Gathered by the fire in some country villa, riding together on the driver's seat of the coach as I held the reins, walking together through the midnight forest. We still exchanged our various observations now and then. We even went in search of haunted houses together, a newfound pastime that excited us both. In fact, Gabrielle would sometimes return from one of her journeys precisely because she had heard of a ghostly visitation, and she wanted me to go with her to see what we could. Of course, most of the time we found nothing in the empty buildings where spirits were supposed to appear, and those wretched persons supposed to be possessed by the devil were often no more than commonly insane. Yet there were times when we saw fleeting apparitions or mayhem that we couldn't explain, objects flung about, voices roaring from the mouths of possessed children, icy currents that blew out the candles in a locked room. But we never learned anything from all this. We saw no more than 100 mortal scholars had already described. It was just a game to us, finally. And when I look back on it now, I know we went on with it because it kept us together, gave us convivial moments which otherwise we would not have had.
This ends Disc 12. The Vampire Lestat, Disc 13.
But Gabrielle's absences weren't the only thing destroying our affection for each other as the years passed. It was her manner when she was with me, the ideas she would put forth. She still had that habit of speaking exactly what was on her mind, and little more. One night in our little house in the Via Ghibellina in Florence, she appeared after a month's absence and started to expound at once. "You know the creatures of the night are ripe for a great leader," she said. "Not some superstitious mumbler of old rites, but a great dark monarch who will galvanize us according to new principles." "What principles?" I asked. Ignoring the question, she went on. "Imagine," she said, "not merely this stealthy and loathsome feeding on mortals, but something grand as the Tower of Babel was grand before it was brought down by the wrath of God. I mean a leader set up in a satanic palace who sends out his followers to turn brother against brother, to cause mothers to kill their children, to put all the fine accomplishments of mankind to the torch, to scorch the land itself so that all would die of hunger, innocent and guilty. Make suffering and chaos wherever you turn, and strike down the forces of good so that men despair. Now that is something worthy of being called evil. That is what the work of a devil really is. We are nothing, you and I, except exotica in the savage garden, as you told me. And the world of men is no more or less now than what I saw in my books in the Auvergne years ago." I hated this conversation, and yet I was glad she was in the room with me, that I was speaking to somebody other than a poor deceived mortal, that I wasn't alone with my letters from home. "But what about your aesthetic questions?" I asked.
What you explained to Armand before, that you wanted to know why beauty existed and why it continues to affect us." She shrugged. "When the world of man collapses in ruin, beauty will take over. The trees shall grow again where there were streets. The flowers will again cover the meadow that is now a dank field of hovels. That shall be the purpose of the Satanic Master, to see the wild grass and the dense forest cover up all trace of the once great cities until nothing remains." "And why call all this satanic?" I said. "Why not call it chaos? That is all it would be." "Because," she said, "that is what men would call it. They invented Satan, didn't they? Satanic is merely the name they give to the behavior of those who would disrupt the orderly way in which men want to live." "I don't see it." "Well, use your preternatural brain, my blue-eyed one," she answered, "my golden-haired son, my handsome wolf-killer. It is very possible that God made the world as Armand said." "This is what you discovered in the forest? You were told this by the leaves?" She laughed at me. "Of course God is not necessarily anthropomorphic," she said, "or what we would call in our colossal egotism and sentimentality a decent person. But there is probably God. Satan, however, was man's invention, a name for the force that seeks to overthrow the civilized order of things. The first man who made laws, be he Moses or some ancient Egyptian king Osiris, that lawmaker created the devil. The devil meant the one who tempts you to break the laws. And we are truly satanic, in that we follow no law for man's protection. So why not truly disrupt? Why not make a blaze of evil to consume all the civilizations of the earth?" I was too appalled to answer. "Don't worry," she laughed. "I won't do it. But I wonder what will happen in the decades to come. Will not somebody do it?" "I hope not," I said. "Or let me put it this way, if one of us tries, then there shall be war." "Why? Everyone will follow him." "I will not. I will make the war." "Oh, you are too amusing, Lestat," she said. "It's petty," I said. "Petty?" She had looked away out into the courtyard, but she looked back and the color rose in her face. "To topple all the cities of the earth. I understood when you called the theater of the vampires petty, but now you are contradicting yourself." "It is petty to destroy anything merely for the sake of the destroying, don't you think?" "You're impossible," she said. "Sometime in the far future there may be such a leader. He will reduce man to the nakedness and fear from which he came, and we shall feed upon him effortlessly, as we have always done, and the savage garden, as you call it, will cover the world." "I almost hope someone does attempt it," I said, "because I would rise up against him and do everything to defeat him. And possibly I could be saved, I could be good again in my own eyes as I set out to save man from this." I was very angry. I'd left my chair and walked out into the courtyard. She came right behind me. "You have just given the oldest argument in Christendom for the existence of evil," she said. "It exists so that we may fight it and do good." "How dreary and stupid." "What I don't understand about you is this," she said. "You hold to your old belief in goodness with a tenacity that is virtually unshakable. Yet you are so good at being what you are. You hunt your victims like a dark angel. You kill ruthlessly. You feast all the night long on victims when you choose." "So?" I looked at her coldly. "I don't know how to be bad at being bad." She laughed. "I was a good marksman when I was a young man," I said, "a good actor on the stage, and now I am a good vampire. So much for our understanding of the word good." After she had gone, I lay on my back on the flagstones in the courtyard and looked up at the stars, thinking of all the paintings and the sculptures that I had seen merely in the single city of Florence. I knew that I hated places where there are only towering trees, and the softest and sweetest music to me was the sound of human voices.
But what did it matter, really, what I thought or felt? But she didn't always bludgeon me with strange philosophy. Now and then, when she appeared, she spoke of the practical things she'd learned. She was actually braver and more adventurous than I was. She taught me things. We could sleep in the earth. She had ascertained that before we ever left France. Coffins and graves did not matter. And she would find herself rising naturally out of the earth at sunset, even before she was awake. And those mortals who did find us during the daylight hours, unless they exposed us to the sun at once, were doomed. For example, outside Palermo, she had slept in a cellar far below an abandoned house, and when she had awakened, her eyes and face were burning as if they had been scalded, and she had in her right hand a mortal, quite dead, who had apparently attempted to disturb her rest. "He was strangled," she said, and my hand was still locked on his throat, and my face had been burned by the little light that leaked down from the open door. What if there had been several mortals? I asked, vaguely enchanted with her. She shook her head and shrugged. She always slept in the earth now, not in cellars or coffins. No one would ever disturb her rest again. It did not matter to her. I did not say so, but I believed there was a grace in sleeping in the crypt. There was a romance to rising from the grave. I was, in fact, going to the very opposite extreme, in that I had coffins made for myself in places where we lingered, and I slept not in the graveyard or the church, as was our most common custom, but in hiding places within the house. I can't say that she didn't sometimes patiently listen to me when I told her these things. She listened when I described to her the great works of art I had seen in the Vatican Museum, or the chorus I had heard in the cathedral, or the dreams I had in the last hour before rising, dreams that seemed to be sparked by the thoughts of mortals passing my lair. But maybe she was watching my lips move. Who could possibly tell? And then she was gone again, without explanation, and I walked the streets alone, whispering aloud to Marius and writing to him the long, long messages that took the whole night sometimes to complete. What did I want of her? That she be more human, that she be like me? Armand's predictions obsessed me. And how could she not think of them? She must have known what was happening, that we were growing ever farther apart, that my heart was breaking, and I had too much pride to say it to her. "Please, Gabrielle, I cannot endure the loneliness. Stay with me." By the time we left Italy, I was playing dangerous little games with mortals. I'd see a man or a woman, a human being who looked perfect to me spiritually, and I would follow the human about. Maybe for a week I'd do this, then a month, sometimes even longer than that. I'd fall in love with the being. I'd imagine friendship, conversation, intimacy that we could never have. In some magical and imaginary moment I would say, "But you see what I am." And this human being in supreme spiritual understanding would say, "Yes, I see, I understand." Nonsense, really. Very like the fairy tale where the princess gives her selfless love to the prince who is enchanted, and he is himself again, and the monster no more. Only in this dark fairy tale I would pass right into my mortal lover. We would become one being, and I would be flesh and blood again. Lovely idea, that. Only I began to think more and more of Armand's warnings, that I'd work the dark trick again for the same reasons I'd done it before. And I stopped playing the game altogether. I merely went hunting with all the old vengeance and cruelty, and it wasn't merely the evildoer I brought down. In the city of Athens I wrote the following message to Marius. "I do not know why I go on. I do not search for truth. I do not believe in it. I hope for no ancient secrets from you, whatever they may be. But I believe in something, maybe simply in the beauty of the world through which I wander, or in the will to live itself. This gift was given to me too early. It was given for no good reason. And already at the age of 30 mortal years I have some understanding as to why so many of our kind have wasted it, given it up. Yet I continue. and I search for you. How long I could have wandered through Europe and Asia in this fashion I do not know. For all my complaints about loneliness, I was used to it all. And there were new cities as there were new victims, new languages, and new music to hear. No matter what my pain, I fixed my mind on a new destination. I wanted to know all the cities of the earth finally, even the far-off capitals of India and China, where the simplest objects would seem alien, and the minds I pierced as strange as those of creatures from another world. But as we went south from Istanbul into Asia Minor, Gabrielle felt the allure of the new and strange land even more strongly, so that she was scarcely ever at my side. And things were reaching a horrid climax in France. Not merely with the mortal world I still grieved for, but with the vampires of the theatre as well. Chapter 3. Before I ever left Greece, I'd been hearing disturbing news from English and French travellers of the troubles at home. And when I reached the European hostelry in Ankara, there was a large packet of letters waiting for me. Roger had moved all of my money out of France and into foreign banks. "You must not consider returning to Paris," he wrote. "I have advised your father and your brothers to keep out of all controversy. It is not the climate for monarchists here." Helene's letters spoke in their own way of the same things. Audiences want to see the aristocracy made fools of. Our little play featuring a clumsy queen puppet who is trampled mercilessly by the mindless troop of puppet soldiers whom she seeks to command draws loud laughter and screams. The clergy is also ripe for derision. In another little drama, we have a bumptious priest come to chastise a group of dancing girl marionettes for their indecent conduct. But alas, their dancing master, who is in fact a red-horned devil, turns the unfortunate cleric into a werewolf, who ends his days kept by the laughing girls in a golden cage. All this is the genius of our divine violinist. But we must now be with him every waking moment. To force him to write, we tie him to the chair. We put ink and paper in front of him, and if this fails, we make him dictate as we write down the plays. In the streets he would accost the passers-by and tell them passionately there are horrors in this world of which they do not dream. And I assure you, if Paris were not so busy reading pamphlets that denounce Queen Marie Antoinette, he might have undone us all by now. Our oldest friend becomes more angry with every passing night. Of course I wrote to her at once, begging her to be patient with Nicky, to try to help him through these first years. Surely he can be influenced. And for the first time I asked, would I have the power to alter things if I were to return? I stared at the words for a long time before signing my name. My hands were trembling. Then I sealed the letter and posted it at once. How could I go back? Lonely as I was, I couldn't bear the thought of returning to Paris, of seeing that little theatre again. And what would I do for Nicolas when I got there? Armand's long-ago admonition was a din in my ears. In fact, it seemed no matter where I was that Armand and Nicky were both with me. Armand full of grim warnings and predictions, and Nicolas taunting me with the little miracle of love turned into hate. I had never needed Gabrielle as I did now, but she had gone ahead on our journey long ago. Now and then I remembered the way it had been before we ever left Paris, but I didn't expect anything from her any more. At Damascus, Helene's answer was waiting for me. He despises you as much as ever. When we suggest that perhaps he should go to you, he laughs and laughs. I tell you these things not to haunt you, but to let you know that we do our utmost to protect this child who should never have been born to darkness. He is overwhelmed by his powers, dazzled and maddened by his vision. We have seen it all and its sorry finish before. Yet he has written his greatest play this last month. The marionette dancers, sans strings for this one, are in the flower of their youth struck down by a pestilence and laid beneath tombstones and flower wreaths to rest. The priest weeps over them before he goes away. But a young violinist magician comes to the cemetery, and by means of his music makes them rise. As vampires, dressed all in black silk ruffles and black satin ribbons, they come out of the graves, dancing merrily as they follow the violinist towards Paris, a beautifully rendered painting on the scrim. A crowd positively roars. I tell you, we could feast on mortal victims on the stage, and the Parisians, thinking it all the most novel illusion, would only cheer. There was also a frightening letter from Roger. Paris was in the grip of revolutionary madness. King Louis had been forced to recognize the National Assembly. The people of all classes were uniting against him as never before. Roger had sent a messenger south to see my family and try to determine the revolutionary mood in the countryside for himself. I answered both letters with all the predictable concern and all the predictable feeling of helplessness. But as I sent my belongings on to Cairo, I had the dread that all those things upon which I depended were in danger. Outwardly I was unchanged as I continued my masquerade as the travelling gentleman. Inwardly the demon hunter of the crooked back streets was silently and secretly lost. Of course I told myself that it was important to go south to Egypt, that Egypt was a land of ancient grandeur and timeless marvels, that Egypt would enchant me and make me forget the things happening in Paris which I was powerless to change. But there was a connection in my mind. Egypt, more than any other land the world over, was a place in love with death. Finally, Gabrielle came like a spirit out of the Arabian desert, and together we set sail. It was almost a month before we reached Cairo, and when I found my belongings waiting for me in the European hostelry, there was a strange package there. I recognized Eline's writing immediately, but I could not think why she would send me a package. And I stared at the thing for a full quarter of an hour, my mind as blank as it had ever been. There was not a word from Roger. Why hasn't Roger written to me, I thought. What is this package? Why is it here? At last I realized that for an hour I had been sitting in a room with a lot of trunks and packing cases and staring at a package, and that Gabrielle, who had not seen fit to vanish yet, was merely watching me. "Would you go out?" I whispered. "If you wish," she said. It was important to open this. Yes, to open it and find out what it was. Yet it seemed just as important for me to look around the barren little room and imagine that it was a room in a village inn in the Auvergne. "I had a dream about you," I said aloud, glancing at the package. "I dreamed that we were moving through the world together, you and we were both serene and strong. I dreamed we fed on the evildoer as Marius had done, and as we looked about ourselves we felt awe and sorrow at the mysteries we beheld. But we were strong. We would go on forever. And we talked. Our conversation went on and on." I tore back the wrapping and saw the case of the Stradivarius violin. I went to say something again just to myself, but my throat closed, and my mind wouldn't carry out the words on its own. I reached for the letter, which had slipped to one side over the polished wood. "It has come to the worst, as I feared. Our oldest friend, maddened by the excesses of our violinist, finally imprisoned him in your old residence. And though his violin was given him in his cell, his hands were taken away. But understand that with us such appendages can always be restored, and the appendages in question were kept safe by our oldest friend, who allowed our wounded one no sustenance for 5 nights. Finally, after the entire troop had prevailed upon our oldest friend to release N and give back to him all that was his, it was done. But N, maddened by the pain and the starvation, for this can alter the temperament completely, slipped into unbreakable silence, and remained so for a considerable length of time. At last he came to us and spoke, only to tell us that in the manner of a mortal he had put in order his business affairs. A stack of freshly written plays was ours to have, and we must call together for him somewhere in the countryside the ancient Sabbat with its customary blaze. If we did not, then he should make the theatre his funeral pyre. Our oldest friend solemnly granted his wish, and you have never seen such a Sabbat as this. for I think we looked all the more hellish in our wigs and fine clothes, our black ruffled vampire dancing costumes, forming the old circle, singing with an actor's bravado the old chants. "We should have done it on the boulevard," he said, "but here, send this on to my maker." And he put the violin in my hands. We began to dance, all of us, to induce the customary frenzy, and I think we were never more moved, never more in terror, never more sad. He went into the flames. I know how this news will affect you. But understand, we did all that we could to prevent what occurred. Our oldest friend was bitter and grieved. And I think you should know that when we returned to Paris, we discovered that N had ordered the theatre to be named officially the Theatre of the Vampires, and these words had already been painted on the front. As his best plays have always included vampires and werewolves and other such supernatural creatures, the public thinks the new title very amusing, and no one has moved to change it. It is merely clever in the Paris of these times. Hours later, when I finally went down the stairs into the street, I saw a pale and lovely ghost in the shadows, image of the young French explorer in soiled white linen and brown leather boots, straw hat down over the eyes. I knew who she was, of course, and that we had once loved each other, she and I, but it seemed for the moment to be something I could scarce remember or truly believe. I think I wanted to say something mean to her, to wound her and drive her away. But when she came up beside me and walked with me, I didn't say anything. I merely gave the letter to her so that we didn't have to talk. And she read it and put it away, and then she had her arm around me again, the way she used to long ago, and we were walking together through the black streets. Smell of death and cooking fires, of sand and camel dung. Egypt smell. Smell of a place that has been the same for 6,000 years. "What can I do for you, my darling?" she whispered. "Nothing. It was I who did it. I who seduced him, made him what he was, and left him there. It was I who subverted the path his life might have taken. And so, in dark obscurity, removed from its human course, it comes to this." Later she stood silent as I wrote my message to Marius on an ancient temple wall. I told about the end of Nicola, the violinist of the Theatre of the Vampires, and I carved my words deep as any ancient Egyptian craftsman might have done. Epitaph for Nicky, a milestone in oblivion, which none might ever read or understand. It was strange to have her there, strange to have her staying with me hour by hour. "You won't go back to France, will you?" she asked me finally. "You won't go back on account of what he's done?" "The hands?" I asked her, "the cutting off of the hands?" She looked at me and her face smoothed out as if some shock had robbed it of expression. But she knew. She had read the letter. What shocked her? The way I said it, perhaps. "You thought I would go back to get revenge?" She nodded uncertainly. She didn't want to put the idea in my head. "How can I do that?" I said. "It would be hypocrisy, wouldn't it, when I left Nicola there, counting on them all to do whatever had to be done?" The changes in her face were too subtle to describe. I didn't like to see her feel so much. It wasn't like her. "The fact is, the little monster was trying to help when he did it, don't you think, when he cut off the hands? It must have been a lot of trouble to him, really, when he could have burnt up Nicky so easily without a backward glance." She nodded, but she looked miserable and, as luck would have it, beautiful, too. "I rather thought so," she said, "but I didn't think you would agree." "Oh, I'm monster enough to understand it," I said. "Do you remember what you told me years ago, before we ever left home? You said it the very day that he came up the mountain with the merchants to give me the red cloak. You said that his father was so angry with him for his violin playing that he was threatening to break his hands. Do you think we find our destiny somehow, no matter what happens? I mean, do you think that even as immortals we follow some path that was already marked for us when we were alive? Imagine it. The Coven Master cut off his hands. It was clear in the nights that followed that she didn't want to leave me alone. And I sensed that she would have stayed on account of Nicky's death no matter where we were. But it made a difference that we were in Egypt. It helped that she loved these ruins and these monuments as she had loved none before. Maybe people had to be dead 6,000 years for her to love them. I thought of saying that to her, teasing her with it a little, but the thought merely came and went. These monuments were as old as the mountains she loved. The Nile had coursed through the imagination of man since the dawn of recorded time. We scaled the pyramids together. We climbed into the arms of the giant Sphinx. We pored over inscriptions on ancient stone fragments. We studied the mummies one could buy from thieves for a pittance, bits of old jewelry, pottery, glass. We let the water of the river move through our fingers, and we hunted the tiny streets of Cairo together, and we went into the brothels to sit back on the pillows and watch the boys dance and hear the musicians play a heated, erotic music that drowned out for a little while the sound of a violin that was always in my head. I found myself rising and dancing wildly to these exotic sounds, imitating the undulations of those who urged me on, as I lost all sense of time or reason in the wail of the horns, the strumming of the lutes. Gabrielle sat still, smiling, with the brim of her soiled white straw hat over her eyes. We did not talk to each other any more. She was just some pale and feline beauty, cheeks smudged with dirt, who drifted through the endless night at my side. Her coat cinched by a thick leather belt, her hair in a braid down her back, she walked with a queen's posture and a vampire's languor, the curve of her cheek luminous in the darkness, her small mouth a blur of rose red. Lovely and soon to be gone again, no doubt. Yet she remained with me even when I leased a lavish little dwelling, once the house of a Mameluke lord, with gorgeously tiled floors and elaborate tent-work hanging from its ceilings. She even helped me fill the courtyard with bougainvillea and palms and every kind of tropical plant until it was a verdant little jungle. She brought in the caged parrots and finches and brilliant canaries herself. She even nodded now and then sympathetically when I murmured there were no letters from Paris, and I was frantic for news. Why hadn't Roger written to me? Had Paris erupted into riots and mayhem? Well, it would never touch my distant provincial family, would it? But had something happened to Roger? Why didn't he write? She asked me to go upriver with her. I wanted to wait for letters to question the English travellers, but I agreed. After all, it was rather remarkable, really, that she wanted me to come with her. She was caring for me in her own way. I knew she'd taken to dressing in fresh white linen frock coats and breeches only to please me. For me, she brushed out her long hair. But it did not matter at all. I was sinking. I could feel it. I was drifting through the world as if it were a dream. It seemed very natural and reasonable that around me I should see a landscape that looked exactly as it had thousands of years ago when artists painted it on the walls of royal tombs. Natural that the palm trees in the moonlight should look exactly as they looked then. Natural that the peasant should draw his water from the river in the same manner as he had done then, and the cows he watered were the same too. Visions of the world when the world had been new. Had Marius ever stood in these sands? We wandered through the giant temple of Ramses, enchanted by the millions upon millions of tiny pictures cut into the walls. I kept thinking of Osiris, but the little figures were strangers. We prowled the ruins of Luxor. We lay in the riverboat together under the stars. On our way back to Cairo, when we came to the great colossi of Memnon, she told in a passionate whisper how Roman emperors had journeyed to marvel at these statues, just as we did now. They were ancient in the times of the Caesars, she said, as we rode our camels through the cool sands. The wind was not so bad as it could have been on this night. We could see the immense stone figures clearly against the deep blue sky. Faces blasted away, they seemed nevertheless to stare forward, mute witnesses to the passage of time, whose stillness made me sad and afraid. I felt the same wonder I had known before the pyramids, ancient gods, ancient mysteries. It made the chills rise. And yet what were these figures now but faceless sentinels, rulers of an endless waste? "Marius," I whispered to myself, "have you seen these? Will any one of us endure so long?" But my reverie was broken by Gabrielle. She wanted to dismount and walk the rest of the way to the statues. I was game for it, though I didn't really know what to do with the big, smelly, stubborn camels, how to make them kneel down and all that. She did it, and she left them waiting for us, and we walked through the sand. "Come with me into Africa, into the jungles," she said. Her face was grave, her voice unusually soft. I didn't answer for a moment. Something in her manner alarmed me. Or at least it seemed I should have been alarmed. I should have heard a sound as sharp as the morning chime of hell's bells. I didn't want to go into the jungles of Africa, and she knew I didn't. I was anxiously awaiting news of my family from Roger, and I had it in my mind to seek the cities of the Orient, to wander through India, into China, and on to Japan. "I understand the existence you've chosen," she said, "and I've come to admire the perseverance with which you pursue it. You must know that." "I might say the same of you," I said a little bitterly. She stopped. We were as near to the colossal statues as one should get, I suppose, and the only thing that saved them from overwhelming me was that there was nothing near at hand to put them in scale. The sky overhead was as immense as they were, and the sands endless, and the stars countless and brilliant, and rising forever overhead. "Lestat," she said slowly, measuring her words, "I am asking you to try, only once, to move through the world as I do." The moon shone full on her, but the hat shadowed her small, angular white face. "Forget the house in Cairo," she said suddenly, dropping her voice, as if in respect for the importance of what she said. "Abandon all your valuables, your clothes, the things that link you with civilization. Come south with me, up the river, into Africa. Travel with me as I travel." Still I didn't answer. My heart was pounding. She murmured softly under her breath that we would see the secret tribes of Africa unknown to the world. We would fight the crocodile and the lion with our bare hands. We might find the source of the Nile itself. I began to tremble all over. It was as if the night were full of howling winds, and there was no place to go. "You are saying you will leave me forever if I don't come, isn't that it?" I looked up at these horrific statues. I think I said, "So it comes to this." And this was why she had stayed close to me. This was why she had done so many little things to please. This was why we were together now. It had nothing to do with Nicky gone into eternity. It was another parting that concerned her now. She shook her head as if communing with herself, debating on how to go on. In a hushed voice she described to me the heat of tropical nights, wetter, sweeter than this heat. "Come with me, Lestat," she said. "By day I sleep in the sand. By night I am on the wing as if I could truly fly. I need no name. I leave no footprints. I want to go down to the very tip of Africa. I will be a goddess to those I slay." She approached and slipped her arm about my shoulder and pressed her lips to my cheek, and I saw the deep glitter of her eyes beneath the brim of her hat, and the moonlight icing her mouth. I heard myself sigh. I shook my head. "I can't, and you know it," I said. "I can't do it any more than you can stay with me." All the way back to Cairo I thought on it. What had come to me in those painful moments. What I had known but not said as we stood before the colossi of Memnon in the sand. She was already lost to me. She had been for years. I had known it when I came down the stairs from the room in which I grieved for Nicky, and I had seen her waiting for me. It had all been said in one form or another in the crypt beneath the tower years ago. She could not give me what I wanted of her. There was nothing I could do to make her what she would not be, and the truly terrible part was this. She really didn't want anything of me. She was asking me to come because she felt the obligation to do so. Pity, sadness, maybe those were also reasons, but what she really wanted was to be free. She stayed with me as we returned to the city. She did and said nothing. And I was sinking even lower, silent, stunned, knowing that another dreadful blow would soon fall. There was the clarity and the horror. She will say her farewell, and I can't prevent it. When do I start to lose my senses? When do I begin to cry uncontrollably? Not now. As we lighted the lamps of the little house, the colors assaulted me. Persian carpets covered with delicate flowers, the tentwork woven with a million tiny mirrors, the brilliant plumage of the fluttering birds. I looked for a packet from Roger, but there was none, and I became angry suddenly. Surely he would have written by now. I had to know what was going on in Paris. Then I became afraid. "What the hell is happening in France?" I murmured. "I'll have to go and find other Europeans. The British, they always have information. They drag their damned Indian tea and their London Times with them wherever they go." I was infuriated to see her standing there, so still. It was as if something were happening in the room, that awful sense of tension and anticipation that I'd known in the crypt before Armand told us his long tale. But nothing was happening. Only that she was about to leave me forever. She was about to slip into time forever, and how would we ever find each other again? "Damn it," I said. "I expected a letter." No servants. They hadn't known when we would be back. I wanted to send someone to hire musicians. I had just fed and I was warm, and I told myself that I wanted to dance. She broke her stillness suddenly. She started to move in a rather deliberate way. With uncommon directness, she went into the courtyard. I watched her kneel down by the pond. There she lifted 2 blocks of paving, and she took out a packet and brushed the sandy earth off it, and she brought it to me. Even before she brought it into the light, I saw it was from Roger. This had come before we had ever gone up the Nile, and she had hidden it. "But why did you do this?" I said. I was in a fury. I snatched the package from her and put it down on the desk. I was staring at her and hating her as never before, not even in the egotism of childhood, and I hated her as I did now. "Why did you hide this from me?" I said. "Because I wanted one chance," she whispered. Her chin was trembling. Her lower lip quivered, and I saw the blood tears. "But without this, even," she said, "you have made your choice." I reached down and tore the packet apart. The letter slipped out of it, along with folded clippings from an English paper. I unraveled the letter, my hands shaking, and I started to read. "Monsieur, as you must know by now, on July 14, the mobs of Paris attacked the Bastille. The city is in chaos. There have been riots all over France. For months I have sought in vain to reach your people, to get them out of the country safely if I could. But on Monday last I received the word that the peasants and tenant farmers had risen against your father's house. Your brothers, their wives and children, and all who tried to defend the castle were slain before it was looted. Only your father escaped. Loyal servants managed to conceal him during the siege, and later to get him to the coast. He is, on this very day, in the city of New Orleans, in the former French colony of Louisiana. And he begs you to come to his aid. He is grief-stricken and among strangers. He begs for you to come." There was more. Apologies, assurances, particulars. It ceased to make sense. I put the letter down on the desk. I stared at the wood and the pool of light made by the lamp. "Don't go to him," she said. Her voice was small and insignificant in the silence. But the silence was like an immense scream. "Don't go to him," she said again. The tears streaked her face like clown paint, two long streams of red coming down from her eyes. "Get out," I whispered. The word trailed off, and suddenly my voice swelled again. "Get out," I said, and again my voice didn't stop. It merely went on, until I said the words again with shattering violence. "Get out!" Chapter 4. I dreamed a dream of family. We were all embracing one another. Even Gabrielle, in a velvet gown, was there. The castle was blackened, all burnt up. The treasures I had deposited were melted or turned into ashes. It always comes back to ashes. But is the old quote actually ashes to ashes, or dust to dust? Didn't matter. I had gone back and made them all into vampires, and there we were, the House de Liancourt, white-faced beauties, even to the blood-sucking baby that lay in the cradle and the mother who bent to give it the wriggling, long-tailed grey rat upon which it was to feed. We laughed and we kissed one another as we walked through the ashes, my white brothers, their white wives, the ghostly children chattering together about victims, my blind father who like a biblical figure had risen, crying, "I can see." My oldest brother put his arm around me. He looked marvelous in decent clothes. I'd never seen him look so good, and the vampiric blood had made him so spare and so spiritual in expression. "You know, it's a damn good thing you came when you did with all the dark gifts," he laughed cheerfully. "The dark tricks, dear, the dark tricks," said his wife. "Because if you hadn't," he continued, "why, we'd all be dead." Chapter 5. The house was empty. The trunks had been sent on. The ship would leave Alexandria in 2 nights. Only a small valise remained with me. On shipboard, the son of the Marquis must now and then change his clothes, and, of course, the violin. Gabrielle stood by the archway to the garden, slender, long-legged, beautifully angular in her white cotton garments, the hat on as always, her hair loose. Was that for me, the long, loose hair? My grief was rising, a tide that included all the losses, the dead and the undead. But it went away, and the sense of sinking returned, the sense of the dream in which we navigate with or without will. It struck me that her hair might have been described as a shower of gold, that all the old poetry makes sense when you look at one whom you have loved. Lovely the angles of her face, her implacable little mouth. "Tell me what you need of me, Mother," I said quietly. Civilized, this room, desk, lamp, chair, all my brilliantly colored birds given away, probably for sale in the bazaar, gray African parrots that lived to be as old as men. Nicky had lived to be 30. "Do you require money from me?" Great, beautiful flush to her face, eyes a flash of moving light, blue and violet. For a moment she looked human. We might as well have been standing in her room at home. Books, the damp walls, the fire. Was she human then? The brim of the hat covered her face completely for an instant as she bowed her head. Inexplicably, she asked, "But where will you go?" "To a little house in the Rue Domaine in the old French city of New Orleans," I answered coldly, precisely. "And after he has died and is at rest, I haven't the slightest idea." "You can't mean this," she said. "I am booked on the next ship out of Alexandria," I said. "I will go to Naples, then on to Barcelona. I will leave from Lisbon for the New World." Her face seemed to narrow, her features to sharpen. Her lips moved just a little, but she didn't say anything. And then I saw the tears rising in her eyes, and I felt her emotion as if it were reaching out to touch me. I looked away, busied myself with something on the desk, then simply held my hands very still so they wouldn't tremble. I thought, I am glad Nicky took his hands with him into the fire, because if he had not, I would have to go back to Paris and get them before I could go on. "But you can't be going to him," she whispered. "Him? Oh, my father. What does it matter? I'm going," I said. She moved her head just a little in a negative gesture. She came near to the desk. Her step was lighter than Armand's. "Has any of our kind ever made such a crossing?" she asked under her breath. "Not that I know of. In Rome they said no." "Perhaps it can't be done, this crossing." "It can be done. You know it can. We had sailed the seas before in our cork-lined coffins. Pity the Leviathan who troubles me." She came even nearer and looked down at me, and the pain in her face couldn't be concealed any more. Ravishing she was. Why had I ever dressed her in ball gowns or plumed hats or pearls? "You know where to reach me," I said, but the bitterness of my tone had no conviction in it. "The addresses of my banks in London and Rome. Those banks have lived as long as vampires already. They will always be there. You know all this. You've always known." "Stop," she said under her breath. "Don't say these things to me." What a lie all this was. What a travesty. It was just the kind of exchange she had always detested, the kind of talk she could never make herself. In my wildest imaginings I had never expected it to be like this, that I should say cold things, that she should cry. I thought I would bawl when she said she was going. I thought I would throw myself at her very feet. We looked at each other for a long moment, her eyes tinged with red, her mouth almost quivering. And then I lost my control. I rose and I went to her, and I gathered her small, delicate limbs in my arms. I determined not to let her go no matter how she struggled. But she didn't struggle. And we both cried almost silently, as if we couldn't make ourselves stop. But she didn't yield to me. She didn't melt in my embrace. And then she drew back. She stroked my hair with both her hands, and leant forward and kissed me on the lips, and then moved away lightly and soundlessly. "All right, then, my darling," she said. I shook my head, words and words and words unspoken. She had no use for them and never had. In her slow, languid way, hips moving gracefully, she went to the door to the garden and looked up at the night sky before she looked back at me. "You must promise me something," she said finally. Bold young Frenchman who moved with the grace of an Arab through places in 100 cities where only an alley-cat could safely pass. "Of course," I answered. But I was so broken in spirit now I didn't want to talk any more. The colors dimmed. The night was neither hot nor cold. I wished she would just go, yet I was terrified of the moment when that would happen, when I couldn't get her back. "Promise me you will never seek to end it," she said, "without first being with me, without our coming together again." For a moment I was too surprised to answer. Then I said, "I will never seek to end it." I was almost scornful. "So you have my promise. It's simple enough to give. But what about you giving a promise to me? That you'll let me know where you go from here, where I can reach you. That you won't vanish as if you were something I imagined." I stopped. There had been a note of urgency in my voice, of rising hysteria. I couldn't imagine her writing a letter or posting it or doing any of the things that mortals habitually did. It was as if no common nature united us, or ever had. "I hope you're right in your estimation of yourself," she said. "I don't believe in anything, Mother," I said. "You told Armand long ago that you believe you'll find answers in the great jungles and forests, that the stars will finally reveal a vast truth. But I don't believe in anything. And that makes me stronger than you think." "Then why am I so afraid for you?" she asked. Her voice was little more than a gasp. I think I had to see her lips move in order to hear her. "You sense my loneliness," I answered. "My bitterness at being shut out of life. My bitterness that I'm evil, that I don't deserve to be loved, and yet I need love hungrily. My horror that I can never reveal myself to mortals, but these things don't stop me, Mother. I'm too strong for them to stop me. As you said yourself once, I am very good at being what I am. These things merely now and then make me suffer, that's all." "I love you, my son," she said. I wanted to say something about her promising, about the agents in Rome, that she would write. I wanted to say, "Keep your promise," she said. And quite suddenly I knew this was our last moment. I knew it, and I could do nothing to change it. "Gabrielle," I whispered. But she was already gone. The room, the garden outside, the night itself were silent and still. Sometime before dawn I opened my eyes. I was lying on the floor of the house, and I had been weeping, and then I had slept. I knew I should start for Alexandria, that I should go as far as I could, and then down into the sand when the sun rose. It would feel so good to sleep in the sandy earth. I also knew that the garden gate stood open, that all the doors were unlocked. But I couldn't move. In a cold, silent way I imagined myself looking throughout Cairo for her, calling her, telling her to come back. It almost seemed for a moment that I had done it, that thoroughly humiliated I had run after her, and I had tried to tell her again about destiny, that I had been meant to lose her just as Nicky had been meant to lose his hands. Somehow we had to subvert the destiny. We had to triumph after all. Senseless, that. And I hadn't run after her. I'd hunted and I had come back. She was miles from Cairo by now. And she was as lost from me as a tiny grain of sand in the air. Finally, after a long time, I turned my head. Crimson sky over the garden, crimson light sliding down the far roof, the sun coming, and the warmth coming, and the awakening of 1,000 tiny voices all through the tangled alleyways of Cairo, and a sound that seemed to come out of the sand and the trees and the patch of grass themselves. And very slowly, as I heard these things, as I saw the dazzle of the light moving on the roof, I realized that a mortal was near. He was standing in the open gate of the garden, peering at my still form within the empty house. A young, fair-haired European in Arab robes he was, rather handsome. And by the early light he saw me, his fellow European, lying on the tile floor in the abandoned house. I lay staring at him as he came into the deserted garden, the illumination of the sky heating my eyes, the tender skin around them starting to burn, like a ghost in a white sheet he was, in his clean headdress and robe. I knew that I had to run. I had to get far away immediately and hide myself from the coming sun. No chance now to go into the crypt beneath the floor. This mortal was in my lair. There was not time enough even to kill him and get rid of him, poor unlucky mortal. Yet I didn't move. And he came nearer, the whole sky flickering behind him so that his figure narrowed and became dark. "Monsieur?" The solicitous whisper, like the woman years and years ago in Notre Dame who had tried to help me before I made a victim of her and her innocent child. "Monsieur, what is it? May I be of help?" Sunburnt face beneath the folds of the white headdress, golden eyebrows glinting, eyes grey like my own. I knew I was climbing to my feet, but I didn't will myself to do it. I knew my lips were curling back from my teeth, and then I heard a snarl rise out of me, and saw the shock on his face. "Ugh," I hissed, the fangs coming down over my lower lip. "Do you see?" And rushing towards him, I grabbed his wrist and forced his open hand flat against my face. "Did you think I was human?" I cried. And then I picked him up, holding him off his feet before me as he kicked and struggled uselessly. "Did you think I was your brother?" I shouted, and his mouth opened with a dry, rasping noise, and then he screamed.
I hurled him up into the air and out over the garden, his body spinning round with arms and legs out before it vanished over the shimmering roof. The sky was blinding fire. I ran out of the garden gate and into the alleyway. I ran under tiny archways and through strange streets. I battered down gates and doorways and hurled mortals out of my path. I bore through the very walls in front of me, the dust of the plaster rising to choke me, and shot out again into the packed mud alley in the stinking air, and the light came after me, like something chasing me on foot. And when I found a burnt-out house with its lattices in ruins, I broke into it and went down into the garden soil, digging deeper and deeper and deeper until I could not move my arms or my hands any longer. I was hanging in coolness and in darkness. I was safe. Chapter 6. I was dying. Or so I thought. I couldn't count how many nights had passed. I had to rise and go to Alexandria. I had to get across the sea. But this meant moving, turning over in the earth, giving in to the thirst. I wouldn't give in. The thirst came. The thirst went. It was the rack and the fire, and my brain thirsted as my heart thirsted, and my heart grew bigger and bigger and louder, and still I wouldn't give in. Maybe mortals above could hear my heart. I saw them now and then, spurts of flame against the darkness, heard their voices babble of foreign tongue. But more often I saw only the darkness, heard only the darkness. I was finally just the thirst, lying in the earth, with red sleep and red dreams, and the slow knowledge that I was now too weak to push up through the soft sandy clods, too weak conceivably to turn the wheel again. That's right. I couldn't rise if I wanted to. I couldn't move at all. I breathed. I went on, but not the way that mortals breathe. My heart sounded in my ears. Yet I didn't die. I just wasted. Like those tortured beings in the walls under Les Innocents, deserted metaphors of the misery that is everywhere, unseen, unrecorded, unacknowledged, unused. My hands were claws, and my flesh was shrunk to the bones, and my eyes bulged from the sockets. Interesting that we can go on like this forever. That even when we don't drink, don't surrender to the luscious and fatal pleasure, we go on. Interesting, that is, if each beat of the heart wasn't such agony. And if I could stop thinking. Nicolas de l'Enfant is gone. My brothers are gone. Pale taste of wine, sound of applause. But don't you think it's good, what we do when we are there, that we make people happy? Good? What are you talking about, good? That it's good, that it does some good, that there is good in it. Dear God, even if there is no meaning in this world, surely there can still be goodness. It's good to eat, to drink, to laugh, to be together. Laughter, that insane music, that din, that dissonance, that never-ending shrill articulation of the meaninglessness. Am I awake? Am I asleep? I am sure of one thing. I am a monster. And because I lie in torment in the earth, certain human beings move on through the narrow paths of life, unmolested. Gabrielle may be in the jungles of Africa now. Some time or other mortals came into the burnt-out house above. Thieves hiding. Too much babble of foreign tongue. But all I had to do was sink deeper inside myself, withdraw even from the cool sand around me not to hear them. Am I really trapped? Stink of blood above. Maybe they are the last hope, these two camping in the neglected garden, that the blood will draw me upwards, that it will make me turn over and stretch out these hideous, they must be, claws. I will frighten them to death before I even drink. Shameful. I was always such a beautiful little devil, as the expression goes. Not now.
Now and then it seems Nicky and I are engaged in our best conversations. "I am beyond all pain and sin," he says to me. "But do you feel anything?" I ask. "Is that what it means to be free of this, that you no longer feel? Not misery, not thirst, not ecstasy. It is interesting to me in these moments that our concept of heaven is one of ecstasy. The joys of heaven. That our concept of hell is pain, the fires of hell. So we don't think it very good not to feel anything, do we? Can you give it up, Lestat? Or isn't it true that you'd rather fight the thirst with this hellish torment than die and feel nothing? At least you have the desire for blood, hot and delicious, and filling every particle of you. Blood. How long are these mortals going to be here, above in my ruined garden? 1 night? 2 nights? I left the violin in the house where I lived. I have to get it, give it to some young mortal musicians, someone who will... Blessed silence, except for the playing of the violin, and Nicky's white fingers stabbing at the strings, and the bows streaking in the light, and the faces of the immortal marionettes, half entranced, half amused. 100 years ago, the people of Paris would have got him. He wouldn't have had to burn himself. Got me too, maybe, but I doubt it. No, there never would have been any witch's place for me. He lives on in my mind now. Pious mortal phrase. And what kind of life is that? I don't like living here myself. What does it mean to live on in the mind of another? Nothing, I think. You aren't really there, are you? Cats in the garden stink of cat blood. Thank you, but I would rather suffer, rather dry up like a husk with teeth.
This ends Disc 13. The Vampire Lestat, Disc 14.
Chapter 7. There was a sound in the night. What was it like? The giant bass drum beaten slowly in the street of my childhood village as the Italian players announced the little drama to be performed from the back of their painted wagon. The great bass drum that I myself had pounded through the streets of the town during those precious days when I, the runaway boy, had been one of them. But it was stronger than that. The booming of a cannon echoing through valleys and mountain passes, I felt it in my bones. I opened my eyes in the dark, and I knew it was drawing nearer. The rhythm of steps it had. Or was it the rhythm of a heart beating? The world was filled with the sound. It was a great, ominous din that drew closer and closer. And yet some part of me knew there was no real sound, nothing a mortal ear could hear, nothing that rattled the china on its shelf or the glass windows, or made the cats streak to the top of the wall. Egypt lies in silence. Silence covers the desert on both sides of the mighty river. There is not even the bleat of sheep, or the lowing of cattle, or a woman crying somewhere. Yet it was deafening, this sound. For 1 second I was afraid. I stretched in the earth. I forced my fingers up towards the surface. Sightless, weightless, I was floating in the soil, and I couldn't breathe suddenly. I couldn't scream, and it seemed like if I could have screamed, I would have cried out so loud all the glass for miles about me would have been shattered. Crystal goblets would have been blown to bits, windows exploded. The sound was louder, nearer. I tried to roll over and to gain the air, but I couldn't. And it seemed then I saw the thing, the figure approaching, a glimmer of red in the dark. It was someone coming, this sound, some creature so powerful that even in the silence the trees and the flowers and the air itself did feel it. The dumb creatures of the earth did know, the vermin ran from it, the felines darting out of its path. Maybe this is death, I thought. Maybe by some sublime miracle it is alive, death, and it takes us into its arms, and it is no vampire, this thing. It is the very personification of the heavens.
And we rise up and up into the stars with it. We go past the angels and the saints, past illumination itself, and into the divine darkness, into the void as we pass out of existence. In oblivion we are forgiven all things. The destruction of Nikki becomes a tiny pinpoint of vanishing light. The death of my brothers disintegrates into the great peace of the inevitable. I pushed at the soil. I kicked at it, but my hands and legs were too weak. I tasted the sandy mud in my mouth. I knew I had to rise, and the sound was telling me to rise. I felt it again, like the roar of artillery, the cannon boom. And quite completely, I understood that it was looking for me, this sound. It was seeking me out. It was searching like a beam of light. I couldn't lie here anymore. I had to answer. I sent it the wildest current of welcome. I told it I was here, and I heard my own miserable breaths as I struggled to move my lips. And the sound grew so loud that it was pulsing through every fiber of me. The earth was moving with it around me. Whatever it was, it had come into the burnt-out, ruined house. The door had been broken away, as if the hinges had been anchored not in iron but in plaster. I saw all this against the backdrop of my closed eyes. I saw it moving under the olive trees. It was in the garden. In a frenzy again, I clawed towards the air, but the low, common noise I heard now was of a digging through the sand from above. I felt something soft, like velvet, brush my face, and I saw overhead the gleam of the dark sky and the drift of the clouds like a veil over the stars, and never had the heavens in all their simplicity looked so blessed. My lungs filled with air. I let out a loud moan at the pleasure of it. But all these sensations were beyond pleasure. To breathe, to see light, these were miracles. And the drumming sound, the great deafening boom, seemed the perfect accompaniment. And he, the one who had been looking for me, the one from whom the sound came, was standing over me. The sound melted. It disintegrated until it was no more than the after-sound of a violin string, and I was rising, just as if I were being lifted up out of the earth, though this figure stood with its hands at its side. At last it lifted its arms to enfold me, and the face I saw was beyond the realm of all possibility. What one of us could have such a face? What did we know of patience, of seeming goodness, of compassion? No, it wasn't one of us. It couldn't have been. And yet it was. Preternatural flesh and blood like mine. Iridescent eyes gathering the light from all directions. Tiny eyelashes like strokes of gold from the finest pen. And this creature, this powerful vampire, was holding me upright and looking into my eyes, and I believe that I said some mad thing, voiced some frantic thought, that I knew now the secret of eternity. "Then tell it to me," he whispered, and he smiled, the purest image of human love. "Oh, God, help me! Damn me to the pit of hell!" This was my voice speaking. I can't look on this beauty. I saw my arms like bones, hands like birds' talons. Nothing can live and be what I am now, this wraith. I looked down at my legs. They were sticks. The clothing was falling off me. I couldn't stand or move, and the remembered sensation of blood flowing in my mouth suddenly overcame me. Like a dull blaze before me, I saw his red velvet clothes, the cloak that covered him to the ground, the dark red gloved hands with which he held me. His hair was thick, white and gold strands mingled in waves fallen loosely around his face and over his broad forehead. And the blue eyes might have been brooding under their heavy golden brows had they not been so large, so softened with the feeling expressed in the voice. A man in the prime of life, at the moment of the immortal gift. And the square face with its slightly hollowed cheeks, its long, full mouth, stamped with terrifying gentleness and peace. "Drink," he said, eyebrows rising slightly, lips shaping the words carefully, slowly, as if it were a kiss.
As Magnus had done on that lethal night so many eons ago, he raised his hand now and moved the cloth back from his throat. The vein, dark purple beneath the translucent preternatural skin, offered itself. And the sound commenced again, that overpowering sound, and it lifted me right off the earth and drew me into it. Blood like light itself, liquid fire, our blood. And my arms gathering incalculable strength, winding round his shoulders, my face pressed to his cool white flesh, the blood shooting down into my loins and every vessel in my body ignited with it. How many centuries had purified this blood, distilled its power? It seemed beneath the roar of the flow he spoke. He said again, "Drink, my young one. My wounded one." I felt his heart swell, his body undulate, and we were sealed against each other. I think I heard myself say, "Marius." And he answered, "Yes." Part 7. Ancient Magic, Ancient Mysteries. Chapter 1. When I awoke, I was on board a ship. I could hear the creak of the boards, smell the sea. I could smell the blood of those who manned the ship, and I knew that it was a galley because I could hear the rhythm of the oars under the low rumbling of the giant canvas sails. I couldn't open my eyes, couldn't make my limbs move. Yet I was calm. I didn't thirst. In fact, I experienced an extraordinary sense of peace. My body was warm, as if I had only just fed, and it was pleasant to lie there, to dream waking dreams on the gentle undulation of the sea. Then my mind began to clear. I knew that we were slipping very fast through rather still waters, and that the sun had just gone down. The early evening sky was darkening, the wind was dying away, and the sound of the oars dipping and rising was as soothing as it was clear. My eyes were open now. I was no longer in the coffin. I had just come out of the rear cabin of the long vessel, and I was standing on the deck. I breathed the fresh salt air, and I saw the lovely incandescent blue of the twilight sky and the multitude of brilliant stars overhead. Never from land do the stars look like that. Never are they so near. There were dark, mountainous islands on either side of us, cliffs sprinkled with tiny, flickering lights. The air was full of the scent of green things, of flowers, of land itself. And the small, sleek vessel was moving fast to a narrow pass through the cliffs ahead. I felt uncommonly clear-headed and strong. There was a moment's temptation to try to figure out how I had gotten here, whether I was in the Aegean or the Mediterranean itself, to know when we had left Cairo and if the things I remembered had really taken place. But this slipped away from me, in some quiet acceptance of what was happening. Marius was up ahead, on the bridge before the mainmast. I walked towards the bridge and stood beside it, looking up. He was wearing the long red velvet cloak he had worn in Cairo, and his full white blonde hair was blown back by the wind. His eyes were fixed on the pass before us, the dangerous rocks that protruded from the shallow water, his left hand gripping the rail of the little deck. I felt an overpowering attraction to him, and the sense of peace in me expanded. There was no forbidding grandeur to his face or his stance, no loftiness that might have humbled me and made me afraid. There was only a quiet nobility about him, his eyes rather wide as they looked forward, the mouth suggesting a disposition of exceptional gentleness, as before. Too smooth, the face. Yes. It had the sheen of scar tissue, it was so smooth, and it might have startled, even frightened, in a dark street. It gave off a faint light, but the expression was too warm, too human in its goodness to do anything but invite. Armand might have looked like a god out of Caravaggio, Gabrielle a marble archangel at the threshold of a church. But this figure above me was that of an immortal man. And the immortal man, with his right hand outstretched before him, was silently but unmistakably piloting the ship through the rocks before the pass. The waters around us shimmered like molten metal, flashing azure, then silver, then black. They sent up a great white froth as the shallow waves beat upon the rocks. I drew closer, and as quietly as I could I climbed the small steps to the bridge. Marius didn't take his eyes off the waters for an instant, but he reached out with his left hand and took my hand, which was at my side. Warmth. Unobtrusive pressure. But this wasn't the moment for speaking, and I was surprised that he had acknowledged me at all. His eyebrows came together, and his eyes narrowed slightly, and as if impelled by his silent command, the oarsmen slowed their stroke. I was fascinated by what I was watching, and I realized as I deepened my own concentration that I could feel the power emanating from him, a low pulse that came in time with his heart. I could also hear mortals on the surrounding cliffs and on the narrow island beaches stretching out to our right and to our left. I saw them gathered on the promontories, or running towards the edge of the water with torches in their hands. I could hear thoughts ringing out like voices from them as they stood in the thin evening darkness looking out to the lanterns of our ship. The language was Greek and not known to me, but the message was clear. "The Lord is passing. Come down and look, the Lord is passing." And the word Lord incorporated in some vague way the supernatural in its meaning, and a reverence mingled with excitement emanated like a chorus of overlapping whispers from the shores. I was breathless listening to this. I thought of the mortal I'd terrified in Cairo, the old debacle on Renault's stage. But for those two humiliating incidents I'd passed through the world invisibly for 10 years, and these people, these dark-clad peasants gathered to watch the passing of the ship, knew what Marius was. Or at least they knew something of what he was. They were not saying the Greek word for vampire, which I had come to understand. But we were leaving the beaches behind. The cliffs were closing on either side of us. The ship glided with its oars above water. The high walls diminished the sky's light. In a few moments I saw a great silver bay opening before us, and a sheer wall of rock rising straight ahead, while gentler slopes enclosed the water on either side. The rock face was so high and so steep that I could make out nothing at the top. The oarsmen cut their speed as we came closer. The boat was turning ever so slightly to the side. And as we drifted on towards the cliff, I saw the dim shape of an old stone embankment covered with gleaming moss. The oarsmen had lifted their oars straight towards the sky. Marius was as still as ever, his hand exerting a gentle force on mine, as with the other he pointed towards the embankment and the cliff that rose like the night itself, our lanterns sending up their glare on the wet rock. When we were no more than 5 or 6 feet from the embankment, dangerously close for a ship of this size and weight, it seemed, I felt the ship stop. Then Marius took my hand, and we went across the deck together and mounted the side of the ship. A dark-haired servant approached and placed a sack in Marius's hand, and together Marius and I leapt over the water to the stone embankment, easily clearing the distance without a sound. I glanced back to see the ship rocking slightly. The oars were being lowered again. Within seconds the ship was heading for the distant lights of a tiny town on the far side of the bay. Marius and I stood alone in the darkness, and when the ship had become only a dark speck on the glimmering water, he pointed to a narrow stairway cut into the rock. "Go before me, Lestat," he said. It felt good to be climbing. It felt good to be moving up swiftly, following the rough-cut steps and the zigzag turns, and feeling the wind get stronger, and seeing the water become ever more distant and frozen, as if the movement of the waves had been stopped. Marius was only a few steps behind me, and again I could feel and hear that pulse of power. It was like a vibration in my bones.
The rough-cut steps disappeared less than halfway up the cliff, and I was soon following a path not wide enough for a mountain goat. Now and then boulders or outcroppings of stone made a margin between us and a possible fall to the water below, but most of the time the path itself was the only outcropping on the cliff face, and as we went higher and higher, even I became afraid to look down. Once, with my hand around a tree branch, I looked back and saw Marius moving steadily towards me, the bag slung over his shoulder, his right hand hanging free. The bay, the distant little town, and the harbor, all this appeared toy-like, a map made by a child on a tabletop with a mirror and sand and tiny bits of wood. I could even see beyond the pass into the open water and the deep shadowy shapes of other islands rising out of the motionless sea. Marius smiled and waited. Then he whispered very politely, "Go on." I must have been spellbound. I started up again and didn't stop until I reached the summit. I crawled over a last jut of rocks and weeds and climbed to my feet in soft grass. Higher rocks and cliffs lay ahead, and seeming to grow out of them was an immense fortress of a house. There were lights in its windows, lights on its towers. Marius put his arm around my shoulder, and we went towards the entrance. I felt his grip loosen on me as he paused in front of the massive door. Then came the sound of a bolt sliding back inside. The door swung open, and his grip became firm again. He guided me into the hallway where a pair of torches provided an ample light. I saw with a little shock that there was no one there who could have moved the bolt or opened the door for us. He turned, and he looked at the door, and the door closed. "Slide the bolt," he said. I wondered why he didn't do it the way he had done everything else, but I put it in place immediately as he asked. "It's easier that way by far," he said, and a little mischief came into his expression. "I'll show you to the room where you may sleep safely, and you may come to me when you wish." I could hear no one else in the house, but mortals had been here, that I could tell. They'd left their scent here and there, and the torches had all been lighted only a short time ago. We went up a little stairway to the right, and when I came out into the room that was to be mine, I was stunned. It was a huge chamber, with one entire wall open to a stone-railed terrace that hung over the sea. When I turned around, Marius was gone. The sack was gone. But Nicky's violin and my valise of belongings lay on a stone table in the middle of the room. A current of sadness and relief passed through me at the sight of the violin. I had been afraid that I had lost it. There were stone benches in the room, a lighted oil lamp on a stand, and in a far niche was a pair of heavy wooden doors. I went to these and opened them and found a little passage which turned sharply in an L. Beyond the bend was a sarcophagus with a plain lid. It had been cleanly fashioned out of diorite, which to my knowledge is one of the hardest stones on earth. The lid was immensely heavy, and when I examined the inside of it I saw that it was plated in iron and contained a bolt that could be slipped from within. Several glittering objects lay on the bottom of the box itself. As I lifted them, they sparkled almost magically in the light that leaked in from the room. There was a golden mask, its features carefully molded, the lips closed, the eye-holes narrow but open, attached to a hood made up of layered plates of hammered gold. The mask itself was heavy, but the hood was very light and very flexible, each little plate strung to the others by gold thread. And there was also a pair of leather gloves, covered completely in tinier, more delicate gold plates, like scales. And finally a large folded blanket of the softest red wool, with one side sewn with larger gold plates. I realized that if I put on this mask and these gloves, if I laid over me the blanket, then I would be protected from the light if anyone opened the lid of the sarcophagus while I slept. But it wasn't likely that anyone could get into the sarcophagus. And the doors of this L-shaped chamber were also covered with iron, and they too had their iron bolt. Yet there was a charm to these mysterious objects.
I liked to touch them, and I pictured myself wearing them as I slept. The mask reminded me of the Greek masks of comedy and tragedy. All of these things suggested the burial of an ancient king. I left these things a little reluctantly. I came back out into the room, took off the garments I'd worn during my nights in the earth in Cairo, and put on fresh clothes. I felt rather absurd, standing in this timeless place in a violet-blue frock-coat with pearl buttons and the usual lace shirt and diamond-buckle satin shoes, but these were the only clothes I had. I tied back my hair in a black ribbon like any proper 18th-century gentleman, and went in search of the master of the house. Chapter 2. Torches had been lighted throughout the house. Doors lay open. Windows were uncovered as they looked out over the firmament and the sea. And as I left the barren little stairs that led down from my room, I realized that for the first time in my wandering, I was truly in the safe refuge of an immortal being, furnished and stocked with all the things that an immortal being might want. Magnificent Grecian urns stood on pedestals in the corridors, great bronze statues from the Orient in their various niches, exquisite plants bloomed at every window and terrace open to the sky. Gorgeous rugs from India, Persia, China covered the marble floors wherever I walked. I came upon giant stuffed beasts mounted in lifelike attitudes, the brown bear, the lion, the tiger, even the elephant standing in his own immense chamber, lizards as big as dragons, birds of prey clutching dried branches made to look like the limbs of real trees. But the brilliantly colored murals covering every surface from floor to ceiling dominated all. In one chamber was a dark, vibrant painting of the sunburnt Arabian desert, complete with an exquisitely detailed caravan of camels and turbaned merchants moving over the sand. In another room a jungle came to life around me, swarming with delicately rendered tropical blossoms, vines, carefully drawn leaves. The perfection of the illusion startled me, enticed me, but the more I peered into the pictures, the more I saw. There were creatures everywhere in the texture of the jungle, insects, birds, worms in the soil, a million aspects of the scene that gave me the feeling finally that I had slipped out of time and space into something that was more than a painting. Yet it was all quite flat upon the wall. I was getting dizzy. Everywhere I turned, walls gave out on new vistas. I couldn't name some of the tints and hues I saw. As for the style of all this painting, it baffled me as much as it delighted me. The technique seemed utterly realistic, using the classical proportions and skills that one sees in all the later Renaissance painters, Da Vinci, Raphael, Michelangelo, as well as the painters of more recent times, Watteau, Fragonard. The use of light was spectacular. Living creatures seemed to breathe as I looked on. But the details couldn't have been realistic or in proportion. There were simply too many monkeys in the jungle, too many bugs crawling on the leaves. There were thousands of tiny insects in one painting of a summer sky. I came into a large gallery, walled on either side by painted men and women staring at me, and I almost cried out. Figures from all ages these were, Bedouins, Egyptians, then Greeks and Romans, and knights in armor, and peasants, and kings and queens. There were Renaissance people in doublets and leggings, the Sun King with his massive mane of curls, and finally the people of our own age. But again the details made me feel as if I were imagining them. The droplets of water clinging to a cape, the cut on the side of a face, the spider half crushed beneath a polished leather boot. I started to laugh. It wasn't funny, it was just delightful. I began to laugh and laugh. I had to force myself out of this gallery, and the only thing that gave me the willpower was the sight of a library, blazing with light. Walls and walls of books and rolled manuscripts, giant glistening world globes in their wooden cradles, busts of the ancient Greek gods and goddesses, great sprawling maps. Newspapers in all languages lay in stacks on tables, and there were strewn everywhere curious objects, fossils, mummified hands, exotic shells.
There were bouquets of dried flowers, figurines and fragments of old sculpture, alabaster jars covered with Egyptian hieroglyphs. And everywhere in the center of the room, scattered among the tables and the glass cases, were comfortable chairs with footstools and candelabra or oil lamps. In fact, the impression was one of comfortable messiness, of great, long hours of pure enjoyment, of a place that was human in the extreme. Human knowledge, human artifacts, chairs in which humans might sit. I stayed a long time here, perusing the Latin and Greek titles. I felt a little drunk, as if I'd happened on a mortal with a lot of wine in his blood. But I had to find Marius. I went on out of this room, down a little stairs, and through another painted hallway to an even larger room that was also full of light. I heard the singing of the birds and smelled the perfume of the flowers before I even reached this place. And then I found myself lost in a forest of cages. There were not only birds of all sizes and colors here, there were monkeys and baboons, all of them gone wild in their little prisons as I made my way around the room. Potted plants crowded against the cages, ferns and banana trees, cabbage roses, moonflower, jasmine, and other sweetly fragrant nighttime vines. There were purple and white orchids, waxen flowers that trapped insects in their maw, little trees groaning with peaches and lemons and pears. When I finally emerged from this little paradise, it was into a hall of sculptures equal to any gallery in the Vatican Museum. And I glimpsed adjoining chambers full of paintings, oriental furnishings, mechanical toys. Of course, I was no longer lingering on each object or new discovery. To learn the contents of this house would have taken a lifetime. And I pressed on. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew that I was being allowed to see all these things. Finally, I heard the unmistakable sound of Marius, that low, rhythmic beat of the heart which I had heard in Cairo. And I moved towards it. Chapter 3. I came into a brightly illuminated 18th-century salon. The stone walls had been covered in fine rosewood paneling with framed mirrors rising to the ceiling. There were the usual painted chests, upholstered chairs, dark and lush landscapes, porcelain clocks, a small collection of books in the glass-doored bookcases, a newspaper of recent date lying on a small table beside a brocaded winged chair. High, narrow French doors opened onto the stone terrace, where banks of white lilies and red roses gave off their powerful perfume. And there, with his back to me, at the stone railing, stood an 18th-century man. It was Marius when he turned around and gestured for me to come out. He was dressed as I was dressed. The frock-coat was red, not violet, the lace Valenciennes, not Bruxelles. But he wore very much the same costume, his shining hair tied back loosely in a dark ribbon just as mine was, and he looked not at all ethereal, as Armand might have, but rather like a super-presence, a creature of impossible whiteness and perfection who was nevertheless connected to everything around him, the clothes he wore, the stone railing on which he laid his hand, even the moment itself in which a small cloud passed over the bright half-moon. I savored the moment, that he and I were about to speak, that I was really here. I was still clear-headed as I had been on the ship. I couldn't feel thirst, and I sensed that it was his blood in me that was sustaining me. All the old mysteries collected in me, arousing me and sharpening me. Did those who must be kept lie somewhere on this island? Would all these things be known? I went up to the railing and stood beside him, glancing out over the sea. His eyes were now fixed on an island not a half-mile off the shore below. He was listening to something that I could not hear, and the side of his face in the light from the open doors behind us looked too frighteningly like stone. But immediately he turned to me with a cheerful expression, the smooth face vitalized impossibly for an instant, and then he put his arm around me and guided me back into the room. He walked with the same rhythm as a mortal man, the step light but firm, the body moving through space in the predictable way. He led me to a pair of winged chairs that faced each other,
and there we sat down. This was more or less the center of the room. The terrace was to my right, and we had a clear illumination from the chandelier above, as well as a dozen or so candelabra and sconces on the panelled walls. Natural, civilized, it all was, and Marius settled in obvious comfort on the brocade cushions and let his fingers curl around the arms of the chair. As he smiled, he looked entirely human. All the lines, the animation were there until the smile melted again. I tried not to stare at him, but I couldn't help it. And something mischievous crept into his face. My heart was skipping. "What would be easier for you?" he asked in French. "That I tell you why I brought you here, or that you tell me why you asked to see me?" "Oh, the former would be easier," I said. "You talk." He laughed in a soft, ingratiating fashion. "You're a remarkable creature," he said. "I didn't expect you to go down into the earth so soon. Most of us experience the first death much later, after a century, maybe even 2. "The first death? You mean it's common to go into the earth the way I did?" "Among those who survive, it's common. We die, we rise again. Those who don't go into the earth for periods of time usually do not last." I was amazed, but it made perfect sense. And the awful thought struck me that if only Nicky had gone down into the earth instead of into the fire. But I couldn't think of Nicky now. I would start asking inane questions if I did. Is Nicky somewhere? Has Nicky stopped? Are my brothers somewhere? Have they simply stopped? "But I shouldn't have been so surprised that it happened when it did in your case," he resumed, as if he hadn't heard these thoughts or didn't want to address them yet. "You've lost too much that was precious to you. You saw and learned a great deal very fast." "How do you know what's been happening to me?" I asked. Again he smiled. He almost laughed. It was astonishing, the warmth emanating from him, the immediacy. The manner of his speech was lively and absolutely current. That is, he spoke like a well-educated Frenchman. "I don't frighten you, do I?" he asked. "I didn't think that you were trying to," I said. "I'm not." He made an offhand gesture. "But your self-possession is a little surprising, nevertheless. To answer your question, I know things that happen to our kind all over the world, and frankly I do not always understand how or why I know. The power increases with age, as do all our powers, but it remains inconsistent, not easily controlled. There are moments when I can hear what is happening with our kind in Rome or even in Paris, and when another calls to me, as you have done, I can hear the call over amazing distances. I can find the source of it, as you have seen for yourself. But information comes to me in other ways as well. I know of the messages you left for me on walls throughout Europe because I read them, and I've heard of you from others. And sometimes you and I have been near to each other, nearer than you ever supposed, and I have heard your thoughts. I can hear your thoughts now, of course, as I'm sure you realize, but I prefer to communicate with words. Why? I thought the older ones would dispense with speech altogether. Thoughts are imprecise, he said. If I open my mind to you, I cannot really control what you read there. And when I read your mind, it is possible for me to misunderstand what I hear or see. I prefer to use speech and let my mental faculties work with it. I like the alarm of sound to announce my important communications, for my voice to be received. I do not like to penetrate the thoughts of another without warning. And quite frankly, I think speech is the greatest gift mortals and immortals share. I didn't know what to answer to this. Again, it made perfect sense. Yet I found myself shaking my head. "And your manner," I said. "You don't move the way Armand or Magnus moved, the way I thought the ancient ones—" "You mean like a phantom?" "Why should I?" He laughed again, softly, charming me. He slumped back in the chair a little further and raised his knee, resting his foot on the seat cushion, just as a man might in his private study. "There were times, of course," he said, "when all of that was very interesting. to glide without seeming to take steps, to assume physical positions that are uncomfortable or impossible for mortals, to fly short distances and land without a sound, to move objects by the mere wish to do so. But it can be crude, finally. Human gestures are elegant. There is wisdom in the flesh, in the way the human body does things. I like the sound of my foot touching the ground, the feel of objects in my fingers. Besides, to fly even short distances and to move things by sheer will alone is exhausting. I can do it when I have to, as you've seen, but it's much easier to use my hands to do things. I was delighted by this and didn't try to hide it. A singer can shatter a glass with the proper high note, he said, but the simplest way for anyone to break a glass is simply to drop it on the floor. I laughed outright this time. I was already getting used to the shifts in his face between mask-like perfection and expression, and the steady vitality of his gaze that united both. The impression remained one of evenness and openness, of a startlingly beautiful and perceptive man. But what I could not get used to was the sense of presence, that something immensely powerful, dangerously powerful, was so contained and immediately there. I became a little agitated suddenly, a little overwhelmed. I felt the unaccountable desire to weep. He leaned forward and touched the back of my hand with his fingers, and a shock coursed through me. We were connected in the touch, and though his skin was silky like the skin of all vampires, it was less pliant. It was like being touched by a stone hand in a silk glove. "I brought you here because I want to tell you what I know," he said. "I want to share with you whatever secrets I possess, for several reasons. You have attracted me." I was fascinated, and I felt the possibility of an overpowering love. "But I warn you," he said, "there's a danger in this. I don't possess the ultimate answers. I can't tell you who made the world or why man exists. I can't tell you why we exist. I can only tell you more about us than anyone else has told you so far. I can show you those who must be kept and tell you what I know of them. I can tell you why I think I have managed to survive for so long. This knowledge may change you somewhat. That's all knowledge ever really does, I suppose." "Yes. But when I've given all I have to give, you will be exactly where you were before, an immortal being who must find his own reasons to exist." "Yes," I said. "Reasons to exist." My voice was a little bitter, but it was good to hear it spelled out that way. But I felt a dark sense of myself as a hungry, vicious creature who did a very good job of existing without reasons, a powerful vampire who always took exactly what he wanted, no matter who said what. I wondered if he knew how perfectly awful I was. The reason to kill was the blood. Acknowledged. The blood and the sheer ecstasy of the blood, and without it we are husks, as I was in the Egyptian earth. "Just remember my warning," he said, "that the circumstances will be the same afterwards. Only you might be changed. You might be more bereft than before you came here. But why have you chosen to reveal things to me? Surely others have gone looking for you. You must know where Armand is." "There are several reasons, as I told you," he said, "and probably the strongest reason is the manner in which you sought me. Very few beings really seek knowledge in this world, mortal or immortal. Few really ask. On the contrary, they try to wring from the unknown the answers they have already shaped in their own minds, justifications, confirmations, forms of consolation without which they can't go on. To really ask is to open the door to the whirlwind. The answer may annihilate the question and the questioner. But you have been truly asking since you left Paris 10 years ago." I understood this, but only inarticulately. "You have few preconceptions.
he said. "In fact, you astound me because you admit to such extraordinary simplicity. You want a purpose. You want love." "True," I said with a little shrug. "Rather crude, isn't it?" He gave another soft laugh. "No, not really. It's as if 1,800 years of Western civilization have produced an innocent." "An innocent? You can't be speaking of me." "There is so much talk in this century of the nobility of the savage," he explained, "of the corrupting force of civilization, of the way we must find our way back to the innocence that has been lost. Well, it's all nonsense, really. Truly primitive people can be monstrous in their assumptions and expectations. They cannot conceive of innocence. Neither can children. But civilization has at last created men who behave innocently. For the first time, they look about themselves and say, 'What the hell is all this?'" "True, but I'm not innocent," I said. "Godless, yes. I come from godless people and I'm glad of it. But I know what good and evil are in a very practical sense, and I am Typhon, the slayer of his brother, not the killer of Typhon, as you must know." He nodded with a slight lift of his eyebrows. He did not have to smile any more to look human. I was seeing an expression of emotion now, even when there were no lines whatsoever in his face. "But you don't seek any system to justify it either," he said. "That's what I mean by innocence. You're guilty of killing mortals because you've been made into something that feeds on blood and death, but you're not guilty of lying, of creating great, dark, and evil systems of thought within yourself." "True. To be godless is probably the first step to innocence," he said. "To lose the sense of sin and subordination, the false grief for things supposed to be lost." "So, by innocence you mean not an absence of experience, but an absence of illusions." "An absence of need for illusions," he said. "A love of and respect for what is right before your eyes." I sighed. I sat back in the chair for the first time, thinking this over, what it had to do with Nicky and what Nicky said about the light, always the light. Had he meant this? Marius seemed now to be pondering. He, too, was sitting back in his chair, as he had been all along, and he was looking off at the night sky beyond the open doors, his eyes narrow, his mouth a little tense. "But it wasn't merely your spirit that attracted me," he said. "Your honesty, if you will. It was the way you came into being as one of us." "Then you know all that, too?" "Yes, everything," he said, dismissing that. "You have come into being at the end of an era, at a time when the world faces changes undreamed of. And it was the same with me. I was born and grew to manhood in a time when the ancient world, as we call it now, was coming to a close. Old faiths were worn out. A new God was about to rise." "When was this time?" I asked excitedly. "In the years of Augustus Caesar, when Rome had just become an empire, when faith in the gods was, for all lofty purposes, dead." I let him see the shock and the pleasure spread over my face. I never doubted him for a moment. I put my hand to my head as if I had to steady myself a little. But he went on. "The common people of those days," he said, "still believed in religion just as they do now. And for them it was custom, superstition, elemental magic, the use of ceremonies whose origins were lost in antiquity, just as it is today. But the world of those who originated ideas, those who ruled and advanced the course of history, was a godless and hopelessly sophisticated world, like that of Europe in this day and age. When I read Cicero and Ovid and Lucretius, it seemed so to me," I said. He nodded and gave a little shrug. "It has taken 1,800 years," he said, "to come back to the skepticism, the level of practicality that was our daily frame of mind then. But history is by no means repeating itself. That is the amazing thing." "How do you mean?" "Look around you. Completely new things are happening in Europe. The value placed upon human life is higher than ever before. Wisdom and philosophy are coupled with new discoveries in science, new inventions which will completely alter the manner in which humans live. But that is a story unto itself. That is the future. The point is that you were born on the cusp of the old way of seeing things, and so was I. You came of age without faith, and yet you aren't cynical, and so it was with me. We sprang up from a crack between faith and despair, as it were. And Nicky fell into that crack and perished, I thought. That's why your questions are different, he said, from those who were born to immortality under the Christian God. I thought of my conversation with Gabrielle in Cairo, my last conversation. I myself had told her this was my strength. Precisely, he said. So you and I have that in common. We did not grow to manhood expecting very much of others, and the burden of conscience was private, terrible though it might be. But was it under the Christian God, in the very first days of the Christian God, that you were born to immortality, as you said? No, he said with a hint of disgust. We never served the Christian God. That you can put out of your mind right now. But the forces of good and evil behind the names of Christ and Satan, again, they have very little, if anything, to do with us. But the concept of evil in some form, surely, no. We are older than that, Lestat. The men that made me were worshippers of gods, true, and they believed in things that I did not believe. But their faith hearkened back to a time long before the temples of the Roman Empire, when the shedding of innocent human blood could be done on a massive scale in the name of good. And evil was the drought and the plague of the locust and the death of the crops. I was made what I am by these men in the name of good. This was too enticing, too enthralling. All the old myths came to my mind in a chorus of dazzling poetry. Osiris was a good god to the Egyptians, a god of the corn. What has this to do with us? My thoughts were spinning. In a flash of mute pictures I recalled the night I left my father's house in the Auvergne, when the villagers had been dancing around the Lenten fire and making their chants for the increase of the crops. Pagan, my mother had said, pagan had declared the angry priest they had long ago sent away. And it all seemed more than ever the story of the savage garden, dancers in the savage garden, where no law prevailed except the law of the garden, which was the aesthetic law, that the crops shall grow high, that the wheat shall be green and then yellow, that the sun shall shine. Look at the perfectly shaped apple that the tree has made. Fancy that. The villagers would run through the orchards with their burning brands from the Lenten bonfire to make the apples grow. Yes, the savage garden, Marius said with a spark of light in his eyes. And I had to go out of the civilized cities of the empire to find it. I had to go into the deep woods of the northern provinces, where the garden still grew at its lushest, the very land of southern Gaul in which you were born. I had to fall into the hands of the barbarians who gave us both our stature, our blue eyes, our fair hair. I had it through the blood of my mother, who had come from those people, the daughter of a Celtic chieftain married to a Roman patrician. And you have it through the blood of your fathers, directly from those days. And by a strange coincidence we were both chosen for immortality for the very same reason, you by Magnus and I by my captors. That we were the nonpareils of our blonde and blue-eyed race, that we were taller and more finely made than other men. Oh, you have to tell me all of it. You have to explain everything, I said. I am explaining everything, he said. But first I think it is time for you to see something that will be very important as we go on. He waited a moment for the words to sink in. Then he rose slowly in human fashion, assisting himself easily with his hands on the arms of the chair. He stood looking down at me and waiting. "Those who must be kept?" I asked.
My voice had gotten terribly small, terribly unsure of itself, and I could see a little mischief again in his face, or rather a touch of the amusement that was never far away. "Don't be afraid," he said soberly, trying to conceal the amusement. "It's very unlike you, you know." I was burning to see them, to know what they were, and yet I didn't move. I'd never really thought that I would see them. I'd never really thought what it would mean. Is it something terrible to see?" I asked. He smiled slowly and affectionately and placed his hand on my shoulder. "Would it stop you if I said yes?" "No," I said, but I was afraid. "It's only terrible as time goes on," he said. "In the beginning, it's beautiful." He waited, watching me, trying to be patient. Then he said softly, "Come, let's go." Chapter 4. A Stairway into the Earth. It was much older than the house, this stairway, though how I knew I couldn't say. Steps worn concave in the middle from the feet that have followed them, winding deeper and deeper down into the rock. Now and then a rough-cut portal to the sea, an opening too small for a man to climb through, and a shelf upon which birds have nested, or where the wild grass grew out of the cracks. And then the chill. The inexplicable chill that you find sometimes in old monasteries, ruined churches, haunted rooms. I stopped and rubbed the backs of my arms with my hands. The chill was rising through the steps. "They don't cause it," he said gently. He was waiting for me on the steps just below. The semi-darkness broke his face into kindly patterns of light and shadow, gave the illusion of mortal age that wasn't there. "It was here long before I brought them," he said. "Many have come to worship on this island. Maybe it was there before they came too." He beckoned to me again with his characteristic patience. His eyes were compassionate. "Don't be afraid," he said again as he started down. I was ashamed not to follow. The steps went on and on. We came on larger portals and the noise of the sea. I could feel the cool spray on my hands and face, see the gleam of the damp on the stones. But we went on down, farther and farther, the echo of our shoes swelling against the rounded ceiling, the rudely finished walls. This was deeper than any dungeon. This was the pit you dig in childhood when you brag to your mother and father that you will make a tunnel to the very center of the earth. Finally I saw a burst of light as we rounded another bend. And at last 2 lamps burning before a pair of doors. Deep vessels of oil fed the wicks of the lamps, and the doors themselves were bolted by an enormous beam of oak. It would have taken several men to lift it, possibly levers, ropes. Marius lifted this beam and laid it aside easily, and then he stood back and looked at the doors. I heard the sound of another beam being moved on the inside. Then the doors opened slowly, and I felt my breathing come to a halt. It wasn't only that he'd done it without touching them. I had seen that little trick before. It was that the room beyond was full of the same lovely flowers and lighted lamps that I had seen in the house above. Here, deep underground, were lilies, waxen and white and sparkling with droplets of moisture, roses in rich hues of red and pink ready to fall from their vines. It was a chapel, this chamber, with a soft flicker of votive candles and the perfume of 1,000 bouquets. The walls were painted in fresco like the walls of ancient Italian churches, with gold leaf hammered into the design. But these were not the pictures of Christian saints. Egyptian palm trees, the yellow desert, the 3 pyramids, the blue waters of the Nile, and the Egyptian men and women in their gracefully shaped boats sailing the river, the multicolored fishes of the deep beneath them, the purple-winged birds of the air above. And the gold worked into it all, into the sun that shone from the heavens and the pyramids that gleamed in the distance, into the scales of the fishes and the feathers of the birds, and the ornaments of the lithe and delicate Egyptian figures who stood frozen, looking forward in their long, narrow green boats. I closed my eyes for a moment. I opened them slowly and saw the whole like a great shrine. Banks of lilies on a low stone altar which held an immense golden tabernacle, worked all over with fine engraving of the same Egyptian designs. And the air coming down through deep shafts in the rock above, stirring the flames of the ever-burning lamps, ruffling the tall green blade-like leaves of the lilies as they stood in their vessels of water, giving off their heady perfume. I could almost hear hymns in this place. I could hear chants and ancient invocations, and I was no longer afraid. The beauty was too soothing, too grand. But I stared at the gold doors of the tabernacle on the altar. The tabernacle was taller than I was. It was broader by 3 times. And Marius, too, was looking at it. And I felt the power moving out of him, the low heat of his invisible strength. And I heard the inside lock of the tabernacle doors slide back. I would have moved just a little closer to him had I dared. I wasn't breathing as the gold doors opened completely, folding back to reveal 2 splendid Egyptian figures, a man and a woman, seated side by side. The light moved over their slender, finely sculpted white faces, their decorously arranged white limbs. It flashed in their dark eyes. They were as severe as all the Egyptian statues I had ever seen, spare of detail, beautiful in contour, magnificent in their simplicity. Only the open and childlike expression on the faces relieving the feeling of hardness and cold. But unlike all the others, they were dressed in real fabric and real hair. I had seen saints in Italian churches dressed in this manner, velvet hung on marble, and it was not always pleasing. But this had been done with great care. Their wigs were of long, thick black locks, cut straight across the forehead and crowned with circlets of gold. Round their naked arms were bracelets like snakes, and on their fingers were rings. The clothes were the finest white linen, the man naked to the waist and wearing only a skirt of sorts, and the woman in a long, narrow, beautifully pleated dress. Both wore many gold necklaces, some inlaid with precious stones. Almost the same size they were, and they sat in the very same manner, hands laid flat before them on their thighs. And this sameness astonished me somehow, as much as their stark loveliness and the jewel-like quality of their eyes. Not in any sculpture anywhere had I ever seen such a lifelike attitude, but actually there was nothing lifelike about them at all. Maybe it was a trick of the accoutrements, the twinkling of the lights on their necklaces and rings, the reflected light in their gleaming eyes. Were they Osiris and Isis? Was it tiny writing I saw on their necklaces or on the circlets of their hair? Marius said nothing. He was merely gazing at them, as I was, his expression unreadable, perhaps sad. "May I go near to them?" I whispered. "Of course," he said. I moved towards the altar like a child in a cathedral, getting ever more tentative with each step. I stopped only a few feet before them and looked directly into their eyes. Oh, too gorgeous, in depth and variegation, too real. With infinite care each black eyelash had been fixed, each black hair of their gently curved brows. With infinite care their mouths made partly open, so that one could see the glimmer of teeth. And the faces and the arms had been so polished that not the slightest flaw disturbed the luster. And in the manner of all statues or painted figures who stared directly forward, they appeared to be looking at me. I was confused. If they were not Osiris and Isis, who were they meant to be? Of what old truth were they the symbols, and why the imperative in that old phrase, "those who must be kept"? I fell into contemplating them, my head a little to the side. The eyes were really brown, with the black deep in their centers, the whites moist-looking as though covered with the clearest lacquer, and the lips were the softest shade of ashen rose. "Is it permissible?" I whispered, turning back to Marius, but lacking confidence I stopped. "You may touch them," he said. Yet it seemed sacrilegious to do it. I stared at them a moment longer, at the way that their hands opened against their thighs, at the fingernails, which looked remarkably like our fingernails, as if someone had made them of inlaid glass. I thought that I could touch the back of the man's hand, and it wouldn't seem so sacrilegious. But what I really wanted to do was to touch the woman's face. Finally, I raised my fingers hesitantly to her cheek, and I just let my fingertips graze the whiteness there. And then I looked into her eyes. It couldn't be stone I was feeling. It couldn't... Why, it felt exactly like... And the woman's eyes, something... I jumped backwards before I could stop myself. In fact, I shot backwards, overturning the vases of lilies, and slammed against the wall beside the door. I was trembling so violently my legs could hardly hold me. "They're alive! They aren't statues. They're vampires, just like us." "Yes," Marius said. That word, however, they wouldn't know. He was just ahead of me, and he was still looking at them, his hands at his sides, just as he had been all along. Slowly he turned and came up to me and took my right hand. The blood had rushed to my face. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't. I kept staring at them. And now I was staring at him and staring at the white hand that held mine. "It's quite all right," he said, almost sadly. "I don't think they dislike your touching them." For a moment I couldn't understand him. Then I did understand. "You mean you don't know whether... They just sit there and... Oh, God!" And his words of hundreds of years ago, embedded in Armand's tale, came back to me. "Those who must be kept are at peace, or in silence. More than that we may never know." I was shuddering all over. I couldn't stop the tremors in my arms and my legs. "They're breathing, thinking, living as we are," I stammered. "How long have they been like this? How long?" "Calm yourself," he said, patting my hand. "Oh, God!" I said again, stupidly. I kept saying it. No other words sufficed. "But who are they?" I asked finally. My voice was rising hysterically. "Are they Osiris and Isis? Is that who they are?" "I don't know." "I want to get away from them. I want to get out of here." "Why?" he asked calmly. "Because they are alive inside their bodies, and they can't speak or move." "How do you know they can't?" His voice was low, soothing, as before. "But they don't. That's the whole point. They don't—" "Come. I want you to look at them a little more. And then I'll take you back up, and I'll tell you everything, as I've already said I would." "I don't want to look at them any more, Marius. Honestly, I don't," I said, trying to get my hand free and shaking my head. But he was holding on to me as firmly as a statue might, it seemed, and I couldn't stop thinking how much like their skin was his skin, how he was taking on the same impossible luster, how when his face was in repose it was as smooth as theirs. He was becoming like them. And sometime in the great yawn of eternity I would become like him, if I survived that long. "Please, Marius," I said. I was beyond shame and vanity. I wanted to get out of the room. "Wait for me, then," he said patiently. "Stay here." And he let my hand go. He turned and looked down at the flowers I had crushed, the spilled water. And before my eyes these things were corrected, the flowers put back in the vase, the water gone from the floor. He stood looking at the two before him, and then I heard his thoughts.
He was greeting them in some personal way that did not require an address or a title. He was explaining to them why he had been away the last few nights. He had gone into Egypt, and he had brought back gifts for them, which he would soon bring. He would take them out to look at the sea very soon. I started to calm down a little, but my mind was now anatomizing all that had come clear to me at the moment of shock. He cared for them. He had always cared for them. He made this chamber beautiful because they were staring at it, and they just might care about the beauty of the paintings and the flowers he brought. But he didn't know. And all I had to do was look squarely at them again to feel horror that they were alive and locked inside themselves. "I can't bear this." I knew without his ever telling me the reason that he kept them. He could not bury them deep in the earth somewhere because they were conscious. He would not burn them because they were helpless and could not give their consent. Oh God, it was getting worse and worse. But he kept them as the ancient pagans kept their gods in temples that were their houses. He brought them flowers.
This ends Disc 14. The Vampire Lestat, Disc 15.
And now, as I watched, he was lighting incense for them, a small cake that he had taken out of a silk handkerchief. This, he told them, had come from Egypt, and he was putting it to burn in a small bronze dish. My eyes began to tear. I actually began to cry. When I looked up, he was standing with his back to them, and I could see them over his shoulder. He looked shockingly like them, a statue dressed in fabric. And I felt maybe he was doing it deliberately, letting his face go blank. "I've disappointed you, haven't I?" I whispered. "No, not at all," he said kindly. "You have not." "I'm sorry that I—" "No, you have not." I drew a little closer. I felt I had been rude to those who must be kept. I had been rude to him. He had revealed to me this secret, and I had shown horror and recoiling. I had disappointed myself. I moved even closer. I wanted to make up for what I'd done. He turned towards them again, and he put his arm around me. The incense was intoxicating. Their dark eyes were full of the eerie movement of the flames of the lamps. No ridge of vein anywhere in the white skin, no fold or crease, not even the pen-stroke lines in the lips which even Marius still had. They did not move with the rise and fall of breath. And listening in the stillness, I heard no thought from them, no heartbeat, no movement of blood. "But it's there, isn't it?" I whispered. "Yes, it's there." "And do you bring the victims to them?" I wanted to ask. "They no longer drink." Even that was ghastly. They had not even that pleasure. And yet to imagine it, how it would have been, their firing with movement long enough to take the victim and lapsing back into stillness. Ah! No, I should have been relieved. But I was not. Long ago they still drank, but only once in a year. I would leave the victims in the sanctuary for them, evildoers who were weak and close to death. I would come back and find that they had been taken, and those who must be kept would be as they were before. Only the color of the flesh was a little different. Not a drop of blood had been spilt. It was at the full moon, always, that this was done, and usually in the spring. Other victims left were never taken. And then even this yearly feast stopped. I continued to bring victims now and then, and once after a decade had passed they took another. Again it was the time of the full moon. It was spring. And then no more for at least half a century. I lost count. I thought perhaps they had to see the moon, that they had to know the change of the seasons. But as it turned out, this did not matter. They have drunk nothing since the time before I took them into Italy.
That was 300 years ago. Even in the warmth of Egypt, they do not drink. But even when it happened, you never saw it with your own eyes? No. You've never seen them move? Not since the beginning. I was trembling again. As I looked at them, I fancied I saw them breathing. Fancied I saw their lips change. I knew it was illusion, but it was driving me wild. I had to get out of here. I would start crying again. Sometimes when I come to them, Marius said, I find things changed. How? What? Little things, he said. He looked at them thoughtfully. He reached out and touched the woman's necklace. She likes this one. It is the proper kind, apparently. There was another, which I used to find broken on the floor. Then they can move. I thought at first the necklace had fallen, but after repairing it 3 times I realized that was foolish. She was tearing it off her neck, or making it fall with her mind. I made some little horrified whisper, and then I felt absolutely mortified that I had done this in her presence. I wanted to go out at once. Her face was like a mirror for all my imaginings. Her lips curved in a smile, but did not curve. It has happened with other ornaments. Ornaments bearing the names of gods whom they do not like, I think. A vase I brought from a church was broken once, blown to tiny fragments as if by their glance. And then there have been more startling changes as well. Tell me. I have come into the sanctuary and found one or the other of them standing. This was too terrifying. I wanted to tug his hand and pull him out of here. I found him once several paces from the chair, and the woman another time at the door. Trying to get out, I whispered. Perhaps, he said thoughtfully. But then they could easily get out if they wanted to. When you hear the whole story, you can judge. Whenever I've found them moved, I've carried them back. I've arranged their limbs as they were before. It takes enormous strength to do it. They are like flexible stone, if you can imagine it. And if I have such strength, you can imagine what theirs might be. You say wanted to. What if they want to do everything and they no longer can? What if it was the limit of her greatest effort even to reach the door? I think she could have broken the doors had she wanted to. If I can open bolts with my mind, what can she do? I looked at their cold, remote faces, their narrow, hollowed cheeks, their large and serene mouths. But what if you're wrong? And what if they can hear every word that we are saying to each other, and it angers them, outrages them? I think they do hear, he said, trying to calm me again, his hand on mine, his tone subdued. But I do not think they care. If they cared, they would move. But how can you know that? They do other things that require great strength. For example, there are times when I lock the tabernacle and they at once unlock it and open the doors again. I know they are doing it because they are the only ones who could be doing it. The doors fly back and there they are. I take them out to look at the sea, and before dawn, when I come to fetch them, they are heavier, less pliant, almost impossible to move. There are times when I think they do these things to torment me, as it were, to play with me. No, they are trying and they can't. Don't be so quick to judge, he said. I have come into their chamber and found evidence of strange things indeed. And of course there are the things that happened in the beginning. But he stopped. Something had distracted him. Do you hear thoughts from them? I asked. He did seem to be listening. He didn't answer. He was studying them. It occurred to me that something had changed.
I used every bit of my will not to turn and run. I looked at them carefully. I couldn't see anything, hear anything, feel anything. I was going to start shouting and screaming if Marius didn't explain why he was staring. "Don't be so impetuous, Lestat," he said finally, smiling a little, his eyes still fixed on the mail. "Every now and then I do hear them, but it is unintelligible. It is merely the presence of them. You know the sound." "And you heard him just then?" "Yes, perhaps." "Marius, please, let's go out of here. I beg you. Forgive me, I can't bear it. Please, Marius, let's go." "All right," he said kindly. He squeezed my shoulder. "But do something for me first. Anything you ask." "Talk to them. It need not be out loud, but talk. Tell them you find them beautiful." "They know," I said. "They know I find them indescribably beautiful." I was certain that they did, but he meant tell them in a ceremonial way, and so I cleared my mind of all fear and all mad suppositions, and I told them this. "Just talk to them," Marius said, urging me on. I did. I looked into the eyes of the man and into the eyes of the woman, and the strangest feeling crept over me. I was repeating the phrases, "I find you beautiful, I find you incomparably beautiful," with the barest shape of real words. I was praying as I had when I was very, very little, and I would lie in the meadow on the side of the mountain and ask God, please, please, to help me get away from my father's house. I talked to her like this now, and I said I was grateful that I had been allowed to come near her and her ancient secrets, and this feeling became physical. It was all over the surface of my skin and at the roots of my hair. I could feel tension draining from my face. I could feel it leaving my body. I was light all over, and the incense and the flowers were enfolding my spirit as I looked into the black centers of her deep brown eyes. "Akasha," I said aloud. I heard the name at the same moment of speaking it, and it sounded lovely to me. The hairs rose all over me. The tabernacle became like a flaming border around her, and there was only something indistinct where the male figure sat. I drew close to her without willing it, and I leaned forward and I almost kissed her lips. I wanted to. I bent nearer. Then I felt her lips. I wanted to make the blood come up in my mouth and pass it to her as I had that time to Gabrielle when she lay in the coffin. The spell was deepening, and I looked right into the fathomless orbs of her eyes. I am kissing the goddess on her mouth. What is the matter with me? Am I mad to think of it? I moved back. I found myself against the wall again, trembling with my hands clamped to the sides of my head. At least this time I had not upset the lilies, but I was crying again. Marius closed the tabernacle doors. He made the bolts inside slip into place. We went into the passage, and he made the inner bolt rise and go into its brackets. He put the outside bolt in with his hands. "Come, young one," he said, "let's go upstairs." But we had walked only a few yards when we heard a crisp clicking sound, and then another. He turned and looked back. "They did it again," he said, and a look of distress divided his face like a shadow. "What?" I backed up against the wall. "The tabernacle. They opened it. Come, I'll return later and lock it before the sun rises. Now we will go back to my drawing-room, and I will tell you my tale." When we reached the lighted room, I collapsed in the chair with my head in my hands. He was standing still, just looking at me, and when I realized it, I looked up. "She told you her name," he said. "Akasha," I said. It was snatching a word out of the whirlpool of a dissolving dream. She did tell me. I said Akasha out loud.
I looked at him, imploring him for answers, for some explanation of the attitude with which he stared at me. I thought I'd lose my mind if his face didn't become expressive again. "Are you angry with me?" "Shh, be quiet," he said. I could hear nothing in the silence, except maybe the sea, maybe a sound from the wicks of the candles in the room, maybe the wind. Not even their eyes had appeared more lifeless than his eyes now seemed. "You caused something to stir in them," he whispered. I stood up. "What does it mean?" "I don't know," he said. "Maybe nothing. The tabernacle is still open, and they are merely sitting there, as always. Who knows?" And I felt suddenly all his long years of wanting to know. I would say centuries, but I cannot really imagine centuries, not even now. I felt his years and years of trying to elicit from them the smallest signs and getting nothing, and I knew that he was wondering why I had drawn from her the secret of her name. Akasha. Things had happened, but that had been in the time of Rome. Dark things, terrible things, suffering, unspeakable suffering. The images went white. Silence. He was stranded in the room like a saint taken down off an altar and left in the aisle of a church. "Marius," I whispered. He woke, and his face warmed slowly, and he looked at me affectionately, almost wonderingly. "Yes, Lestat," he said, and gave my hand a reassuring squeeze. He seated himself and gestured for me to do the same, and we were once again facing each other comfortably. And the even light of the room was reassuring. It was reassuring to see beyond the windows the night sky. His former quickness was returning, the glint of good humor in his eyes. "It's not yet midnight," he said, "and all is well on the islands. If I'm not disturbed, I think there is time for me to tell you the whole tale." Marius's Story, Chapter 5.